A beautiful blonde woman receives a terrible diagnosis.
A gray-haired man reacts with sorrow, repeating the dire news that she only has half a year.
The blonde woman calmly accepts her fate. In a fiery memory, she recalls the moment she married Cardi.
A brighter memory shows her first meeting with a man in a sunlit garden.
Clutching a ring, she faces a difficult truth. Her expression is filled with sorrowful longing. Despite her grim situation, her only wish is to see Cardi.
Lying in bed, the blonde woman gazes wistfully out a sunny window.
Her memories drift back to a grand, empty hall from her childhood. She recalls the contempt of her father, the Duke of Littenheim, who cruelly berated her for being the daughter of a maid, calling her a useless stain on the family. She also remembers the mocking voices of the maids. The maids taunt the young girl, telling her to work hard and reminding her of her lowly status as the Duke's illegitimate daughter. As an abandoned child in the Duke's residence, she had to do whatever it took to survive. Ironically, her savior was her older half-brother, Yernin. After their father's death, Yernin formally acknowledges the girl, Syria, as a member of the family, warning her to remember her place. Syria and the maids are stunned by the unexpected declaration. This was Yernin's first act after their father, the Duke, died in a carriage accident when Syria was 15. Young Syria looks up, shocked and uncertain. Her brother saved her by acknowledging her as his own younger sister. Yernin walks away, leaving a stunned Syria and the gossiping maids behind. The maids whisper among themselves, still dismissing her as an illegitimate child. Syria fears that she will be cast aside as useless, just like her mother was. She realizes she needs her brother Yernin's help. A determined blush crosses Syria's face. She remembers her father's harsh words, calling Yernin a stain on their family. Syria worries about being abandoned again and desperately wonders how to secure her position. At a gathering, noblewomen gossip about Syria's low origins, speculating that she will be sold off in a marriage of convenience. They acknowledge her beauty despite her parentage, as a mortified Syria overhears them. An idea sparks in Syria's mind. She realizes a political marriage is the only way to avoid being abandoned. A voice offers a polite greeting. Arriving at a grand estate, Syria introduces herself as Syria Littenheim. She meets a man with dark hair and purple eyes who introduces himself as Cardi Esperand, the Grand Duke. Syria feels relieved that he doesn't seem offended by a marriage proposal from someone of her background and agrees to speak with him. A table is elegantly set for tea. The two sit opposite each other in a sunlit gazebo. Cardi quietly sips his tea. Syria finds him as beautiful as art, but notices his suspicious gaze. Cardi lets out a sigh, surprising Syria. He remarks that she seems unaware of who he truly is. Leaning forward with a dark smile, Cardi asks if she truly wants to marry a monster. He reveals that he is known as the monster raised by the Esperand family. He is the nightmare of the battlefield, possessing a rare, powerful bloodline from his mother. This power alone is said to be enough to decide the outcome of a war. However, this immense power comes at the cost of its owner's life force. The narration explains the common belief that Cardi will die young, before the age of 30. Syria, with a look of resolve, states that she is already aware of his power. Cardi scoffs, questioning her proposal now that she knows the truth. He sighs again, a look of weary frustration on his face. Cardi earnestly asks her to reconsider her marriage proposal. A sudden realization. Her thoughts confirm he is thinking of her. Seated opposite Cardi, Syria understands that this is the first time someone has shown such concern for her. As Cardi begins to state he doesn't deserve to be with anyone, Syria decides it's all right, reasoning that she doesn't need to dwell on it because of her own guilt. Cardi's great importance to the empire is stated. In a memory, Syria kneels before a man on a throne, as narration explains that for Cardi to live longer, he needs a partner to share the burden of his power. The enthroned man offers Duke Littenheim the rights to iron mines if his daughter agrees to fill that role. Syria accepts, believing that she too is a person who does not deserve to be with someone. She resolves to deceive Cardi. An explanation reveals that this partner will have their life force drained every time Cardi uses his power, but in exchange, his lifespan will be extended. The enthroned man declares that this partnership must remain a secret between the two of them. Recalling the deal, Syria accepts her fate, satisfied that the Duke will receive his mining rights and that this is enough. Cardi contemplates the idea of having a wife. He reflects on his tragic past. Everyone he cared for is gone. His mother took her own life, and the imperial family only uses him for a power he cannot control. Cardi maintains a somber expression. He begins to issue a warning to Syria. He tells her that she will surely regret this, but she only offers a serene smile in return. Syria thinks to herself that she is already used to having regrets. During a small and understated wedding ceremony, Syria and Cardi join hands. As Cardi looks on, Syria reflects that it was only natural for someone like her, a half-blood daughter of a duke, to marry Cardi, a man called a monster. Her brother Yernin looks on with a complicated expression and wishes her happiness. As a bride, Syria offers a gentle, hopeful smile. A montage shows their married life beginning. They ate together and walked in the garden every single day. Standing together under a sky full of shooting stars, the two, who had never known love, began to find it with each other. On their first wedding anniversary, Syria reminds a surprised Cardi how long they've been together. Blushing, Cardi admits he isn't good with people and begins to present his gift. He leads her to a garden filled with daffodils, hoping his small gift will make her happy. Syria is shocked to see the daffodils, and Cardi smiles, reminding her that she once mentioned liking them. She is deeply touched that he remembered something she said in passing. Panicked that she has no gift for him, Syria is quickly reassured by Cardi that it's fine. He tells her there is something else he wants instead, causing her to blush. With a nervous blush of his own, Cardi touches his lips, preparing for a kiss. He gently kisses her on the forehead. Syria's heart pounds as she blushes deeply from the tender gesture. As Cardi smiles at her, she has another realization about him. Looking at his joyful face, Syria finally admits to herself that she is in love with Cardi. She places a hand gently on his chest. Surrounded by the flowers he planted for her, she silently confesses her love for him again and again. But the narration reveals those gentle days were fleeting, as in the present, a maid asks Syria if they should send word to the Grand Duke. Syria stands with her maid in the same garden of daffodils. She firmly instructs the maid not to mention her condition, though the maid protests, reminding her that she only has half a year. Syria refuses to bother Cardi, explaining that he is already risking his life on the battlefield. A montage reveals the Emperor constantly sends Cardi into battle to keep his power in check, forcing him to single-handedly defeat barbarian leaders and northern magicians. As Cardi's fame grew, so did the Emperor's animosity, yet Cardi continued to obey the imperial orders. In a memory, the Emperor dismissively praises Cardi's hard work and pointedly asks him to send greetings to his wife. The reason for Cardi's obedience is clear. Syria has become his weakness, a hostage to ensure his compliance. Resolved, Syria thinks that Cardi must never learn of her illness, as he is only on the front lines for the sake of their marriage. Her expression is filled with grim determination. Syria stands alone in the garden, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the grand estate. A shocked Syria looks up in disbelief. Her disbelief turns to confusion as she sees Cardi standing before her in full armor and asks his name. Blushing, she wonders why he is here. Cardi has the very same thought, wondering why on earth she is there. As Syria stumbles into his arms, she cries out his name. Looking down at her, Cardi demands to know why she did. Syria flinches, wondering how he could know. Cardi finishes his pained question, asking how she could keep her illness a secret from him. He holds her, his face a mask of anguish and frustration. As he holds her in a field of golden flowers, Cardi recalls wondering why he was still alive despite being fated to die before 30.
Tears welling in her eyes, Saria realizes the truth about a method called returning and desperately asks why he would pay the price for her actions just to save her life.
In a memory, Cardi realizes with horror that Syria had been sacrificing her life for his all along.
His pained thoughts continue, lamenting that he believed he was the one protecting her.
Putting the pieces together, Syria concludes that his titles didn't matter. He had been sacrificing his life for her, and she confronts him with this knowledge. Cardi bites his lip, unable to deny the truth.
Saria gently cups his face, her expression full of love and concern. On the verge of tears, Cardi asks if any of that is important now.
She smiles tenderly, insisting that it is because she doesn't want to see him hurt himself.
Saria embraces him, explaining that she wanted to protect him because she knows he isn't a monster, leaving a stunned Cardi asking why.
As he clutches her tightly, his face buried in her hair, she tells him she wants to spend the rest of her time with him.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Cardi weeps on her shoulder. Syria tells him he is cruel, knowing she could never leave him now.
He holds her close as she notes that even now, he doesn't blame her for anything. A gentle smile touches Syria's face as she presses closer to him. As she closes her eyes in his embrace, she struggles to describe the feeling and silently thanks him. The scene shifts to Cardi walking away into a great hall, while narration explains that some things can't be taken back. As Syria lies weakly in bed, her hand held by another, the narration confirms her health was getting worse. Cardi, sitting by her bedside, is alerted to a maid named Shuria at the door, but he turns as Syria's eyes flutter open.
Lying in bed, Saria urges a tired Cardi to rest, but he insists he's fine, a phrase she notes he uses more than she does lately. Syria speaks up, and Cardi encourages her to go ahead. Propped up in bed, Syria asks if he wants to share the bed.
Cardi smiles, explaining that he's asking her because he knows she won't go to sleep otherwise, and it's been a long time since they shared a bed. From outside the room, Cardi's voice invites her to come here. Cardi sits up in bed, cradling a frail-looking Syria in his arms. With her eyes closed, Syria thinks how nice it is to be lying next to him. Cardi looks down at her with sorrow, thinking that he can't even feel her weight anymore. She opens her eyes and offers him a faint, loving smile. Seen through a window, the two lie together, as Syria's voiceover states she has never regretted being his returning, and asks him not to be sorry.
Saria looks at him with a blush, sincerely telling him that she is truly happy to be able to do this for him.
A vision of a fiery battlefield appears, as she explains that if she couldn't, she would have lost him.
She adds that there is an upside to dying, as it allows her to be completely honest with him in a way she couldn't be otherwise.
Cardi begs her not to talk like that, admitting he isn't ready to say goodbye. He buries his head in her lap, overcome with grief. Crying, Cardi confesses he was always scared to keep her close because everyone he ever loved became miserable. A tear falls from Syria's eye as she understands his fear that she, too, would suffer. Gently wiping away his tear, she asks if he knows something important. She holds his face in her hands, telling him that the happiest time in her entire life was the last 10 years she spent with him. A beautiful memory shows a happy Syria walking with Cardi through a field of golden flowers. Back in the present, Syria gives him a warm, reassuring smile and asks him to do the same. As Syria gently cups Cardi's weeping face, she thinks that she only wants to see his smile for the rest of her time. Embracing on a couch, their time together fades into a starlit sky, as Syria's final thought thanks him for staying with her. Morning light streams through a window, illuminating an empty space in the bed, where Cardi now sleeps alone. As she lies in bed with her eyes closed, the blonde woman's first thought is a single questioning name: Sharia.
Cardi's voice is heard calling her Shuria as he is seen through a window, holding her by the bedside.
He holds her close, his face buried in her blonde hair as tears stream down his face.
Her final thoughts echo through a swirling vortex of light, expressing her longing to see Cardi one more time.
In a moment of darkness, she is silent. The blonde woman is now sitting up peacefully in a different bed, her hands folded in her lap. She looks to the side with a calm, thoughtful expression. A white-haired maid enters the room and expresses her surprise at finding the woman still in bed.
The maid scoffs, reminding her that she was mopping the hallway just a couple of months ago, and sarcastically asking if she thinks she is a real lady now.
The blonde woman looks on in confusion, wondering what is happening.
As she internally questions where she is, the maid addresses her as Lady, and narration reveals this is the castle of Duke Rittenheim.
Her gaze falls upon a crystal butterfly, triggering a painful memory of maids purposefully breaking a similar item before her wedding, claiming it was bad luck. As she thinks, she reaches out and takes the crystal butterfly in her hand. She clutches the butterfly to her chest. A shocking realization dawns on her. She has traveled back in time to a point before she and Cardi ever knew each other. Stunned, she wonders if going to the past is even possible and notes that she no longer feels any of the pain from the illness that was killing her. The implications of her situation begin to sink in. She comes to the devastating conclusion that all of her precious memories with Cardi are now gone. A tender memory of her and Cardi embracing fades away as she thinks of the love and trust they shared. I am ready to read the text. A hand reaches out to the crystal butterfly, now sitting on a wooden surface. With newfound determination, she thinks to herself that even in this past, she knows exactly what she is going to do. Gazing at an image of Cardi, she resolves to meet him one more time. She appears to reach out for him, determined to find him again in this new timeline. A maid with brown hair stands in the doorway, addressing her as Lady Shoria. The maid informs Shoria that the Duke is asking for her and chides her for staying in bed so long, causing Shoria to reflect that it's been a while since she's heard such sarcasm. Shoria thinks that her old self would not have talked back, recalling a memory where she timidly accepted more tea from a maid as Cardi looked on. In the memory, she had apologized for being a bother, but the maid insisted it was her job. Cardi is seen watching the exchange with a somber look. He had called her name Sharia, getting her attention. She remembers him asking why she doesn't think of herself as important. Sharia had apologized and promised to change, but Cardi gently told her it wasn't something to feel sorry for. He had insisted he didn't want to see her treat herself with such little value because she was important to him. She had asked if she was truly important to him, and he had replied with a definitive. She remembers him gently taking her hand. He had then blushed and declared that she was his wife. His heartfelt confession concluded by stating she was the most important person in his life. Sharia blushes, still moved by the memory of his words. Seated at an elegant table in a memory, she thinks about how Cardi told her she was important to him. Back in the present, the maid calls out impatiently to get her attention. The maid snaps, asking if she is deaf and starting to mention the Duke again. A new resolve fills Shoria as she decides she will no longer lower herself, wondering who the maid thinks she is to speak to her in such a way. With a defiant gaze, she thinks that acting with more confidence is what Cardi would want her to do. Looking directly at the maid, Shoria calmly asks for her name. The maid is taken aback, thinking that Shoria is acting completely different. Stepping out of bed, Shoria thinks, right. She declares that she is the only daughter of Duke Trittenheim. Shoria sits on her bed with a confident, knowing smile. Facing the maid, she asks if the servant doesn't think her attitude is a problem. With a bright, disarming smile, Shoria asks the maid if she was ever given permission to speak down to her. Shoria calmly informs the stunned maid that she is fired. As the fired maid bangs on the door begging for forgiveness, Shoria stands inside with her back turned, looking displeased. Sighing in frustration, she thinks that on top of dealing with the Cardi situation, she now has to handle the maids as well. She looks at her reflection, seeing her younger self in the past. The image of a loving, blushing face flashes through her mind. Walking toward a door, she thinks with certainty that she really has traveled back in time. She touches her hair, her expression one of quiet contemplation. Realizing she has a chance to change the future, she recalls her health only worsened in the final year of her previous life, not right after her wedding to Cardi. Sharia touches her lip thoughtfully, pondering her new circumstances. Her eyes widen as she tries to figure out what was changed in this new timeline. A fiery image of a destroyed castle appears under the title, The Great Subjugation of Reyes.
On the battlefield, Cardi looks on grimly as narration explains Reyes was the home country of his mother, Empress Veronica. Cardi stands alone amid the ruins, remembering that he had been thinking about subjugating his mother's country after she took her own life.
With 10 years until that event, Sharia resolves to find a way to get together with Cardi.
She is struck by a sudden, important thought. Opening her closet, she wonders aloud what she was wearing at this point in time.
A sly smile crosses her face as she realizes this is an opportunity, thinking that she can't make him wait too long. In an empty hall, a thought explains that to meet Cardi, she first needs something.
The thought concludes she needs her stepbrother's support, as a blonde man is shown at his desk.
Now in a simple dark dress, Sharia walks toward a set of ornate doors. The blonde man at the desk, her stepbrother, looks up from his work.
Sharia cautiously into the room.
Her stepbrother observes her with a serious expression.
Having entered the office, she stands before his desk.
The Duke calls her Sharia and questions her choice of dress, leaving her looking down sadly.
A close-up shows her somber expression, her eyes downcast.
She thinks that he is the one who only allows her to have the name of a noble. Her thoughts continue, noting this is the first and only time he's ever asked to see her. The Duke looks perplexed, questioning her response by repeating her name. A thought bubble shows a smiling Sharia beside a confused chibi-style version of the Duke. Sharia decides that gaining his sympathy will be more effective than pointing out his faults. She tells him that her mother was a maid. Unmoved, the Duke asks what her mother's status has to do with the dress she is wearing.
Sharia explains that her lineage is why the maids disrespect her, and why everyone assumes he only accepted her to save his own reputation.
She concludes that this is why he never wants to see her, which seems to catch him off guard.
With a gentle smile, she says she knows he hasn't wanted to see her.
She cleverly reframes his neglect, suggesting it's because he wants her to be independent, not because he's forgotten her.
The Duke thinks to himself with a pensive look that she is right. In a flashback, he is seen focused on his work while Sharia stands alone, as narration confirms he hadn't given her any thought.
She begins to say that she can't do anything about her mother being a maid.
However, she quickly changes her mind, thinking, no.
The Duke interrupts, granting her permission to do as she pleases with any maids who show her disrespect. He adds firmly that she shouldn't have to endure such treatment. Stunned by his unexpected support, she thinks that his reaction was very positive. Beaming with joy, she thanks the Duke and says this is precisely what she wanted to discuss with him.
He then asks if she'll be attending the debutante ball and if she has a partner.
Sharia stands gracefully, surrounded by an array of beautiful flowers, ready for her future. Sharia tells the Duke she will attend the ball this spring, thinking to herself that he remembers their discussion. As the Duke asks if she has a partner, Sharia looks down with a thoughtful expression. Her true desire bursts forth in her thoughts. She wants to ask Cardi. Imagining herself dancing with Cardi, she realizes the problem is that she hasn't met him yet in this timeline. She envisions a disastrous first meeting where she asks Cardi to be her partner and declares he's not a monster, leaving him tearfully confused. Back in the present, Sharia slumps over, convinced that such an approach would make him think she was crazy. The Duke interrupts her thoughts, asking how it's possible that she hasn't received any requests to be a partner. She recalls that she did get requests in her past life, but they were more like loans, as men only wanted her as a trophy to get close to the powerful Duke.
A painful memory surfaces of a past partner grabbing her roughly after she had randomly chosen him.
Shaking off the dark thoughts, she decides it's best not to dwell on the past.
Taking a chance, she asks the Duke to be her partner, believing that his presence will stop people from looking down on her as a former maid.
Imagining them at the ball, she decides she has nothing to lose by asking, even if he says he's too busy. The Duke looks at her with a contemplative expression, his hand on his chin. As Sharia begins to say she knows he is busy, he smiles slightly and interrupts, agreeing to go with her.
A thought bubble explains that it's not unusual for fathers or brothers to serve as a debutante's partner.
After agreeing, the Duke tells her to find a dress she likes and not to worry about the cost.
He dismisses her, leaving Sharia stunned by his sudden use of the word brother.
When he asks if she has anything else to say, she hastily denies it and rushes for the exit.
Pausing in the hallway, Sharia lets out a relieved ah. Back in his office, the Duke quietly says good as he resumes his work. A look of renewed hope and determination shines in Shuria's eyes. As she departs, the Duke wishes her a good day. He pauses his writing, quill in hand, with a pensive look.
The Duke reflects that he had thought she was much more depressed.
He concludes with a single thought. She has changed. Now filled with confidence, Shuria stands by a grand staircase. The Duke cracks a small, satisfied smile, thinking that this change is for the better. His thoughts trail off as the scene transitions. In a new setting, Shuria's plan solidifies as she thinks about attending the debutante ball this year.
Now, in a yellow dress, she addresses a group of maids, stating she wants a dress from a well-known tailor.
She explains that since she knows nothing about tailors, she wants them to recommend one.
Two maids, one with red braids and another with light brown hair, look stunned as they ask if she's really asking them. With a bright and confident smile, Sharia simply replies, yes. The scene shifts to Cardi, who is seen reading a letter while surrounded by red roses. Sharia's new motivations are revealed. She wants to help people, be a rock for Cardi, and become an independent lady in this new life. Back in her room, she holds a teacup and thinks that to achieve her goals, she needs a very special dress. She recalls the debutante ball, an important event marking the debut of new nobles into society. She remembers that it was at this very ball that she first met Cardi and wondered why such a man had no partner. Lost in the memory, she remembers thinking how beautiful he was, despite his fearsome nickname, the Nightmare of the Battlefield. A close-up shows Cardi's handsome but somber profile from that first meeting.
She admits to herself that in the past, she didn't have the courage to approach him.
The memory shows her with a different partner, while Cardi stood alone in the distance. With renewed resolve, she declares that this time will be different. She will be the one to go to him first. Decisively seated on a blue sofa, she announces, nope.
A maid presents a green dress, which Sharia rejects as not being good enough, shocking the maids who know it's from a famous store.
Two maids whisper amongst themselves, one reminding the other that Sharia's new confidence comes from the Duke agreeing to be her partner for the ball. Sharia thoughtfully inspects another dress presented to her. As a nervous maid offers another option, Sharia dismisses it for its design, and the maids begin to look frazzled. She continues rejecting dresses one after another, finding fault with the color and the quality of the lace. Overwhelmed by her demands, the four maids have collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Sharia thinks that while she thought she'd get what she wanted, no one has found the right dress, so she must now establish a clear system of reward and punishment.
Two maids cry out in shock, horrified by the mention of punishment.
Holding a small bag, Sharia summons the maids to come closer as one begs not to be fired. She extends her hand toward a nervous-looking maid, offering something.
Showing 3 gold coins in her palm, she announces she will give each of them 3 coins for their work.
The maids look on in utter disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "Reward?" One maid, her hands clasped, asks why they're being rewarded when they failed to find the right dress. With a kind smile, Sharia explains that while they didn't find the dress, they all tried their best for her, and that effort deserves a reward. 3 maids look on with wide, emotional eyes, touched by her words. She closes her eyes with a contented smile, surrounded by an aura of pink roses.
A thought explains that after living as a grand princess for 10 years, she knows all about tailors, which is where ladies spend most of their money.
In a memory, she stands elegantly in a teal gown among other nobles, as narration reveals the reason for her actions. Back in the present, the maids admit they thought she was going to fire them, but Sharia reassures them that was never her intention. Her true goal is revealed. She wanted to teach them that there will be both rewards and punishments. She informs them that after she marries, she will leave the castle and won't interfere in personnel matters.
With a serious look, she adds a condition, unless they cross a line against the lady of the castle, leaving the maids looking solemn.
A maid with red-orange braided hair steps forward, hesitantly addressing her as Lady. The red-braided maid holds out a small yellow card. Sharia looks down as she accepts the card from the maid.
She examines the card, which features an embroidery of narcissus flowers.
The image of Cardi looking back over his shoulder in a field of yellow flowers flashes in her mind. She gazes at the card, a faint, knowing smile on her lips.
The maids, led by the one with braided hair, look on with expressions of shocked realization.
As the red-braided maid bows deeply, Sharia tells her that she will now be working closely with her.
The maid, blushing with determination, accepts with honor and asks to be called Sophie.
Sharia smiles warmly, welcoming Sophie by name.
She thinks to herself that the embroidery triggered a memory of Cardi, confirming this is the exact tailor she had in mind.
Her thoughts continue, revealing that this tailor will become famous in 6 months for their incredible embroidery skills. Holding the card, she thinks with satisfaction that her plan is almost ready. Her determination bursts forth in a thought bubble as she calls out, "Cardi, wait for me!" Standing by a window, the Duke reviews a report, questioning if Sharia truly said she would leave the castle after marriage and stay out of personnel matters.
A red-haired aide confirms that is what he heard.
The Duke looks down with a pensive expression, mulling over her intention to leave the castle. After several days, Sharia arrives at the grand townhouse of Trittenheim. A caption explains that the debutante ball is held every year in March.
An illustration of the townhouse appears with a note that guests stay there to prepare for the ball.
Sharia reflects that they had to rush to get there due to her brother's busy schedule.
Surrounded by forget-me-nots, she thinks excitedly about finally meeting the 23-year-old Cardi. Her heart pounds in her chest with giddy anticipation. She looks at her brother, the Duke, who stands waiting with his arms crossed.
Looking up at him, she asks if he has something he wants to tell her.
The Duke gazes down at her, his expression serious and unreadable. He turns away slightly and replies, "No, nothing," as a background of cute cat faces appears.
Looking confused, she listens as he tells her not to hesitate to speak if she needs to.
He glances back at her and simply agrees with an okay. As servants bow to welcome them, Sharia looks on and wonders what is happening. She internally questions why he seems to be in such a bad mood as he adjusts his collar with a grim look. A new chapter begins over an illustration of a sprawling estate, as a thought wonders if there is something more going on. As the Duke looks on with a stern expression, a thought bubble confirms that he seems upset about something. Sharia glances up at him, her expression filled with concern.
A male attendant with pinkish brown hair and a female attendant with light brown hair welcome them, promising to serve them well during their stay.
Sharia, standing beside the Duke, announces that she plans to stay for a while after the ball, which seems to startle him. The Duke turns to her, asking with a perplexed expression what she means by staying after the ball. Her voice explains that after the ball, the real social events will truly begin.
A close-up shows Shuria's bright, determined expression as she looks forward to the future.
Surrounded by flowers, her thoughts reveal her desire to stay and meet new people. Looking up at the Duke, she cheerfully suggests that she should get ready to get married. The Duke looks away with a somber expression, recalling that he heard she would leave the castle later. With a radiant smile, Sharia confirms that of course she can't stay there forever. Pointing out the cold, she asks if they have to talk outside, and the Duke agrees they should go in. As they walk into the townhouse, Sharia follows the Duke with a quiet, contemplative look. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise as she listens to him speak. The Duke looks away regretfully, admitting that if he had known she would leave the castle so soon. As they start up the grand staircase, he finishes his thought, stating he would have been nicer to her. Sharia stops in her tracks, looking up at him in stunned silence. She realizes the reason he was in a bad mood earlier.
As she connects his mood to her plan to leave, she tells him with a bright smile that he can be nice to her now, to which he simply agrees. Two maids observe their interaction from a distance, wondering what they are talking about.
One of the maids watches them part ways, thinking she had assumed the Duke had no interest in Sharia. The maids continue to watch, noting that something about Sharia seems different as well. Amid a bloom of blue roses, a final thought confirms it. She is different now. On the day of the debutante ball, the Duke stands waiting in his formal white and gold uniform.
Shuriya, now in a beautiful light blue gown, takes his offered hand and thanks him, thinking that she has never seen this side of him before. She reflects that perhaps she was the one who had put up a wall between them.
With a gentle smile, she recalls that she always knew he was a fair and strict person. Her thoughts continue, admitting she was scared of him because of his strictness, but realizes if he truly wasn't interested in her, he wouldn't have saved her.
She has learned that he smiles much more than she ever thought,
And that he is trying his best to be a good brother to her.
She concludes her thoughts with a new resolve. If she keeps changing these small things,
She will be able to change her sad future, her thoughts flashing to an image of her being held by Cardi.
her heart flutters with the thought that she can finally meet Cardi at the ball today.
Thinking that is enough for her for now, she and the Duke arrive at the grand entrance to the ballroom.
An announcer formally introduces the Duke of Trittenheim as he and Shuriya prepare to enter.
The Duke and Shuriya make their entrance, drawing the attention of the assembled guests.
Two ladies in the crowd gasp in shock, whispering that it's true he is escorting her. A pair of young noblemen are equally surprised to see Duke Trittenheim in attendance.
As the Duke looks on with a calm expression, an unseen guest comments on the rumor that he doesn't care for her.
Other ladies notice Shuriya's distinct dress, remarking that while most wear colorful gowns, she is different. The consensus among the guests is that judging by her dress, the Duke must care for her a great deal. Shuriya stands gracefully beside the Duke, her eyes scanning the crowded ballroom. She eagerly searches the crowd, wondering where Cardi is. An unfamiliar voice politely tries to get her attention. Shuriya turns to a lady in a yellow gown, who formally introduces herself as Baroness Tess. Baroness Tess and two other young noblewomen look on with admiration and excitement. Another young lady in a pink dress steps forward to introduce herself as Ilan Fron Erhem. Shuriya is quickly surrounded by a small group of ladies eager to meet her.
She smiles happily, thinking how different things are this time, as she enjoys their company.
A lady in a pink dress interrupts to get her attention, while Baroness Tess casually brings up another topic. Baroness Tess asks if Odalita and Nortenbert have arrived yet, causing Shuriya to light up, internally thanking the Baroness for asking the question. Another lady confirms that Marquis Nortenbert has arrived but came without a partner, which has excited many of the other ladies. The ladies gossip enthusiastically, with one girl thinking that while someone is great, he's not as good as Odalita, while another exclaims she wants to know more about Odalita. A woman with grayish hair mentions a rumor that the Emperor is considering giving the throne to Marquis Nortenbert, as Shuriya overhears gossip about the prince's fearsome reputation as the nightmare of the battlefield. The gossip continues, recalling that the prince's mother, Empress Veronica, was the princess of Reyes, a tiny country. From behind, Shuriya listens as the ladies speculate that the prince's unusual strength comes from his mother's lineage. The prevailing thought among the group is that Marquis Nortenbert would be a better choice than Prince Odalita. Looking displeased, Shuriya interjects, telling the ladies that she doesn't think their conversation is nice. With a firm smile, she chides them for gossiping so freely about such important people. The young ladies look stunned as one stammers that it wasn't what she meant. Shuriya declares that the supremacy of the empire is not a matter for casual gossip. She asserts that Prince Odalita is the only one who will take the throne, catching the attention of a man in a red and white coat. The man, Marquis Nortenbert, looks on with a stern expression and tells them not to talk about the prince as if it's mere gossip. Shuriya glances over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. One lady asks if Prince Odalita has arrived, and another confirms he hasn't, causing Shuriya to puff her cheeks in annoyance. A thought bubble over a starry night sky mentions hearing that the prince would be a little late. Shuriya sighs in disappointment, wondering when she will finally get to see Cardi. A woman addresses the man in the red coat as Marquis, who seems lost in thought. The Marquis thinks to himself that he had initially mistaken Shuriya for a random lady. A smirk plays on his lips as he watches the scene. The ballroom is filled with nobles mingling under an ornate golden chandelier. The Duke approaches Shuriya from behind as she stands with another lady. He informs her with a serious expression that it's time for them to perform the opening dance. Shuriya turns to him and agrees simply. As a trio of musicians begins to play,
A caption explains that the opening dance is a high honor for nobles.
The Duke and Shurya begin their dance as she reflects that she never had the chance to do this in her past life. Her eyes shine with wonder as she looks up at the Duke while they dance.
Marquis Nortonbert stands among a group of ladies, formally introduced by a caption.
Shurya gazes up at the Duke, a small item peeking out from her glove.
The Duke remarks that he didn't know she could dance, and she coyly asks if he truly didn't know.
As they twirl across the dance floor, she lets out a soft, "Oh."
She beams with pure joy, lost in the moment of the dance.
She calls out to him simply as Duke, and he looks down at her.
He internally questions why she keeps calling him Duke.
He resigns himself to it, thinking he can't complain since he wasn't a good brother to her.
She asks if he is uncomfortable, but he reassures her that he's fine.
Watching from the sidelines, Marquis Nortonbert and a companion remark on how happy the pair looks.
Another guessed them, noting that the rumor about the Duke keeping his distance from his stepsister must be untrue.
Amid an aura of red roses, a guest notes that the Marquise's family is the oldest of the three, speculating that if the Duke cares for his sister,
he will gain strong support from the south as he smiles down at her.
Shurya laughs wholeheartedly, her happiness radiating as they dance.
Marquis Nortonbert comments to a lady beside him that Shurya is better looking than he'd heard, causing her to ask what he means. He dismisses her question with a charming smile, raising his glass and saying it was nothing.
From a distant castle, an unseen person apologizes to Shurya.
The Duke looks pained, wishing he could stay longer with her at the ball. Announcing that he needs a break, the Duke tells Shurya he will leave her for now as she turns to a servant with a tray of drinks.
Taking a sip of her drink, Shurya thinks to herself that things are proceeding well.
She resolves to find Cardi now and strides off with purpose. She steps out onto a balcony, reasoning that Cardi must be outside to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere inside. Leaning over the railing, she spots something below, wondering who it is as a streak of red energy dissipates. Her eyes widen in curiosity at what she sees. A man with reddish-brown hair and glasses looks up at her, recognizing her as the Lady of Trittenheim.
Shurya looks away nervously, identifying the man as being from the Shumahu family.
The reddish-brown-haired man smiles and blushes, telling her she looks very beautiful tonight. A sudden, painful memory surfaces of this same man trying to harm her in the past. Back in the present, she tries to dismiss him by saying he's drunk, but he grabs her arm and tells her not to say that. He leans in menacingly, suggesting their meeting under the moonlight is fate, while she looks on in horror. With a cry to stop, she slaps him across the face. He recoils in shock, holding his cheek. He looks at her with a hurt expression, complaining that she's mean after he's cared for her so much. Now on the ground, Shurya angrily retorts, questioning if she ever wanted his attention and accusing him of insulting the Lady of Trittenheim. A mysterious man with black hair and a formal uniform appears in the garden. The scene flashes back to a conversation where the man from the Shumaha family asks the dark-haired man why he refused his proposal, to which he replies that her brother, Duke Trittenheim, had already agreed to be her partner. In a rage, the man from the Shumaha family screams that she should have refused her brother to be his partner instead. Grabbing her arm again, he accuses her of insulting him by telling everyone he would be her escort, which she denies ever doing. He clutches his chest, shouting that she must pay for insulting him. Shurya calmly asks what she has to pay for, pointing out that she can smell the alcohol on his breath. He smiles with unsettling confidence, his hands clasped before him. He offers to forgive her, but as his shadow looms menacingly, she realizes he can't be reasoned with. He grabs her, intending to force his version of making things right. As she panics, wondering if she should scream for help, a hand gently lands on her shoulder. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise. Her iridescent eyes reflect the sudden turn of events. A handsome man with grayish-black hair and purple eyes stands behind her, and she immediately recognizes him. Cardi. Cardi now holds Shurya protectively, standing between her and her assailant, and states coldly that she doesn't want his advances. Shurya looks up at her rescuer, her face flushed with surprise and relief. Cardi gives the reddish-brown-haired man a piercing, cold glare.
As Sharia begins to speak, the other man angrily demands to know who Cardi is and tells him to stay out of it.
She gazes up at Cardi, who stands tall and resolute before her.
The enraged man dismisses Cardi as a mere knight, again yelling at him to stay out of what doesn't concern him.
He proudly declares himself the next lord of Count Shumaha, while Sharia realizes Cardi likely doesn't recognize the title. Cardi's expression darkens as he notes the man's emphasis on his rank.
Confused by Cardi's reaction, the man from the Shumaha family asks, "What?"
Cardi acknowledges his title and declares that since he values rank so much, he will be generous and play along.
As Shumahu questions what he's talking about, Cardi informs him that he has insulted the Lady of Trittenheim, a member of one of the 3 most important families.
Sharia watches quietly from the side, framed by white and blue flowers.
Cardi continues, adding that Shumaha also showed disrespect to the crown prince, Prince Odalita.
Stunned into silence, Shumaha can only stammer the prince's name.
A fearsome image of a warrior in a red cape on a burning battlefield flashes, identifying the prince as the nightmare of the battlefield and the monster of Esperand Empire.
His full identity is revealed as Cardi Esperand, and he coldly asks Shumaha what he plans to do now.
Sharia observes in the presence of a lion, her aggressor has been reduced to a scared rat.
Panicked, the man turns to Sharia, desperately calling her name. She looks at him coldly and asks why she should help him.
Cardi grabs the man's arm as he protests, shouting that he is the next lord of Shumaha and questioning how Cardi can treat him so coldly.
Cardi firmly tells him to let it go, his grip tightening as the man looks on in terror.
With immense force, Cardi crushes the man's wrist. A scream of agony echoes through the night sky.
As the man writhes on the ground, clutching his broken bones, Cardi tells him that, considering his actions, this is a very light punishment.
Looking down with contempt, Cardi remarks that even slaughtered pigs are not as loud as him, his voice noted as cold and calm. Sharia reflects that this is the same Cardi she remembers from their first meeting. In a flashback, a more casually dressed Cardi asks her if she has a reason to become the wife of a monster.
She recalls that despite his cold and cruel exterior, he was the first person to ever put her first and could be considerate to a stranger.
Looking up at him in the present, she thinks to herself that he hasn't changed. Cardi turns to her with a look of concern and asks if Lady Trittenheim is okay.
Sharia blushes, acknowledging that he must think she looks scared as she stammers in response. Cardi extends his hand toward her, asking if she is able to walk.
She looks up at him, her eyes wide with emotion as she remains silent.
He patiently holds his hand out, his gaze fixed on her as he waits for an answer.
Taking his offered hand, Sharia looks up gratefully and accepts his help.
She clings tightly to his arm, thinking to herself with glee that she is not going anywhere, while he looks down at her with a questioning gaze.
Cardi looks ahead with a stoic expression, his thoughts unreadable. He gently drapes his formal black cloak over her shoulders, telling her to take it. Sharia looks up, surprised and touched by his kind gesture.
Cardi looks on with a serious and composed demeanor.
Announcing that it's time to go, he leads her away from the garden path, leaving her attacker moaning on the ground behind them.
As they walk along a stone balustrade, Sharia panics internally, wondering what she should do.
With her arm linked through his, she feels her heart beating furiously and worries that he might be able to hear it.
Back inside the ballroom, guests immediately begin to whisper. A woman gasps in shock while a man points out who is now escorting Lady Trittenheim.
Surrounded by an aura of blooming red roses, a guest excitedly confirms that her escort is Prince Odalita and notes that he even gave her his jacket.
As they proceed through the crowd, a group of young ladies approach and curtsy, thanking Cardi for his earlier actions. Cardi dismisses their gratitude, reassuring them that it was not a big deal.
Sharia's thoughts race with determination as she resolves that she must make a plan with him now.
She clutches his cloak and promises to return it to him after having it cleaned.
Cardi tells her that isn't necessary, and she reflects that his directness is just like him. He then turns to leave, telling her to enjoy the ball.
In a panic, she calls out for him to wait, her voice ringing through the hall as she shouts his informal name, Cardi.
Cardi is shown from behind as he walks away through the crowded ballroom.
The surrounding nobles erupt in shocked whispers, with one woman questioning if Sharia really just called the prince by such a familiar name.
Cardi freezes mid-step, a bead of sweat on his temple as his expression reveals his utter surprise.
The collective thought of the stunned crowd echoes. Did she just call Prince Odalita Cardi?
Realizing her grave mistake, Sharia claps her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Turning back to face her, Cardi calmly reassures the mortified Sharia that it's okay.
He watches her with a stern, unreadable expression.
Flustered and blushing, Sharia looks down as she struggles to explain herself. She nervously fidgets, trying to find the right words.
Amidst a background of blooming roses, she looks up with sudden resolve and boldly asks him for a dance.
She stands before him, waiting for his answer.
Her hopeful request for a dance is framed by an abundance of white and blue flowers.
Cardi looks at her intently, reminding her about the rule of the debutante ball.
She explains that she noticed he hasn't danced yet, and since a debutante is required to have at least one dance, she worries he will be judged if he doesn't, concluding that she can't allow him to be treated that way.
He looks down at her and quietly asks if she isn't afraid of him.
Sharia gazes up at him, her expression firm and unwavering.
As he starts to mention his reputation as a monster with a weird power, she cuts him off, declaring that he is simply a nice and sweet person who helped her.
She looks up at him with heartfelt sincerity, her words hanging in the air between them. Sharia offers a gentle smile while Cardi looks down at her, his expression softening slightly.
With a slight, formal bow, Cardi gestures towards her.
He formally asks if she would do him the honor of dancing with him.
Overcome with joy, she covers her mouth in surprise before breaking into a radiant smile and accepting his offer.
He gracefully sweeps her into his arms, taking the lead for the dance. His gloved hand rests securely on her waist as they begin.
Their hands elegantly clasp as they assumed the formal dance position.
A narration bubble notes that Cardi wears a calm expression.
As he looks down at her, a faint, gentle smile graces his lips. Held closely in his arms as they dance, Sharia feels her heart pound in her chest and silently urges herself to calm down, hoping he doesn't notice how flustered she is.
In a flashback, a narrator recalls their first dance, 3 years after marriage, which only happened because of the emperor's order. A man with light brown hair and a woman with silver hair are shown at a ball. The memory continues, noting that meeting the emperor and Marquis Nortenbert was unpleasant. In this recollection, a dark-haired man dances with a blonde woman. The blonde woman looks up with a serene and hopeful expression.
As the memory fades to black, a thought reflects that the present moment feels exactly the same. Back in the present, Cardi looks down at Sharia as they dance and asks what she is thinking about.
She looks up at him, thinking about her past marriage life before realizing her mistake.
Deciding she can't tell him the truth, she puts on a bright, sparkling smile.
As he waits for her response, she begins to speak. Framed by yellow flowers, she compliments him, saying he is very good-looking and that his future wife will be very happy.
Cardi remains silent for a moment, processing her unexpected words.
Looking at his reaction, Sharia wonders in disbelief if she is seeing him correctly.
She realizes with a jolt of excitement that Cardi is blushing and being shy.
Averting his gaze slightly, a blush on his cheeks, Cardi's thoughts trail off as he considers what he thinks of Lady Trittenheim. Noticing his silence, Sharia looks up and asks if she said something wrong. They continue to dance gracefully, lost in the moment. Cardi looks back at her with a faint smile, reassuring her that he really means it. His sincerity makes Sharia blush deeply in response.
He then apologizes in case he was rude, but she playfully calls him out, asking if he just laughed at her.
Leaning closer, he quietly asks if that's a problem, to which she quickly insists it's not. Cardi reflects internally that he feels he's getting to know her a little better now. Surrounded by an aura of pink roses, Sharia thinks to herself that she's really happy about that.
Cardi looks down at her with a soft expression, wondering about the unfamiliar feeling blooming within him.
The dance is depicted in a romantic, sun-drenched field of daffodils, symbolizing their growing connection.
His thoughts continue as he gazes at her. He concludes that he shouldn't ruin any potential relationships with a foolish thought.
The dance ends, and they hold their final pose in the grand ballroom.
The scene pans out to show the vast, brightly lit castle at night.
Text required for performance.
Shuriya seems to stumble slightly, and Cardi catches her as she apologizes.
She smiles radiantly, telling him it's okay and that she was very happy to have danced with him.
With a graceful curtsy, she sincerely thanks him for everything he did for her that day.
Cardi stops her, calling her name and asking permission to pose a question he hopes isn't rude.
Looking up with a bright smile, Shuriya boldly invites him to have tea with her sometime, catching him completely by surprise.
Cardi hesitates, thinking about how everyone is watching them and questioning why she is being so kind to him. They stand together in the center of the crowded ballroom, the focus of everyone's attention. Looking at him with unwavering focus, she asks if her request will be possible, while he internally notes his usual dislike for such pointless offers.
To her visible surprise, he replies that he would love to.
He clarifies his answer, confirming he would love to have tea with her.
A charming smile appears on his face as he formally accepts her invitation. Overjoyed, Shuriya celebrates internally, thinking that while she doesn't understand why, she just can't say no to him.
A man in a white formal uniform approaches, calling out her name, Shuriya.
Her brother asks if she has met Prince Odalita, and she starts to explain that they met outside. He interrupts, his expression suddenly serious as he asks about the man from the Shumaha family.
Shuriya internally panics, deciding she can't say Cardi was violent, as his reputation is already poor enough.
Suddenly, the man from Shumaho dramatically collapses in front of them, crying out that he was injured because of Lady Trittenheim. He continues his public appeal for sympathy, shouting that he has suffered a great and unjust injury at her hands. Sobbing, he claims he only wanted to introduce himself to her after meeting her by chance.
Shuriya's brother looks down at the man with disdain, asking what he is talking about and pointing out the suspicious state of his wrist for a simple introduction.
As Shuriya smirks, her brother adds that he knows his sister lacks the physical strength to inflict such an injury.
The man from Shumaha continues his tirade, screaming that he only wanted to talk to her, but she humiliated him instead. Shuriya and her brother look down as the man from Shumaha remains kneeling on the floor.
Two noblewomen whisper to each other while Cardi stands behind them with his arms crossed.
Shuriya's brother reflects internally that Saria humiliated Sir Schumacher.
He continues his thought, concluding that if his sister did such a thing, she must have had a good reason. He stands beside Shuriya, who looks up at him with concern. Leaning towards the man on the floor, he comments that he reeks of alcohol. The man from Shumaha looks up, sweating and flustered. With a cold expression, Shuriya's brother accuses him of being drunk when he approached his sister. He turns his head sharply as the man from Shumaha reels back in shock.
Shuriya's brother demands to know how the man treated her and what happened when Grand Duke Odalita got involved. Shuriya looks up, her expression serious as she prepares to answer.
She explains that even when she refused, he tried to force her to kiss his hand.
She continues, stating that he considered her refusal to be his partner an insult to the Schumacher family.
Two men in the crowd react with disgust and disapproval.
Two women nearby look on in complete shock at her revelation.
Her brother menacingly asks for clarification, while the man from Shumaha stammers that he didn't lie. The man from Shumahu thinks about how this man dares to flaunt his status in front of a Littenheim. He remains kneeling on the floor, completely isolated as the other guests turn their backs on him. Shuriya smiles, continuing her account of what happened at that moment.
She reveals that the person who saved her was Grand Duke Odalita.
She looks up with a grateful and happy expression. Cardi is shown with a soft, slightly blush-tinged expression.
She explains that Sir Schumacher showed no courtesy to the Grand Duke.
A small group of nobles watches as the disgraced man walks away.
Shuriya clarifies that Schumacher was disrespectful to His Highness, who holds the first seat of the three great lords.
She recounts Cardi's words to Schumacher, quoting him as calling knights petty and telling him to get lost.
As she finishes recounting Cardi's statement, the man from Shumaha stands frozen in place. Her brother sighs, closing his eyes and rubbing his temple in frustration. He summarizes the man's transgressions, disrespecting the Lady of Littenheim and humiliating the Grand Duke Odalita. With a chillingly calm expression, he asks if that was all. The man from Shumaha looks on in absolute terror,
The other guests wonder why the reclusive Grand Duke Odalita got involved and recall rumors about Duke Littenheim's indifference to his sister.
Sharia begins to address the crowd, saying that until now,
She admits that she has acted insufficiently, giving people a reason to look down on her, but that she has had a realization.
with a determined smile, she declares that she now knows that simply enduring things won't solve her problems. Her brother looks on proudly as she firmly states that an insult to her is an insult to the Littenheim family. She stands tall and confident, surrounded by a radiant floral aura. Her brother turns to her, asking if she would like to suggest a punishment. A light bulb appears over her head as she gets an idea and makes a suggestion.
She explains that as the Lord of the South, the Littenheim family has provided special benefits to the Schumacher family and other southern nobles. She specifies that Littenheim, the empire's wealthiest territory with the largest granary, provides wheat to them at half price.
She concludes that because of this generosity, southern nobles can enjoy a much wealthier lifestyle than others. With a dazzling, triumphant smile, she claps her hands as the man from Shumaha drops to his knees, begging her for mercy.
She looks down at the pleading man with a confident smirk.
She chides him for begging a half-blood lady, asking if he has forgotten his honor and dignity as a Schumacher. Her brother steps forward, announcing that Sir Schumacher's punishment has already been decided. He roars for the man to get out of his sister's sight. Shielding Sharia with his arm, he commands the man to leave right this instant.
Outside by the carriages, Sharia's brother formally thanks Cardi for his help. Placing a hand over his heart, he expresses his immense gratitude for saving his sister from the ruffian, stating he doesn't know how to repay him.
Cardi tells Shuria's brother that he only did what he should have, and that the lady has already thanked him enough.
Sharia's brother quietly processes this, while Sharia, blushing with excitement, tells Cardi she will contact him soon.
With a soft, blushing smile, Cardi places a hand over his heart and replies that he will be waiting.
Her brother looks on, completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events.
A floral background frames his internal shock as he thinks, "What?"
He stares at the romantic aura surrounding Shuria and Cardi, internally panicking about when this mood developed between them.
Composing himself, her brother formally excuses himself and his sister from His Highness's presence.
Cardi stands by as their carriage approaches, wishing them a safe trip. From inside the moving carriage, Sharia waves a final goodbye. Her brother sits beside her, a serious and contemplative look on his face. Inside the carriage, he clears his throat to get Saria's attention, and she formally responds. He begins to caution her about handsome men like the Grand Duke, but she internally realizes with excitement what he's implying. She gushes that Cardi is like an elegant beast, recalling that he earned his Grand Duke title through his own martial prowess and strength. She finishes her thought by exclaiming that he's also extremely handsome, much to her brother's weary expression. Clutching her blushing cheeks, she dreamily admits that she gets butterflies in her stomach whenever she sees him. Her brother interrupts her fantasy, declaring that he's tired, and she advises him to rest on the way back. Looking at her brother Yernan sitting with his eyes closed, Sharia thinks he must be truly exhausted. She gazes out the carriage window with a smile, wishing she could have spent a little more time with Cardi. She then reassures herself that it's all right, as she'll be seeing him again soon anyway. The scene shifts to a view of a large, brightly lit estate at night. As a man in formal attire walks along a stone path, he comments aloud that Lady Littenheim's generosity is a popular topic. Cardi glances sideways as another man agrees with him. A brown-haired man approaches Cardi, noting that cutting off the Schumacher family's wheat supply sends a clear message to the southern nobles. Cardi listens, privately amused by how different Lady Littenheim is from the rumors. The man continues, expressing his surprise that the detached Grand Duke would get involved in a high society squabble, and noting that Cardi doesn't seem to care about his image. He places on Cardi's shoulder, pointedly asking if his involvement is because of Lady Littenheim. Cardi coldly brushes the hand away, addressing him as Marquis Nornberg. Marquis Nornberg appears taken aback by Cardi's sharp reaction. Cardi grabs the Marquis by his lapels, his expression menacing as he warns him not to speak so carelessly about the lady. He stares down at him with intensity, demanding to know if he understands. The Marquis breaks into a nervous sweat, clearly intimidated. He quickly raises his hands in a placating gesture, assuring Cardi that he understands.
Cardi releases his grip and the Marquis stumbles back slightly. After adjusting his coat, the Marquis turns and walks away. As he leaves, he thinks bitterly about his mother being born to a vassal state. His thoughts quickly return to the matter of Saria Littenheim. He reflects on the fact that Duke Littenheim is fond of her and that she managed to break through Cardi's infamous walls all at once. A sly smile spreads across his face as he muses on how interesting the situation has become. A close-up captures his scheming smirk. The scene transitions to a lone carriage driving away down a cobblestone road at night. Inside his carriage, Cardi questions his own out-of-character behavior, noting that this isn't the first time the man named Essen has acted this way. He also reflects on accepting a tea invitation, an act that doesn't suit his usual disposition. He thinks he should have rejected her, but admits to himself that he didn't have the heart to do so, his thoughts lingering on Lady Littenheim. The scene changes to another day at a different grand estate, with a carriage waiting by the water.
Yernan stands near the carriage and asks someone off-screen if they are really not returning together.
Shuria, in a new green dress, explains that she wants to finish the social season now that she has debuted, though Yernan privately thinks it would be better for them to go back together.
Yernan agrees to keep in touch, and Sharia wishes him a safe journey.
Sharia waves as Yernan's carriage departs, thinking to herself that she's glad he has left.
Back at her desk, she excitedly resolves to move her operationship with Cardi forward and calls for her maid Sophie, saying she has a task.
She holds up a sealed letter instructing Sophie to send a tea invitation to Grand Duke Odalita, but Sophie hesitantly tries to bring up another matter concerning the room. As she prepares to send her letter, Sharia worries that her handwriting isn't very pretty.
Seeing crumpled up drafts, her maid Sophie worriedly asks if this is really all right.
Sophie clarifies her concern, asking Sharia if she's aware that sending an invitation might start rumors of a romantic involvement with His Highness.
Sharia smiles brightly, unconcerned, and says that's fine.
She declares that the honor of Littenheim will not be disgraced by such rumors.
Holding the sealed letter, she happily thinks a love scandal would be good, prompting Sophie to hastily agree that her own thinking was too shallow.
Sharia hands the letter to a white-haired maid, reassuring her that she understands her concern and that the invitation doesn't require an immediate response.
As the sealed letter is shown, an aide's voice addresses His Highness.
Cardi's aide presents him with the letter, announcing that he's received an invitation from Lady Littenheim. Cardi holds the letter, a faint blush on his face, as he thinks that it smells good. He turns away, examining the wax-sealed envelope in his hand. At Shuria's estate, a maid excitedly announces that a reply from Grand Duke Odalita has arrived.
Sharia, now in a pink dress, holds the reply with a pleased smile.
She recognizes Cardi's handwriting on the letter, noting it has been a while. Her expression quickly changes to one of confusion as she reads the contents.
Her shock is palpable as she realizes he refused her invitation.
She stands crestfallen while Sophie looks on with a worried expression. Sharia thinks to herself that, honestly, the rejection isn't completely unexpected. She understands that his reason for rejecting her is the same as Sophie's initial concern.
She realizes he is worried that she will be the subject of gossip because of him.
With a new resolve, Sharia calls for Sophie, who promptly responds.
Sharia thinks with fierce determination that she will reject his rejection.
At Cardi's residence, his aide once again calls for his attention. The aide presents a large pile of letters, informing a stunned Cardi that Lady Littenheim has sent all of them. A narrative box explains that after a few days of this battle, Cardi finally relents, sending a letter thanking her and agreeing to meet whenever she is available. Sharia reads his acceptance with a blushing, victorious smile. She thinks to herself that she was finally able to reach him.
The scene transitions to a carriage arriving at a grand estate.
Inside, Cardi looks exhausted, thinking that despite an important meeting, he was up all night.
A flashback reveals his insomnia is a chronic illness from the battlefield, but he admits to himself that he's more nervous than usual because he's meeting the lady. Cardi's aide approaches him inside the residence.
The aide offers to choose an appropriate gift for the invitation, but Cardi declines the offer. With a slight smile, Cardi decides that a bouquet of daffodils would be a good gift. A close-up shows Cardi's hands as he stands ready. He briefly wonders to himself why a bouquet of daffodils was the first thing that came to his mind. A beautiful bouquet of yellow daffodils rests on the seat of his carriage. Deciding it's better to rest his eyes than worry, Cardi closes them for a moment.
His carriage pulls into the sunny courtyard of Shaurya's estate.
Sharia, dressed in a lovely lavender gown, joyfully welcomes His Highness.
Cardi places a hand over his heart and politely thanks her for the invitation.
He presents her with the bouquet of daffodils, which she accepts with a surprised and blushing expression.
He asks if she dislikes them, and she quickly thinks that's impossible.
Sharia's face beams with pure happiness as she holds the bright yellow flowers.
Cardi looks on with a soft smile, wondering at her delighted reaction.
A thrilled Shaurya invites His Highness to follow her inside.
Given the lovely weather, she suggests they have tea out on the terrace. They sit together at an elegant table on a sunlit terrace, enjoying tea and desserts.
Sharia tells him of her plan to grow tulips of different colors, and Cardi agrees it will surely be beautiful. Beaming, Sharia excitedly asks him to please come by again when the tulips bloom.
Taken aback by her enthusiastic invitation, Cardi asks, "Pardon?"
Sharia beams at him and internally cheers, thinking how much she's looking forward to seeing him again.
As Cardi brings over a tray of desserts, Sharia tells him the terrace is her favorite place in the townhouse, especially the long chair, which offers the best view of the garden.
Her thoughts drift to the past as she recalls how sitting on that chair to watch the sunset or the night sky always made her feel at ease. Sharia stands at the terrace railing, gazing out at the beautiful sunset.
She remembers her past life, when she and Cardi would sit side by side on the terrace, leaning against each other as they looked over the flower fields together.
A melancholic expression crosses her face as she thinks that those moments are now memories only she remembers.
Noticing her somber mood, Cardi gently asks if she is all right.
Sharia remains silent, lost in her thoughts.
She suddenly reaches out and takes his hand, recalling a time during the war.
Holding his hand across the table, she explains that some people have trouble calming down easily.
Cardi replies that he's sure she doesn't have any such fears.
Sharia looks at him intently, saying that he seems to be conflicted about something, and she thinks that even without his memories, he is still the same person.
She encourages him to speak comfortably, reassuring herself that he's still the Cardi she knows, much to his blushing confusion.
A decorative panel frames the thought, the ever-so-sweet Cardi.
With a wistful expression, she makes a simple request for him to hold her hand a little longer. A close-up focuses on their intertwined hands.
The mood lightens as Sharia laughs and chats with Cardi while they enjoy their tea. She remarks that this is the best spot to see the garden and the sky.
They move to a long bench overlooking the grounds, where Sharia comments on the nice breeze, and Cardi agrees that the garden is truly beautiful.
Cardi suddenly kisses her on the cheek, thinking she's like a forest fairy, while a startled Sharia apologizes for not being more empathetic. Trying to cover her surprise, she promises to be more formal next time, leaving a stunned and blushing Cardi speechless. She innocently asks if he's all right, and he can only manage a flustered, yes.
A close-up captures Sharia's wide-eyed, surprised expression.
Cardi stands up abruptly, looking away with his teacup in hand.
He glances back at her with a soft, slightly bemused snow.
Sharia suggests he take a nap for a while, though she internally scoffs. Who are you trying to fool?
Knowing he has chronic insomnia, she watches as he politely declines, saying it's all right and that he couldn't show her such a sight. She gently scolds him for being too chivalrous at his own expense, but quickly dismisses his confusion by saying it's nothing.
Changing the subject, she cheerfully offers him more tea, which he gratefully accepts.
The focus shifts to the elegant tea set on the table between them.
A close-up shows Cardi's eyes, heavy with exhaustion.
Sharia gently guides him to rest his head on her lap, telling him that now he can fall asleep.
She explains that she purposely prepared chamomile tea for its relaxing properties.
Cardi's eyes are closed as he rests on her lap, finally succumbing to sleep.
Sharia thinks to herself that in this life, she wants to become someone he can depend on. As she looks down at his sleeping face, she silently asks him to be with her again in this life.
She gently caresses his hair as he sleeps peacefully.
Please provide the text you would like me to read.
She continues to stroke his hair, watching over him with a tender expression. The focus is on her hand, gently touching his hair as he rests.
Sharia feels her face flush, thinking that even though they were married in her past life, she's still embarrassed by the intimacy.
My heart is racing.
The two sit peacefully on the terrace bench,
Cardi resting his head on her lap.
Cardi's eyes slowly open as he begins to wake up, wondering when he fell asleep.
He feels her hand on his head and notices her small, fair fingers.
He lies still, looking up with a pensive expression.
A sudden realization seems to strike him. He looks up to see Sharia smiling down at him warmly.
Cardi jolts awake and sits up abruptly, profusely apologizing to Shreya for falling asleep on her lap, but she simply giggles and tells him she knows.
Blushing, Cardi begins to ask if she was perhaps...
He realizes she was shielding his face with her hands the whole time to keep the sunlight from waking him.
Shreya smiles brightly, dismissing his concern by saying it was not a big deal. Standing by the terrace railing, she asks if he feels rested, and he confirms that he does.
Sharia beams, pleased with herself, and remarks that preparing chamomile tea was a good idea.
Cardi looks over at her, thoughtfully repeating the word. Tea?
He tells her that this is the first time he's ever heard about chamomile.
Sharia explains that there would likely be a lot of talk in social circles if they discovered she had helped him in this way.
Her hand rests on the white porcelain teapot.
Cardi listens with a serious expression as she speaks.
She continues, saying that since she heard he was on the battlefield for a long time, she assumed he was probably sensitive.
Cardi adds that chamomile tea has a calming effect on one's mind. A flashback reveals a memory. Chamomile was the tea Cardi enjoyed most in the past, and Sharia is seen serving it to him while he rests in bed.
She recalls that whenever he couldn't sleep,
She would brew it for him.
in a memory of them lying in bed together, she thinks about how she always enjoyed watching him slowly fall asleep after drinking it, noting its properties for relieving insomnia. Back in the present, Sharia smiles happily, saying she's glad she could help His Highness sleep.
Cardi thinks to himself with a pensive look that it's as if she has been aware of his condition for a long time.
He reflects on his life, where his worth was only ever determined by his victories on the battlefield, and how no one has ever considered his personal suffering. He thoughtfully touches his lips and begins to speak.
He tells Sharia that it's been a long time since he's had such a deep sleep without any dreams.
With a sincere, blushing expression, he thanks Lady Littenheim for being so considerate.
Sharia smiles warmly and thanks him for saying that.
Cardi thinks that she gives him a familiar feeling, as if she's someone he has loved for a long time, and he pulls her into a sudden embrace. As the scene transitions to the front of the estate, he thanks her again for inviting him.
At the entrance, Sharia replies that it was an honor to receive His Highness. After Cardi departs, Sharia turns to her maid, Sophie, and says it's time to go inside.
Sophie informs her that a letter from Baroness Chaser arrived earlier.
Sharia is surprised, wondering why she would receive a letter from the Chaser barony. A narrative note explains that the current baron serves the imperial family as an administrator. Sharia finds this odd, as she's never had any connection to that family before. She pauses as a troubling thought crosses her mind.
She recalls that in her past life, Baron Chaser rose rapidly to the position of Vice Minister of Administration, sparking rumors. Those rumors suggested the Chaser barony was supported by Marquis Nornbert, as the Baroness was close to the Marquis's mother, painting them as puppets.
In the present, Sharia asks for the letter, and Sophie hands it to her. It's a simple invitation for tea and a chat.
The letter adds that other noble ladies of high standing are also being invited. While noting the letter is politely written, Sharia sees through the facade, thinking the Baroness's stated goal of creating a friendly environment is not her true intention. The narrative explains the social impropriety of the invitation. Typically, higher status nobles host events, making it audacious for a Baroness to invite the Empire's only ducal lady. Sharia realizes the Baroness is treating her like a new debutante in high society. She concludes that for the Baroness to disrespect the Littenheim name so openly, she must have significant backing. A quaint little gathering. They truly believe their petty games matter. Such predictable amusements. Sharia deduces that Marquis Nornbert is using the Baron to extend his power, and recalls that, in the past, Cardi was not favored by Nornbert. She clutches the letter, wondering about the Baroness's intentions. Deciding this is a confrontation she must face, she tells Sophie to accept the invitation, vowing not to avoid it for Cardi's sake. A credits page for the scanlation team is displayed. After Sharia confirmed her attendance, the Baroness sent word of the time and place for the tea party. Sharia sits at her desk reviewing the details of the party with Sophie standing behind her.
She thinks that, at first glance, the guest list seems unassuming.
However, as she suspected, Marquis Nornbert's mother is confirmed to be in attendance. A narrative explains that Essen Nornbert, the emperor's nephew, has ambitions to become the next emperor. In a memory, Cardi is seen kneeling before the emperor, who sits on his throne flanked by Essen and a noblewoman.
Back in the present, Sophie informs Sharia that the carriage is ready, and she calmly agrees.
Sharia stands alone in a beautiful new dress, ready for the tea party. As she arranges a bouquet of yellow flowers, she resolves to uncover the Baroness's true intentions upon her arrival. A voice announces a welcome to Lady Littenheim as she arrives at a grand estate. A red-haired maid bows and apologizes, explaining that the lady of the house was unable to personally greet her.
Sharia is internally incensed, thinking about the audacity of a baroness who would not only invite the empire's only ducal lady, but then send a maid to receive her.
She maintains her composure, her expression unreadable. Seeing the maid's nervousness, Sharia kindly tells her not to worry, as it wasn't her fault.
Sharia then instructs the maid to announce her arrival, and the maid scurries off to do so.
A woman's voice exclaims a welcome to Lady Littenheim.
Sharia looks up with a neutral expression.
Baroness Chaser approaches, feigning an apology for being late by explaining she was chatting with other ladies who had arrived early. With a practiced smile, she asks for Sharia's understanding. Sharia observes her closely, noting that the Baroness's eyes are not smiling. The Baroness internally scoffs, dismissing Sharia as just a young child. Her thoughts continue, belittling Sharia as a mere maid's daughter whose favor with the Duke is surely exaggerated.
The Baroness resolves to put Sharia in her place before Marquis Nornbert's mother arrives.
Putting on a show of hospitality, she tells Sharia what an honor it is for her to visit. Sharia smiles sweetly and pointedly asks if the Baroness truly thinks of it as an honor. The Baroness is momentarily stunned as Sharia explains she was surprised to be greeted by a maid. With a cheerful but sharp tone, Sharia suggests that the Baroness seems to have neglected her maid's education. The Baroness stammers, struggling to find a response to the unexpected jab.
Sharia presses on, innocently asking if the Baroness perhaps ignored her to prioritize the other ladies.
The Baroness denies it, repeating her excuse, but Sharia twists the knife by asking if the other ladies prevented her from welcoming her guests. The Baroness seethes internally, thinking of Sharia as a brat, but reminding herself that she still represents the powerful Littenheim family. A new voice cuts in, asking what is happening as an elegantly dressed older woman with silver hair arrives. The woman, Marquis Nornbert's mother, smiles and apologizes for her late arrival. Sharia replies that it's all right, thinking to herself that she now understands the situation. A narrative box explains the social custom. The person of the highest status is always the last to arrive. Understood. Please provide the text. Realizing the Marchioness intentionally arrived late to assert dominance, Sharia watches as the older woman thanks her for her understanding. The Marquises notes that this is their first meeting, and Sharia confirms it's her first time in the capital. The Marquishioness graciously says it genuinely is a great pleasure to finally meet her. Sharia acknowledges the Marchioness's complicated social standing, but politely returns the pleasantry. The Marqueeness, who is also an imperial princess, suggests they head inside, acting as if she is the host, much to Sharia's private disapproval. The Marquisoness asks if Sharia is coming with her, but Sharia declines, stating that the pleasure of meeting the Marquisoness is a separate issue from the Baroness's rudeness. Sharia explains to the Marquioness that her acceptance of the invitation was a great favor from a ducal family to a barony. She then points out that the Baroness repaid this favor by sending a maid as a greeting, causing the Baroness to look flustered. Sharia concludes firmly that it is not wrong for her to demand an apology for such disrespectful behavior. The Marchioness looks at Sharia, then concedes that her point is correct. Turning to a shocked Baroness, the Marchioness commands her to apologize to Lady Littenheim. Hiding behind her fan, the Marquiness orders her to do it quickly, privately thinking of the Baroness as a useless pawn.
The Baroness looks utterly humiliated by the public admonishment.
She grits her teeth in silent fury and shame.
A speech bubble contains her reluctant apology to Lady Littenheim. The Baroness performs a deep, formal bow of apology as Shuria and the Marquioness look on.
Shuria wears a victorious smile.
The Baroness trembles slightly with suppressed rage and embarrassment. As Shuria stands confidently, the Marchioness observes her from behind a fan, thinking her name. The Marchioness thinks to herself that Shuria is surprisingly not an easy person to deal with.
Elsewhere, at the Littenheim estate, a maid panics upon learning of Grand Duke Odalita's unannounced arrival, wondering what to do since her lady is away at Baroness Chaser's tea party.
Cardi thoughtfully considers the name of the Chaser barony.
At the tea party, the ladies gossip about Sir Derek's rumored engagement to Lady Gordon, and Sharia notes that the mood is friendlier than she anticipated. Another lady adds to the gossip, mentioning that Lady Seriton will be married in May. As the ladies chat, Sharia reflects that most of the unmarried women talk a great deal about marriage. One of the young ladies asks Sharia if Duke Lutenheim was her partner for the debutante ball, and she confirms he was. Another guest expresses her surprise, stating she's never heard of the Duke escorting anyone before, to which Sharia replies that he is a very busy man.
Sharia adds with a gentle smile that she was also surprised when he agreed to be her partner.
A lady asks if there is something more between them, but Sharia internally denies being aware of anything.
Seeing the other ladies' reactions, Sharia recalls that her brother, Yernan, was also very popular in her past life. A grand portrait depicts the blonde-haired, formally dressed Yernan Littenheim. A lady with reddish-brown hair tells Sharia she also attended the ball and admits to feeling jealous, seeing how affectionately the Duke treated her.
Sharia offers a non-committal response to the comment.
In a flashback, Sharia reflects that while Yernan treats her much more gently in this life, she doesn't understand his current thoughts or why he acts like such a dear younger sister to her.
The Marchioness interjects, acknowledging that their relationship as siblings may be good.
She then pointedly asks Sharia why she doesn't call the Duke by a more affectionate name.
Another noble lady agrees, asking if calling him Your Grace isn't too formal for someone so close.
Sharia recognizes as a deliberate and pointed challenge.
A narrative note confirms Sharia's suspicion that she is being observed as the Marchioness watches her with a predatory gaze.
Sharia explains that he is the master of Littenheim before he is her brother, and she cannot flaunt a personal relationship with a man of his stature.
She concludes that doing so would give gossips an excuse to spread misunderstandings, earning a subtle smile from the Marquisess.
The Marchioness finds her interesting, privately acknowledging that Sharia is clever.
The Marchioness thinks about her true goal, to test Sharia's value to the Duke, admitting that while she expected to easily unnerve her, it's proving more difficult than anticipated.
A lady at the table suddenly has a realization. She asks if Grand Duke Odalita also attended the debutante ball, causing Sharia to become flustered and wonder why Cardi's name was brought up.
A lady confesses she used to hold prejudice against the Grand Duke, and another agrees it was because of his frightening power. The conversation quickly shifts as the ladies recall that the Grand Duke helped Sharia, gushing over how cool he seemed when he returned to the ballroom with her.
Another lady swoons over his statue-like handsomeness while Sharia listens, bewildered. Sharia finds it strange, thinking that while she should be happy the ladies think well of Cardi, she wonders if she's actually jealous of their interest in him as she clutches her dress.
A woman with gray hair agrees that the Grand Duke is handsome, but declares that she found Lady Littenheim to be the most impressive person at the ball. Sharia is taken aback by the compliment, and the woman adds that many other ladies feel the same way.
The woman praises Sharia for her coolness and inviting the Grand Duke to a dance first, as a flashback shows the moment.
Two other ladies lament their own shyness, admitting they could never be so bold and can only wait to be asked. The ladies collectively wish to be as brave as Lady Littenheim.
Sharia is visibly touched by their admiration. A memory of her dance with Cardi is shown, with a note that they left without dancing a full song.
Sharia is struck by the memory, realizing that in her past life, being ignored was her reality.
Returning to the present, she smiles warmly at the ladies around her. The gray-haired woman leans in and asks Sharia if she is aware of something.
The Marquisess cuts in, announcing that she believes her son has recently taken an interest in Sharia.
Sharia responds with mild surprise, while a lady next to her gasps, whispering, "Sir Essen?"
The Marchioness elaborates that her son is pleased Sharia is at the tea party and asked her to pass on an invitation for a meal before asking Sharia for her thoughts.
Sharia gives a bright, thankful smile while privately thinking she already knows the Marchioness has a hidden motive.
She politely states that she needs more time to adjust to high society, knowing they are merely calculating how to use her.
The Baroness and another noblewoman gossip about Sharia's audacity in refusing the Marchioness's proposal, and the Baroness asks if it's true her first invitation was to Grand Duke Odalita. The Marchioness issues a veiled warning, suggesting that inviting a man first could be seen as vulgar, and that she worries Sharia will struggle in high society, but Sharia simply thanks her for the concern.
Internally, Sharia confirms her suspicion that the Marchioness would be aggressive, then states aloud that she believes one should always express gratitude for offers of help.
She finishes with a cheerful laugh, declaring that to do otherwise would be pathetic and shameful.
Sharia sits at the tea table, thinking with cold determination that she won't hold back when it comes to Cardi.
A maid interrupts the Baroness, saying, "Excuse me, man."
The maid informs the Baroness that the tea and refreshments are ready, and the Baroness tells her to bring them in.
A gray-haired lady compliments Baroness Chaser on her excellent taste in tea, while another young lady adds that she always looks forward to what will be served.
The Baroness laughs, feigning modesty as she tells them they're embarrassing her.
The Marchioness and the Baroness share a sharp, conspiratorial glance.
Hiding behind her fan, the Marchioness thinks that this is where she will put the arrogant young Sharia in her place. As a maid serves a lady with reddish-brown hair, the lady exclaims in surprise at the sight of the tea set.
Sharia looks on with wide, concerned eyes, recognizing the unique set.
A narrative box identifies it as a tea set from the East, which is famously difficult to use.
The elegant white and blue patterned Eastern tea set is displayed on a wooden tray.
Sharia's eyes focus on the set as she identifies the tea from the East.
The distinctive Eastern tea set sits ready to be served.
The Baroness glances at a maid and smugly thinks that she looks confused too.
The Baroness's thoughts reveal her plan. She assumes Sharia, being from the South, will know nothing about Eastern culture.
In a flashback, the Marchioness tells the Baroness that she's curious about Princess Littenheim.
The flashback continues as the Marchioness pointedly asks the Baroness to help her out.
The Baroness agrees with a confident smile, assuring the Marquisoness to leave it to her.
Back in the present, the Baroness thinks Shuria's earlier victory was just a child's tantrum as the unfamiliar tea is placed before her.
The Baroness announces her plan to embarrass the princess, presenting the tea set from the East, which the other ladies recognize as a rare and precious item.
The Baroness explains she prepared a special tea for the occasion, and another guest marvels that even the tea is part of a set.
Lifting the lid of a cup, the Baroness introduces the fragrant and famous Liushan tea from the East.
The Marquisoness praises the Baroness's luxurious hobby, but the Baroness humbly replies that her collection pales in comparison to the Marquisoness's.
Two of the ladies sample the tea, one remarking on how nice it is, while the other looks uncertain.
Sharia realizes the trap, thinking that the Baroness brought out not only a precious Eastern tea set, but also a tea that is difficult to drink with it.
With a soft sigh, Sharia understands that the tea party was designed to crush her spirit.
Whispers of gossip spread among the ladies, commenting on Sharia's perceived inexperience and speculating that she must be a headache for the Duke.
While overhearing thoughts that she should be ashamed, Sharia smiles brightly and states that she is very happy to receive such fine tea. Sharia then turns to a lady and points out that Eastern tea culture is likely unfamiliar to the Empire, and the lady nervously agrees.
She then asks if she can perform a demonstration first, shocking both the Baroness and the Marquioness.
The other ladies whisper in relief, realizing they also didn't know how to drink the tea and wondering if Sharia is helping them.
The Marchioness condescendingly gives her permission if the princess is so confident, to which Sharia replies, "Then excuse me for a moment."
With practiced ease, Sharia gracefully begins pouring the tea.
She gently sets the teapot down with a soft clink.
The other ladies watch her, their expressions filled with surprise and admiration. The Baroness and the Marchioness watch with stern, unimpressed faces. Holding up a perfectly prepared cup, Sharia announces that she is finished.
She beams as she offers the tea, inviting everyone to taste it.
As the Marchioness and the Baroness take a sip, Sharia politely adds that she hopes her skills are not too far below the Baroness's.
2 other ladies drink the tea and are visibly surprised by the taste.
The guests erupt in praise, calling the tea delicious and complimenting Sharia on her skill, which she modestly attributes to a slight interest she's had for a while.
Sharia thinks of bitter past experiences before turning to the Baroness, who looks startled as Sharia asks what happened.
The Baroness panics internally, thinking that Eastern tea culture shouldn't be known in the South, while the Marchioness begrudgingly admits the tea is delicious.
The Marchioness glares, privately thinking of the Baroness as a pathetic thing.
The Marchioness asks the Baroness about the price of the tea set, and the Baroness proudly declares it cost as much as 5 wagons. Sharia looks shocked, asking if the Baroness truly paid so much for the teacup, confusing the Baroness.
Sharia asks if she checked the artisan's stamp on the bottom, and the Baroness scoffs that she isn't ignorant of such things.
The Baroness proudly displays the bottom of her cup, pointing out the plum blossom stamp from the chief craftsman of Chira.
With a look of pity, Sharia tells the Baroness that she truly didn't know. An explanation reveals that only teacups made by the master craftsman have 5 petals, while the fakes, like the Baroness's, have fewer.
The Baroness looks shocked and flustered.
The Marchioness announces she has afternoon plans and is leaving, telling Sharia to find the merchant herself, as she doesn't need a send-off. Sharia calls out her title in protest.
Sharia calmly announces that she will also leave, stating that she has had her tea and wishes to share her opinion.
With a bright smile, she suggests that tea time should be an occasion for everyone to enjoy. She continues, explaining that introducing an unfamiliar culture without giving guests a chance to learn can be rude to everyone, which earns displeased looks from 2 other ladies. A woman with gray hair agrees, confessing that she was honestly very embarrassed. Sharia internally fumes that the Baroness isn't very knowledgeable if she was so easily deceived by a merchant.
As Sharia departs, another lady suggests they all leave since the princess has gone.
Trembling with rage, the Baroness shatters a teacup and demands the merchant be brought to her at once, while in another panel, a victorious Sharia smirks. The Marchioness and Sharia are shown walking together outside. The Marqueeness addresses Princess Littenheim, remarking that today was fun. The Marquishioness compliments Sharia's skill in captivating the ladies despite her youth, to which Sharia pointedly replies that anyone present would have thought the princess was the true host. Smiling, Sharia admits she may have overstepped as a guest, but reminds the Marquioness that the Littenheims rarely visit the Empire. She declares that the Littenheim family will not tolerate any acts that undermine their reputation. Looking back, Sharia finishes her warning by adding, whoever the opponent is, while privately recalling that the Marchioness and Baroness Chaser are old friends. The Marquisoness realizes Sharia knew she was being tested and understands her words are a stern warning not to challenge the Littenheim family. She reflects that Sharia carried herself with the experience of a hostess from a great aristocratic family. Sharia is shown radiating a serene, golden aura. A thump is heard as a young man with brown hair arrives, thinking he was only there to see his mother.
The Marquisoness turns with a surprised laugh and greets her son.
Her son, Essen, replies that it feels as though he came specifically to meet the princess.
Essen Nornbert smiles charmingly against a backdrop of blooming flowers.
Essen's determined expression is highlighted. He expresses his disappointment at not being able to greet Sharia properly at the ball, and she offers a non-committal, "Oh, really?" Sharia smiles sweetly while thinking she needs to avoid him, politely remarking that it's nice he came to see his mother. Essen says his mother is happy to give the princess a positive image, causing Sharia to laugh nervously. He then states that after meeting her, he'd like to treat her to a meal anytime. He smiles warmly and asks when she would like to go. Sharia politely thanks him for the offer, but declines, explaining that she is too immature to see anyone alone, all while thinking he never bothered to ask for her opinion. Essen is left momentarily speechless. He offers to escort her to her townhouse, but she firmly refuses, thinking he must be embarrassed by her rejection. The Marqueeness hides a smirk behind her fan, thinking it's audacious for an illegitimate child to reject her son, and tells Sharia to give her some time. Essen gently interjects that a simple meal together isn't difficult, but his mother warns that Sharia's continued refusals will embarrass him.
The Marchioness pressures Shuria, asking if her son isn't worth falling for and insisting it would be a good match, leaving Shuria flustered. Shuria is internally annoyed by the pushy pair, finding both the Marchioness and her son strange.
Resolved, Sharia apologizes to the Marquises, but states that she has no intention of changing her mind.
A dark-haired man suddenly intervenes, sternly asking about the rudeness being displayed.
Cardi now stands beside Shuria, asking if the princess is uncomfortable.
Shuria looks up at her unexpected rescuer in complete surprise. Her thoughts scream his name in disbelief. Cardi?
Essen watches with a smirk, letting out a soft,
He asks the Grand Duke what he's doing there, while Sharia silently wonders the same thing.
Cardi looks away, blushing as he struggles for an answer.
Confused by his vague response, Sharia thinks, "That?" Looking between the two men, Sharia wonders if Cardi's appearance is merely a coincidence.
She and Cardi are surrounded by question marks as she calculates the low probability of randomly encountering him there.
Cardi thinks to himself that he did come for her, but he questions if it's right to show affection to someone who pushes others away.
He stands steadfastly by Sharia's side. The Marchioness thinks to herself that she refuses to back down in front of Sharia.
Cardi leans in closer to Sharia, who looks up at him and nervously asks, "Yes?"
As the Marchioness watches from behind her fan, Essen offers to escort the princess to her townhouse. Sharia blushes, thinking to herself that if it's Cardi, she would accept.
Cardi looks away, a faint blush on his cheeks.
A closer view shows the blush deepening on his face.
An observation notes that even as Cardi pretends to be casual, his ears are very red.
Sharia notices his flushed ears and gives a knowing, gentle smile.
Turning to Essen with a bright smile, Sharia apologizes that they couldn't have dinner and announces she will be going back with the Grand Duke.
Essen watches them leave and tells Sharia he'll see her later, while his mother, the Marquise, stands beside him.
As Sharia and Cardi walk away, the Marchioness grips her fan tightly and wonders what just happened.
Who do you think you are?
Essen thinks to himself that Sharia rejected him and accepted the Grand Duke Odalita's request.
As he watches Sharia walk away with Cardi, he smirks and thinks that he's now even more interested in her. Now, inside a carriage, Sharia asks Cardi how he knew she was there. She rests her chin in her hands, thinking that it doesn't make sense for them to have met by chance.
Cardi looks away, flustered as he begins to explain.
He tells her he went to the Littenheim townhouse first, and Sharia apologizes for having fallen asleep during tea the other day, assuring him it's nothing to worry about.
He then says he wants to compensate her, leaving Sharia to question his meaning. He presents a small wrapped gift box, explaining he prepared a present for her.
After she asks permission to open it, he agrees, and she reveals an ornate perfume bottle inside. Cardi bashfully admits he didn't know much about gifts for women and had to get some recommendations. A brief flashback shows him consulting with a female shopkeeper in what appears to be a high-end boutique. Sharia thinks about the Grand Duke himself choosing a gift for her, just as Cardi worriedly asks if she doesn't like it. Clutching the bottle to her chest, she blushes and thinks to herself that she is so happy. The fact that he chose a perfume just for her is what brings her such joy. Looking at him gratefully, she thanks him gratefully. She thanks him again for picking her up. Sharia mentally agrees with a chibi version of Cardi, who appears in her thoughts to say that Marquis Nornbert isn't very good. Cardi smiles warmly, telling her that seeing her happy is enough for him. Overjoyed, Sharia holds the perfume bottle and thanks the Grand Duke, admitting she doesn't know how to express her overflowing joy.
A few days later, news spreads that the merchant who scammed Baroness Chaser has been arrested.
It is also said that there were many other victims besides the Baroness. The scene shifts to a grand, multi-storied townhouse. Sharia admires her reflection, thinking her hair and makeup are perfect as she applies the perfume Cardi gave her. Leaning against her vanity, she wonders if she can think of their upcoming meeting as a date, since he asked for an appointment first. She beams with excitement, again thinking that Cardi asked her out, and questioning if it's a date. Her happiness makes her feel like the world looks beautiful. A maid announces that Grand Duke Odalita has arrived, and Sharia cheerfully says she will go to meet him. In a flashback to their carriage ride from the Marchioness's estate, a nervous Cardi asks Sharia if she has any free time.
He explains that he kept thinking about how he ruined the day when she fell asleep at tea and wants to make it up to her.
He suggests a visit to the newly opened Pendleton Park, one of the most popular attractions in the Empire, causing Shoria to blush as she realizes this is a date request and internally cheers that she really wants to go.
Cardi gives a gentle, pleased smile. Did that Cardi suggest going to the park with me? She thinks about the newly opened park, a popular tourist attraction said to be a place all women love. But a sudden thought makes her pause as she wonders how Cardi would even know of such a place. Back in the present, Cardi waits by his carriage, announcing his arrival with a smile.
Shoria rushes out to greet him, calling his title excitedly. Cardi notices her fragrance and comments on it, prompting her to ask if the scent goes well with her.
She laughs happily, explaining it's the perfume he gave her and that she's wearing it for the first time. A flustered Cardi tells her it suits her well, and she enthusiastically thanks him.
Turning away to hide his blush, he thinks his response must have sounded blunt and chides himself for how he spoke in front of her.
Shoria blushes with a happy smile.
She thinks to herself that he's shy and so cute.
As Cardi helps her into the carriage, she thinks she is so glad she put on the perfume.
He explains that their first stop is the Camellia Forest Trail, where all the flowers are in full bloom. As their carriage travels through the city, Shoria exclaims how pretty it is, and Cardi adds that afterward, he's thinking of moving to a coffee house near the lake.
Surprised, she asks if he arranged everything in advance, and he replies that she may become tired if she walks for a long time.
He concludes that he thought it was better to plan their route in advance. Cardi gives her a warm, confident smile. Shoria looks up at him, realizing that this seems to be a familiar place to Cardi. He continues, mentioning the coffee house in the park has delicious affogato with homemade ice cream, causing Shoria to gasp in excitement.
She quickly catches herself, thinking it's weird, as the Cardi she knew was a soldier who was indifferent to such delicacies. She wonders if he really prepared a date course to spend time with a woman.
He smiles warmly and adds, "And again."
Shoria reflects on Cardi's qualities, noting that aside from rumors he's a monster, his conditions are better than anyone else's. He's handsome, one of the 3 great lords of the Empire, wealthy, and above all, handsome.
A narration explains that even the Emperor, who hates Cardi, is trying to find him a companion for his long life.
The thought suddenly strikes Shoria that there's a good chance Cardi met another lady before her.
Cardi looks at her, confused by her sudden silence, and asks what's wrong.
His mood shifts as he internally panics, wondering why the princess's mood has subsided and if she's unhappy with the schedule he worked so hard to prepare, while Shoria calls out his title.
She thinks about what she really wants to ask, knowing her own heart.
Clenching her dress, she tells herself that it wouldn't be a crime for him to have dated another lady and that it doesn't matter so long as he marries her.
She considers, well, there were no rumors of an affair in her past life. This one may be different. An internal burst of emotion makes her question her feelings. Cardi leans in, asking if she is okay, which reminds her of him saying he only loves her. Spurred on, she bluntly asks if he ever had feelings for another woman before meeting her.
After a long pause, he looks down and asks, "Yes?" Blushing, Cardi wonders to himself why she is asking such a question. He internally reasons that people are curious about relationships for a reason, but quickly tells himself that's an overstatement and that he shouldn't expect anything.
Sitting opposite a pensive Cardi, Shoria is shocked that he has no answer as the two are lost in their different thoughts. Shoria apologizes for bringing up his private life and getting off topic, deciding to herself that she should stop since she hasn't known him long in this lifetime.
No.
Placing a hand over his heart, he earnestly explains that he has never had a private encounter with other women and begs her to believe him.
Her expression softens in surprise, and she asks how he knows all the places that ladies like. A chibi version of a flustered Cardi stammers an unintelligible reply. He admits that he doesn't know what kind of food or places ladies prefer, and she presses him to continue. He sheepishly presents a book, explaining that he read it thoroughly. Shocked, Shoria sees the book as a bestseller on impressive dating spots. She asks if he really read it, and he confirms he wanted a perfect plan for their time together. She imagines the book's pages, full of underlines, notes, and pictures. Now, holding the book, she looks at it while thinking about his question regarding her private life. He tells her that she is free to ask him anything without hesitation, and as she clutches the book, she thinks that being with him seems to only bring happy and grateful things.
Cardi smiles softly and agrees that he feels the same.
As they walk arm in arm through a flower garden, she tells him that he doesn't need to make an effort because she simply feels good spending time with him.
They arrive at a beautiful fountain in Pendleton Park, which is known as a landmark of the Empire and a tourist attraction because of its camellia forest.
Sharia smiles brightly, remarking that the forest is very pretty and thanking him for bringing her there. A blushing Cardi adjusts his cravat and tells her he's glad she went out with him.
Sharia reflects that if her previous life had been her last, she never would have seen this side of Cardi, and she is immensely glad to be back in the past.
Walking down a stone path, she asks him to tell her something. She asks why he has never found a partner since his debut. He replies that he didn't feel it was necessary, as the debut ball is a formal event. In a memory, he stands alone in a vast, empty ballroom, recalling that he only attended in his official capacity as the Grand Duke. He adds that he doesn't believe any lady would want to be his partner anyway.
Sharia stops and looks at him with wide, hopeful eyes, asking if she can't continue to be his partner in the future.
Cardi looks back at her, his expression unreadable, as he says, "Yes?"
Sharia earnestly tells him that if he continues to go out without a partner, he will end up as the subject of gossip. As Cardi's hand clenches into a fist, he replies that if he does, she will be caught up in the gossip as well. Looking concerned, he adds that her honor would be at stake because of him.
Sharia declares that she doesn't care about such gossip and has decided to do what she wants.
She closes her eyes and beams with pure, unadulterated joy.
Cardi looks at her as a narrator notes her dazzling dignity, and she turns the question back to him, asking what he wants to do.
A close-up focuses on Cardi's thoughtful purple eye. He looks down with a troubled expression, the narration box explaining his worry that the princess is of marriageable age, but because of him. Looking up at him, Sharia begins to speak, her expression soft and questioning. Surrounded by a frame of white roses, Cardi places a hand over his heart and admits that he is also of age, declaring that he doesn't want to hide his feelings.
A blush spreads across Sharia's cheeks as she looks up at him with wide, hopeful eyes.
She smiles gently and tells the Grand Duke to feel free to do as he wishes.
A deep blush covers Cardi's face as he thinks to himself that he always believed this kind of luck was reserved for other people.
Sharia gives him a warm, encouraging smile and wishes him luck. He gently takes her hand in his. They stand together contentedly amidst the flowers in the garden.
Sharia suddenly points ahead with excitement, exclaiming that someone has made a heart shape out of fallen flowers.
She comments on how pretty the flower heart is, and then notices another, but as she moves forward, her foot catches.
With a startled, "Oh!" she loses her balance and stumbles forward.
Cardi swiftly catches her, pulling her into a protective embrace amidst a flurry of flowers. The romantic moment is framed by blossoming blue flowers.
Still holding her, Cardi asks if she's all right. She stammers a thank you and assures him she is, explaining she stumbled in her hurry, and he expresses his relief.
He explains that the park is new and has fewer walking trails, while a pouting chibi version of Sharia internally complains that the path is uneven. Looking down at her seriously, Cardi asks if he may escort her from now on.
Sharia looks up at him, her cheeks flushed in surprise.
Now walking arm in arm, she thinks to herself with a delighted smile that she did a good job stumbling.
Their stroll is interrupted by a young artist who calls out to them, offering to draw their picture. The artist enthusiastically insists that any couple visiting the park should have a commemorative art piece drawn. He grins and offers them a special discount, noting that the camellias are in full bloom and the weather is beautiful.
Sharia hesitates for a moment before turning to Cardi with a bright, blushing smile, asking if they should get one drawn.
Visibly surprised and blushing, Cardi asks if she really wants to.
After she confirms, the artist eagerly directs them to sit. Sharia is secretly surprised, thinking she had expected Cardi to be embarrassed by the suggestion. Turning to Cardi with a curious blush, she realizes he doesn't seem to mind being mistaken for lovers, just as he calls her by her title. He blushes and begins to apologize for any misunderstanding, but trails off. Leaning closer with a playful pout, she asks if he hates being misunderstood as her lover.
He immediately denies it, just as the artist instructs his guests to sit closer together for the portrait.
Sharia nervously scoots closer to Cardi, asking if their new position is better.
The artist yells, "Closer!" from behind his easel, prompting them to sit shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, a group of men appears and physically pushes the blushing pair even closer, chanting for them to get closer.
Pressed tightly together, Cardi and Sharia blush intensely as a narration bubble exclaims, "Close!" The artist then instructs Cardi to give him a broad smile.
Cardi forces a very stiff, trembling grin as the artist urges him to smile more naturally, causing Sharia to suppress a giggle beside him. Sharia burst into laughter, telling him it's fine and that his funny expression is making her laugh. She continues to laugh heartily, her eyes crinkling with amusement. The artist declares that Cardi's expression is good now and announces that the portrait is finished.
Sharia holds the finished portrait, looking at it with a pleased expression, as she thinks that enduring all the nagging was worth it.
Her eyes widen in delighted surprise as she takes in the drawing.
As she studies the artwork with intense focus, Cardi calls her name, and she thinks to herself how concentrated she was.
Cardi looks away with a slight blush, wondering internally if that was really the face he was making. The portrait depicts him looking at a smiling Sharia with an incredibly gentle expression, causing him to wonder if he was truly looking at the princess so tenderly.
Blushing, Cardi quietly asks the princess if he may keep the picture they just had drawn.
Sharia initially refuses his refusal, insisting that he take it as a return gift for the perfume he gave her, and asking for his acceptance.
Cardi internally notes her cleverness, realizing she framed the gift as a reward so he wouldn't feel burdened by it.
He reflects on his lonely past, thinking that he has never taken a walk with anyone before because people were always afraid of him and never offered him any warmth. A faint blush spreads across his face as he realizes that now he has finally found it. Looking down at the portrait in his hands, Cardi promises Sharia that he will cherish it, thinking to himself that she has taught him so much.
They arrive at a beautiful cafe with a large, elegant glass terrace, which Sharia remarks is very pretty.
As they sit, Sharia expresses her delight with the terrace and the nice weather, then asks Cardi about the cafe's main menu.
He recommends their homemade affogato and the seasonal strawberry tart, prompting her to ask with a smile if he memorized the menu. He blushes, admitting he wanted their outing to be perfect.
Sharia cheerfully announces she'll choose his recommended menu, but a surprised Cardi suggests she should at least look at the menu first.
She looks at him firmly and repeats that she wants to eat the things he recommended. Cardi steps away from the table, telling her he will go place the order and that he'll wait.
Sharia sits patiently at the outdoor table, looking toward where he went with a soft expression.
Cardi stands inside the cafe, speaking with a waitress with gray hair pulled back in a braid.
Shuria's mind wanders to her past life, recalling how Cardi was always called to the battlefield, and how the Emperor once took him hostage to force their separation.
She remembers it was because she was a child of the Ittenheim family and her parents were furious over a unilateral divorce, and she resolves to find out in this lifetime if the Emperor is influencing Cardi for her sake.
Back in the present, Sharia sips her drink with a pensive expression. She suddenly gasps, realizing that in her focus on attacking Cardi, she completely forgot about yearnin. Looking out at a view of a grand estate, she decides she will just have to write to him as soon as she gets home. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man at a desk asks his aide if there has been any contact from Serena yet. The dark-haired aide reports there is no special message, and the man acknowledges it. The blonde-haired man thoughtfully considers the tip of his fountain pen.
His aide is startled as the man wonders aloud with frustration how busy she could possibly be that she hasn't sent a letter.
Back at the cafe terrace, Sharia joyfully exclaims that her dessert is delicious. Cardi asks if she likes it, and she confirms that she does.
She notices his drink and asks if he ordered chamomile tea. He replies that he has been drinking it often ever since a princess treated him to it. As he mentions his insomnia, Sharia recalls his condition and he confirms that it has improved a lot.
With a radiant smile, Sharia tells him that she is really happy to hear that.
Cardi gazes at her, thinking she looks like a masterpiece, before starting to ask her something.
With a playful pout, Sharia asks the Grand Duke why he hasn't eaten a single bite of dessert himself.
Cardi stammers, looking flustered and admitting that he is confused.
Sharia touches her lip knowingly, thinking to herself that it's because Cardi doesn't like sweet foods. Deciding to joke a little, she holds up a fork with a piece of cake and offers it to him, encouraging him to try it because it's so good and telling him to hurry. Cardi stares at the offered cake with an intensely serious expression. Sharia begins to laugh and take back the offer, calling it a joke, but he interrupts her by saying, "No." She gasps in shock as he takes her hand and eats the piece of cake directly from her fork. The moment hangs in the air as he eats the bite, their faces close, before he pulls back with a contemplative look, leaving Sharia stunned. Still flustered, Sharia asks him why he ate it when he hates sweet food.
Cardi simply answered that it was because the princess recommended it to him, rendering her speechless.
Sharia remembers that even in their previous life, Cardi would do things for her simply because he knew she liked sweet food. She recalls him buying cookies from a famous bakery whenever he was in the Empire, and how she used to laugh at his joke back then. In her memory, she hears Cardi's voice saying that sweet things are only edible when Serena recommends them. The memory continues, showing Cardi eating a pastry as she watches him, and he begins to say, "But the princess." His expression in the memory is distant and serious as he trails off.
Back in the present, Sharia panics internally, making a small sound of distress.
She laughs awkwardly and waves her hands dismissively, trying to cover her mistake by saying that most of the men she knows don't like sweets anyway.
Cardi pauses, a slight blush on his cheeks as he listens to her.
Sharia looks at him, wondering what he was about to say before he was cut off.
Cardi dismisses her concern, telling her not to worry and that he was just overthinking. She finds his nervous reaction unsettling.
Cardi internally wonders who most of the men the princess is talking about are, which prompts Sharia to bluntly ask if he dislikes her interacting with other men.
Rendered completely speechless, Cardi can only look at her with a flustered expression. He internally struggles with his feelings, wanting to be honest with the princess, but not knowing how.
Cardi explains that he has no right to meddle in the princess's public relations.
Slamming her hands on the table, Sharia passionately declares that he is always free to meddle with her.
She begins to clarify who she was referring to when she mentioned most of the men.
With a bright chibi smile, she reveals she meant her brother, the Duke of Littenheim, as a chibi version of the Duke looks on with an annoyed expression. A blushing Cardi murmurs, "I see," with a look of immense relief.
Sharia smiles sweetly, thinking to herself that she is safe.
Their moment is interrupted as someone steps toward their table, and Sharia looks up from her seat in surprise.
A brown-haired man, Essen Nornbert, with a blue-haired woman on his arm, expresses surprise at seeing Princess Littenheim as she recognizes him with a gasp.
Sharia looks up at him coolly, correcting him that it's Grand Duke Odalita and Princess Littenheim.
The man, Marquis Nornbert, acknowledges the Grand Duke's presence, as Cardi looks on silently. Cardi coldly suggests that it would be better for the Marquis to pay attention to the lady beside him. The Marquis dismisses his companion as someone he just brought for a pleasant walk, callously asking what Cardi thinks of their shallow relationship. As the blue-haired woman trembles and agrees with him, Sharia watches with a look of concern. Sharia recalls that Essen was famous in her past life as the Marquis of Nornbert, a renowned philanderer favored by the emperor. She remembers how his sincere act led countless innocent women to believe they could win his heart, just as his current companion blushes with shame.
Back in the present, Essen turns his attention back to Princess Littenheim.
He brings up her previous claim that it was difficult to have a meal with him, adding that it's a pity she is spending time with Grand Duke Odalita instead.
Sharia smiles slyly, touching her chin and replying that everyone has their own priorities.
He presses further, asking if meeting with the Grand Duke is more important than dining with him. With a smirk, he leans in to ask her something else. He asks for her thoughts on a union between the Littenheim and Nornbert families. Sharia's expression turns serious, caught off guard by his words. As the Marquis clarifies that he means marriage, Cardi's hand clenches, shattering his teacup. Staring down at the broken porcelain, Cardi asks how long he must endure the Marquis's rudeness.
He tells the Marquis that it is not okay to meddle in his private time with the princess or to mention a family union, as the Marquis's companion asks if he is all right.
Cardi glares, asking the Marquis if he understands that he's insulting both the Odalita and Littenheim families. The Marquis smirks, claiming it's not an insult since he knows the princess, and suggesting he should be allowed to be rude to the Grand Duke. Cardi states that while he doesn't mind insults to himself, causing a problem with Littenheim, the leader of the South, is a different matter entirely.
He warns the Marquis that he might lose the Emperor's favor, causing the man to gasp in shock as a narration explains the poor relationship between Cardi and the Emperor.
A memory shows Cardi confronting someone, as the narration notes the Emperor's sensitive reaction concerning Princess Littenheim in the past.
The Marquis dismisses the threat, saying it's an overestimation to think His Majesty is angry with him. Deciding to leave, he grabs Cardi's hand as he stands, causing Cardi to cry out in pain.
The Marquise asks if it wouldn't be polite to say a proper goodbye.
The Marquise tells Cardi to let go of his hand, but Cardi rebukes him for his rudeness, stating that while he doesn't care about being disrespected.
Disrespect toward Princess Littenheim is intolerable, a sentiment that touches Sharia. The Marquise recoils slightly from the intensity of Cardi's grip and words. Conceding, the Marquis tells them to have a good time and begins to walk away with his companion. A hand suddenly reaches out.
Cardi grabs the Marquise's wrist, stopping him in his tracks as the man and his companion look back in shock.
Cardi turns his attention to Sharia, asking with concern if she is okay.
He watches her expression, which has turned worried and distant. He apologizes for the unpleasant experience, but she interrupts by calling his title. Looking panicked, a chibi version of Sharia asks if he's okay, to which a surprised Cardi replies, "Pardon?" She anxiously insists on checking his hand for injuries, but he assures her he is fine. She continues to worry, asking what would have happened if he had broken the glass with his bare hand.
Holding his hand gently, she frets about the possibility of him getting cut or having glass stuck in his skin.
Cardi begins to laugh while still holding her hand, prompting her to ask why he's laughing.
With a warm, blushing smile, he tells her that he is glad she is taking care of him.
Sharia reflects that it was Cardi who told her to take care of herself, and that he always seems to prioritize her well-being over his own.
They sit opposite each other once more, sharing a quiet and meaningful moment in the sunlit cafe. Cardi blushes, thinking to himself that so far, no one but the princess has ever taken care of him. Outside by a carriage, Sharia thanks the Grand Duke for taking her home. He formally acknowledges her as Princess Littenheim.
Cardi sincerely apologizes for the unpleasant experience she had with the Marquis of Nürnberg earlier.
Sharia reassures him that it isn't his fault, but Cardi laments that he thought he could have dealt with the situation more skillfully. Feeling guilty, a chibi version of Cardi repeats his thought about wanting to handle things better, as a happy chibi Sharia looks on. Sharia insists he shouldn't apologize for a mistake he didn't commit, explaining that he was simply rebuking the Marquis for his rude behavior towards her.
Cardi looks at her with a gentle expression, admitting that he was just glad she took such good care of him.
He confesses to Sharia that actually he had wanted to somehow please her today. Looking down with a slight blush, Cardi explains that he doesn't have much experience spending time with anyone and may have been a bit immature, hoping their next outing will be more satisfying. Sharia listens intently, thinking to herself that Cardi seldom speaks for so long. Cardi quickly adds that he isn't trying to force her, but asks if the princess would allow him to join her on their next outing. He looks at her with a hopeful, slightly nervous expression. Turning to him with a radiant smile, Sharia tells him that the most enjoyable time she has had since coming to this country is the time she spent with him. She enthusiastically says his next outing is always welcome because she truly enjoys her time with him. A visibly moved Cardi places a hand on his chest, thinking he really enjoyed it too. Cardi then says he has something for her, as a blushing Sharia looks on. He presents her with a gift, a small book wrapped in paper.
Sharia holds the sparkling pink book, which has the word miming elegantly written on the cover.
With a joyful smile, she warmly thanks the Grand Duke. As Sharia turns to leave, Cardi tells her to be careful going inside, his cheeks flushed as he wonders to himself when he started feeling this way for her. His thoughts continue as he watches her walk away into the residence. Now alone, Cardi runs a hand through his hair in contemplation, questioning if he wants to monopolize the princess.
He reflects on the earlier incident, admitting he was too sensitive to Essen's approach and couldn't stand it.
Pausing by a door, he thinks that he has grown so used to the princess's kindness. He smiles softly to himself, a warm blush on his cheeks. He recalls her words, that the time she had with him was the most enjoyable since she came here. An image of her happy face flashes through his mind. Clutching a folder, he comes to a heartfelt conclusion. All through his life, the time he spends with the princess is the most enjoyable.
Looking at a bouquet of flowers, he thinks that his day today was made wonderful thanks to her.
Later, Sharia lies in her room reading the book, as a narration explains the method of selecting a poem that suits the other person and putting a bookmark on that page.
She relaxes with a happy sigh, thinking it's a classic way of expressing one's heart that is now almost gone, and feels glad she likes Cardi. Hugging the book to her chest, she basks in a moment of pure bliss.
Her happy mood shifts to one of contemplation as she lets out a small sigh.
Her mind suddenly screams the question of how she is supposed to propose to Cardi. She hides her blushing face behind the book, flustered by the thought.
As an image of a grand estate appears, she reaffirms her desire to marry Cardi again, but frets over how to propose, pacing anxiously in her room as her maid watches.
She worries that it would be strange to propose since they technically haven't properly met in this timeline, recalling that the emperor had forced their marriage in her past life.
At her desk, she sorts through a pile of invitations she's received since her debut, then pauses as one catches her eye.
She gasps, holding up a surprisingly thick, padded envelope and realizing it's from Yernin.
Reading the letter, Sharia sees Yernin's kind words asking how she is doing since her debut in the social world.
The scene flashes to the blonde-haired man, Yernin, diligently writing the letter at his desk. He has a gentle, focused expression as he writes. Back in her room, Sharia blushes happily while reading, thinking that she and Yernin are like very close siblings. As she thinks about replying to his letter, her maid Sophie enters and calls out to her. Sharia asks what's happening. Sophie looks distressed, holding a black envelope with a golden seal, and explains that a letter has just arrived. Sharia gasps in shock as she recognizes the distinctive seal on the letter. Her heart sinks as she identifies it as the Emperor's seal, recognizing it as the same kind of summons she received from him in her previous life.
Holding the foreboding black box, she realizes this is happening much faster than before and wonders if her actions are changing the past.
The letter is formally addressed to Princess Littenheim.
The Emperor's message states that he heard the princess is close with Cardi, and as his father, he wishes to meet her.
With a look of grim resolve, Sharia tells her maid, Sophie, that they should go. Sophie confirms the order.
Peeking from behind a door, Sharia thinks the Emperor is shameless for not even considering Cardi a son, but resolves to accept his invitation since she intends to marry Cardi anyway.
As she approaches a grand palace, she is welcomed as Princess Littenheim and thinks that proceeding with the wedding like this might not be a bad idea. The silver-haired emperor sits with a confident smile.
Sharia curtsies before the Emperor, introducing herself as Serena Littenheim. He tells her to stand, and she thanks him.
The emperor states he was surprised to hear she and Cardi were partners at the ball, adding that the duke seems quite fond of her.
Sharia offers only a silent, composed expression in response. Thinking that the Emperor's attitude is completely different from before, and that news of the debut party has spread, Sharia listens as he asks if she communicates with the Duke often. Deciding to be careful, Sharia admits that she hasn't really heard from the Duke since the debut party. The Emperor's expression turns to one of slight surprise. Sharia thinks that to proceed with her marriage plans for Cardi, she must never appear friendly with Yernin, then confidently tells the Emperor she thinks it will be fine.
A chibi montage shows the Emperor's sternness, Cardi's anger, and Yernin's disapproval, contrasting with Sharia's own joyful determination.
Sharia thinks she must first make it clear there is absolutely no chance of that happening. She explains aloud that it's because the Duke is very busy. The Emperor strokes his chin, pondering if the rumors he heard are wrong. A thought bubble muses that since they don't even talk to each other, it's been quite some time since the debut, showing an image of Sharia and the blonde-haired Yernin standing apart. Seated at opposite ends of a long table, the Emperor tells Sharia he was surprised the punishment for the wheat supply was so severe, noting that the Duke always considers his family's honor.
Sharia declares that she must always put the name of Littenheim first, while a narration explains that this shouldn't be interpreted as her being scorned by her family.
The Emperor's expression is serious, as the narration notes the difficulty if he did not recognize her as a trading partner.
Sharia admits to the emperor that while her relationship with the duke has improved, there is still more to consider.
Looking contemplative, Sharia thinks that the only thing she can truly do for her family as a princess is...
Her thought concludes that her only real option is marriage.
The emperor asks if she doesn't wish to marry for love, and Sharia replies that she has no regrets about that. But
she states there is no one who deserves her, adding that due to the limits of her birth, the duke has no great expectations for her marriage.
as the emperor clenches his fist, he thinks to himself that even as a recognized princess, her status is close to the bare minimum. He continues his thoughts, deeming her suitable as a match, since Littenheim is the most powerful noble family, and a marriage could tie Cardi and the princess to the imperial family. A decorated text box explains that such a union would make it possible to gather and control the entire southern region.
Holding a sword with serene determination, Sharia is seen as the solution to the marriage problem.
The emperor tells Sharia he had assumed she'd be interested in marriage, then asks if it's true that she is the only lady who gets along with Cardi. Sharia looks back at him with a brilliant smile. The emperor smiles in return, remarking that the princess must be a very wise lady. He taps his fingers on the table, thinking to himself that this settles it. He formally proposes a marriage with the royal family.
As Sharia internally celebrates her success, she thinks about the word he just used.
The emperor looks on, satisfied, thinking that the princess is right.
The scene flashes to Cardi drawing his sword with a grim expression.
Sharia continues to ponder the emperor's choice of words. The emperor reminds her that Cardi is, above all, Grand Duke Odalita, one of the 3 most powerful Grand Dukes. As the emperor points out that Cardi's rank is not inferior to hers, Sharia struggles to maintain her composure, telling her lips to calm down. The emperor adds that while a public princess has flaws in her status, he doesn't see it as a bad condition. A chibi Sharia interprets this as him calling her a lowly maid. A narration notes that she is employing the same tactic as her past life, as a dark, menacing aura forms behind the emperor, whose poor treatment of Cardi is mentioned. Sharia formally states she is well aware of the Grand Duke's nobleness, though she inwardly feels disgusted and resolves to keep up the pretense. The emperor dismisses her concerns as no big deal, thinking that even Louisiana can't handle a single girl like her.
He recalls a crying woman as he thinks about how smart Sharia is and how she manipulates people, adding that she should know her brother as well.
Sharia politely thanks the emperor for his generous suggestions, to which he simply replies, "I see."
Looking flustered, Sharia explains that her wedding is a matter for the Duke to decide, making it difficult to give an immediate answer.
The emperor laughs, telling her there is nothing to worry about, and that even the Duke would approve, so all she needs to do is agree. A narration notes that the Duke of Littenheim would be outraged, and that Yernan sees no reason for a marriage to the notorious Cardi. The emperor smiles widely, gesturing with open hands as if the matter is settled.
When Sharia questions him, he reassures her, explaining that by marrying Cardi, she will become a full-fledged member of the royal family.
A chibi Sharia laments falling for such a transparently manipulative tactic in her past life, as a chibi emperor with fox ears declares it an unprecedented rise in status.
Sharia cautiously begins to ask what would happen if the Duke were to object.
The emperor holds a document, stating that this is only for the princess.
He explains that Cardi's strength comes from the Rhea's royal bloodline, but this power is so strong it consumes his life. However, if the princess marries him and becomes his companion, she can prevent him from dying.
Sharia looks on in quiet confusion, questioning the term companion. The silver-haired emperor offers a slight, knowing smile.
He clarifies that a companion is someone who performs the noble duty of equally bearing the burden of Cardi's power, which would allow Cardi to go to war without dying.
Sharia blares with disdain as a sharp question hangs in the air, asking if she has any conscience, framing this as a contribution to the country.
The emperor then adds a condition, telling her he wants her to hide this arrangement from Cardi.
He smiles with his eyes closed, thinking to himself that Cardi would definitely feel burdened if he found out about his companion's existence.
Sharia thinks that he must actually be worried Cardi would react uncontrollably, but she agrees aloud, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty."
A narration reveals her inner thoughts. She has no intention of telling Cardi because she knows he would refuse if he learned she was to become his companion.
The Emperor looks across the long table at Sharia, who sits composedly. Sharia internally recites the 3 requirements to become a companion. First, a marital relationship must be established. Second, both parties must be willing. And third, physical contact is necessary.
As an image of her and Cardi about to kiss appears, she remembers that she knows all this because she went through the process once in her past life.
The memory continues, stating that in the past, they became perfect companions through kissing.
She begins to think about their first night, but a chibi version of her is startled back to the present by the sight of the Emperor. Sharia declares that she will gladly accept the grant of iron ore mining rights for Littenheim, but adds that becoming a companion to the Grand Duke is to sacrifice her life.
Clenching her fist, she continues that while her life is precious, there is something she would like to ask him. The Emperor looks at her with a stern expression and asks what she wants.
They sit at opposite ends of the long, ornate table in the Grand Hall.
The Emperor leans forward slightly, asking if there is any particular land she wants.
Sharia confidently states that she would like to receive the Northern Magellan Plateau.
With her hands clasped, she gives a sweet, hopeful smile.
Later, as her carriage waits outside a grand estate, she lets out a weary sigh. Leaning back in her seat, she thinks about how tired she is. A small, triumphant smile crosses her face as she thinks that getting the Magellan Plateau was a great victory.
She muses that the Emperor was probably smiling a lot at that moment. The scene shifts to the Emperor, who sits with his head in his hand, angrily thinking about how the illegitimate child of a maid dared to speak about an imperial decree.
He continues his thought, recalling that he always considered the Magellan Plateau a useless land, famous only for its rugged, demon-infested mountains.
He internally scoffs, thinking that she is just a pretty but stupid woman with an inferiority complex, and that the useless land is a perfect match for her to have next to Cardi.
The Emperor stands, hunched over in contemplation.
Back in her room, Sharia correctly guesses that this is what the Emperor must have been thinking.
She recalls the truth of the Magellan Plateau. The beasts haunted it because of a tremendous amount of magical power in the land. And after Cardi subjugated it, something was discovered.
She remembers the shocking discovery, a magic stone mine.
Sharia recalls that the corpses of the beasts were traded at high prices, with the Alchemists Guild being particularly interested. She remembers the reason for their interest. Crops grown using demonic beast corpses as manure had the potential to become an antidote to demon poison. The Alchemists Guild had asked the Emperor for permission to experiment on the plateau, but he refused, so the theory was never proven. She thinks that the most important outcome was that Odalita received nothing from the subjugation, as the plateau was under the Emperor's direct control. Touching her cheek, she recalls that during the subjugation of the Highlands in her past life, her physical condition wasn't too bad.
She remembers having intermittent nosebleeds, but she was so tired that she could pass it off as exhaustion.
She reflects that her health only deteriorated sharply in the final year of her 10-year marriage. This decline coincided with when Cardi was subjugating Reyes, making it seem as if his actions were the cause.
Back in the present, Shoria decides to wait for the Emperor's wedding message when her maid suddenly enters and announces that the marriage letter has arrived.
Sharia's face lights up with joy as she exclaims, "Ah, it's finally here!"
She beams with excitement, thinking about the marriage letter with Cardi.
However, her joy turns to shock as she opens the letter and finds it's an engagement proposal from a man named Essen Nornbert, who even sent a jewel matching her eye color. She wonders why he sent one again. Looking worriedly at her maid, Sharia wonders if he also sent a marriage letter to the Duke of Littenheim. She reasons that after the debut party, Essen must believe she has Yernan's support, and that marrying her would secure an alliance with Littenheim. Sharia knows the truth is that Yernan doesn't care much for her, and she only hopes he won't ignore her as his sister.
She thinks that Yearnin would prefer she marry Essen, who is favored by the emperor and seen as his successor, rather than Cardi, who is hated by the emperor and constantly at war.
Her maid informs her that people from Nürnberg are still waiting outside, but Sharia dismisses her, saying she'll give an answer later and telling them to go home.
Sharia looks concerned, thinking about how he wanted an answer immediately. Slam! Sharia hits the table. Her maid thinks about how a serious matter like marriage can't be answered right away.
With her hand on the proposal, Sharia thinks that he doesn't even expect to be rejected.
She recalls the scornful sentiment that as a maid's daughter, she shouldn't even dream of marrying into the Nürnberg family, realizing it's obvious what they think of her.
Deciding to keep her brother out of it, she resolves to proceed with the marriage to Cardi.
Sharia stands over the table, contemplating the letter.
She reassures herself that Littenheim will get rich, and as long as the result is good, that's what matters. She thinks about how the new iron mining rights will strengthen their power in the south, where mines are concentrated in the northern mountains.
A memory surfaces of her wedding day, where she looks toward her brother, Yearnin.
Yearnin smiles softly, telling her he wants her to be happy.
Sharia remembers that at that time, he looked a bit sad.
The memory continues, showing Yearnin walking her down the aisle. As she recalls, it seemed like he was disappointed with her marriage. Shaking her head, she dismisses the thought as impossible, wondering when the emperor's marriage papers will arrive, just as a maid's urgent voice calls out, "Princess!"
Her maid bursts in to announce that His Highness Grand Duke Othelita has come to see her.
The maid explains nervously that he said he is in a hurry to see the princess. Sharia stands in surprise, a blush on her cheeks.
Heavy footsteps echo as a pair of black boots stride purposefully down the hall.
A bead of sweat forms near a tense, purple eye. Cardi appears in the hall, looking anxious and stern.
He formally apologizes for arriving without an appointment.
He and Sharia face each other from a distance in the grand hall.
Sharia smiles graciously, assuring him it's fine, as he must have a reason for his haste, then asks what brings him here.
Cardi pauses, his expression serious.
He explains that it seems His Majesty is trying to arrange a marriage between them.
His lips part as he continues to speak.
He asks her directly if the emperor forced her into the marriage.
Cardi looks at her with a worried and pained expression.
Cardi mentions hearing about her private meeting with the emperor, but Sharia denies that she was forced into anything.
She looks at him with a soft, determined expression, stating that she accepted the marriage because she wanted to. They stand facing each other, the space between them filled with unspoken tension.
The scene shifts to an overhead view of them seated at a table as a maid approaches with a tray. The maid serves them tea. Cardi maintains a stoic and unreadable expression.
Cardi addresses her as Princess Rittenheim, urging her to reconsider the marriage.
He continues, saying he can't believe she's getting married under such bad circumstances.
He then confesses that he is not allowed to marry anyone. They sit in silence across the small table. Sharia asks what he means, inwardly thinking about how hard she's tried to see him again, but still doesn't know his true feelings. She sadly tells him that she is a person who can't make anyone happy.
Cardi clenches his gloved fist, starting to say that of all the people he has valued, not one.
A memory flashes of a younger, happier Sharia holding a large bouquet of yellow daffodils. She laughs with pure joy, surrounded by falling white petals.
The memory darkens as Cardi is seen walking toward a coffin in an empty white space.
A younger version of him looks down with profound sadness. A flashback shows his mother embracing him as a child, calling him her son, while narration explains that this was after the empire subjugated Reyes. The memory shows his mother being forced to become an empress, crying that she can't stand it as she holds him, while a young, crying Cardi looks on.
In the present, Cardi explains he fought countless battles to protect his mother, but couldn't protect anything in the end. Covering his face in anguish, he asks if she really knows who he is.
He describes himself as the Esperand family's hunting dog and the monster they raised, whose inherited power from Reyes is strong enough to change the outcome of any battle. He finishes grimly, stating that this power never brought him any pleasure.
Sharia reaches across the table and firmly takes his gloved hand in hers.
Looking at him with earnest determination, she tells him not to look down on himself like that.
Sharia tells a blushing Cardi that he has only fulfilled his duty. She continues, stating that he has fought countless wars at the command of the imperial family.
Looking at him with resolve, she declares there is no reason for him to continue living that way.
Her words reach him as she gently asks him to please live as Shuria's husband.
Cardi looks at her back in stunned silence, whispering, "My princess." Sharia glances back, reminding him that a person who doesn't respect himself can't be respected by others, privately recalling that this was a lesson Cardi taught her in their past life. Embracing a surprised Cardi, she insists he is not a monster but an ordinary person who deserves happiness, thinking that it was thanks to him she was able to change. With a brilliant smile, she tells him she wants him to be proud of her.
Her gaze is firm as she reminds him, "You are going to be my husband in the future."
The moment is defined by his unwavering resolve, with no shaking at all. The narration describes the warmth in her turquoise gaze, which resembles greenery. Sharia offers him a gentle, reassuring smile, her eyes full of warmth.
Cardi hesitates, his thoughts turning to a different possibility.
He begins to voice his concern, mentioning His Majesty's promotion of their marriage.
Cardi says no, speculating that the Emperor is using her to take control of Littenheim, and he expresses his regret in telling her this is a plot to bring the unfavorable duchy into the Emperor's hands.
Sharia looks shocked as he admits he is afraid she will be unhappy because of their marriage. He concludes that he can't let her take such a risk, as he understands the problem.
In a comedic imagining, a white-haired man exclaims, "Yes?" and accuses Cardi of blatantly coveting Littenheim as a chibi Sharia smiles happily.
A voice states that the Duke of Littenheim is by no means an easygoing person.
Sharia explains confidently that her brother knows his responsibility as the ruler of the South better than anyone.
She poses a question to a pensive Cardi. Has the South ever been shaken by His Majesty?
A memory shows her brother, Yernin, looking regal, as narration explains he was a capable monarch who ensured Littenheim remained strong until her death in her past life.
Cardi clarifies that he isn't trying to deny the Duke's abilities.
He continues that she is still a princess, and a narration box notes the look of someone who has completely lost faith in himself on his face. The scene darkens as Sharia remembers Cardi saying the same things near the end of their previous life, as her death drew closer. In a painful memory, Cardi holds her in bed, admitting he was afraid to have her by his side because he believed he'd never made anyone he loved happy. The memory shows Cardi crying, and Sharia recalls the profound despair she felt from him at that moment. Standing resolute against a starry backdrop, Sharia thinks that she doesn't want to make Cardi sad again, and has decided she will never face the same ending as before. She acknowledges that to do this, she may need to resort to some cowardly means, then tells Cardi she understands what he is talking about. As Cardi begins to speak again, he's cut off. Sharia leans forward and bluntly asks if he hates her, leaving him to sputter in confusion. She bows her head low over the table in a dramatic gesture. A flustered Cardi asks why she would suddenly ask such a question. With puffed cheeks, Sharia states that she has no complaints about marrying him, yet he has been refusing for a long time. As Cardi tries to interject, Sharia turns away and mentions that other suitors have asked about her marriage, prompting an intense Cardi to ask who it is. She reveals the other suitor's name, Marquis Essen Nornbert, who is shown smiling confidently. Sharia coolly informs a shocked Cardi that if he refuses, she can marry Nornbert without issue, then pointedly asks if he wants her to marry the Marquis.
"I absolutely do not want it."
He immediately calms down, sheepishly apologizing for the loud noise.
Cardi looks away in embarrassment while Sharia stifles a laugh behind her hand.
A blushing Cardi admits his excitement, while Sharia internally reveals her plan. She held off on answering Essen's proposal specifically to convince Cardi in this manner. Cardi thinks to himself that for a moment he actually believed she might marry Essen.
The narration reveals his lingering fear that he might make her unhappy was completely blown away.
Sharia gently approaches a captivated Cardi, hesitating for a moment. Cardi looks down, covering his mouth as he confesses his greatest fear is that she will be disappointed in him after they are married.
Sharia listens as he admits that this is what he is afraid of above all else. She firmly reassures him, promising that it will never happen and that he shouldn't be afraid. As they embrace among a cascade of flowers, Sharia remembers being with him as a couple in her previous life.
Smiling serenely, she recalls that amidst all the adversity, there was only happiness between them.
Cardi flinches as he processes her words.
He addresses her formally, Princess Littenheim.
To her surprise, he suddenly drops to one knee before her.
Cardi admits with a blush that he isn't quite sure about her yet, but he promises he will do his best to somehow make her happy.
Amidst a background of blooming roses, he finally asks her, "So will you marry me?"
Cardi kneels in a formal proposal as Sharia looks down at him, her hands clasped in anticipation.
Sharia blushes, her turquoise eyes wide with emotion. She breaks into a joyous smile as the narration notes that while there are no jewels or flowers,
or even sweet words, Cardi gently takes her hand and presses a kiss to her knuckles.
The narration concludes that despite the simple setting, there will never be a more perfect marriage proposal than this.
Sharia's heart soars as she thinks to herself, "Finally, I got a proposal from Cardi."
A serene smile graces her lips.
As she stands with Cardi, she thinks to herself that she believed the difficult part was over.
A carriage screeches to a halt outside as an unseen man bellows, "How can you have a wedding talk on your own terms without saying a word to me?"
Her brother, Yernan, bursts into the room, looking furious that she is marrying Grand Duke Odalita, as narration explains he rushed back to the Empire upon hearing the news.
He continues to rage, pointing out the political ramifications of the marriage, while Surya turns away, thinking she's sorry for the trouble. She apologizes, telling Yernan she understands his concerns and didn't realize he would travel so far just for her.
Looking away with a conflicted expression, Yernan states that he is a busy man and she has made things difficult, then apologizes for not having much else to say.
Sharia blames herself 100 times over, realizing he dropped all his work in the south to run back to the Empire one step at a time.
She finds his reaction strange, recalling that in her past life, Yernan wasn't nearly this angry about her marriage.
Yernan internally fumes, noting with irritation that she still addressed him as Duke. He continues to fume, wondering when she is ever going to call him brother.
Sharia stands with her hands clasped, thinking that the entire situation has become incredibly awkward.
Yernan confronts her directly, stating that she never calls him brother.
She looks up at him, confused by his sudden declaration.
He looks down at her sternly and asks, "So?"
Yernan asks if he has ever said that to her, even once.
He clarifies his question, asking if he ever called her an illegitimate child or said she wasn't his sister.
Sharia is left utterly speechless, only able to stammer, "What?"
Her thoughts race as she realizes that Yernan has never treated her as illegitimate, not even in her past life, and that he feels a duty to care for her for the sake of their family.
In a memory, Yernan stands stoically in the garden as narration confirms he has never said such a thing.
Instead, the narration continues. Yernan officially recognized her as a member of the family. A memory shows a younger Sharia giving a deep curtsy to her brother. Sharia is struck by a sudden, jarring realization. She was the one who had always assumed Yernan hated her.
Her brother's face remains stern and unreadable.
In her memory, she walks away from him down a garden path.
Yernan watches her retreating figure with a pensive look. She realizes with regret that she may have been the one who judged him and drew a line between them first.
Overwhelmed by this new understanding, Sharia can only think that she is speechless, while Yernan lets out a weary sigh.
Yernan tells her that if she lives happily ever after with the person she likes, then that's all that matters. He urges her, however, to reconsider this marriage and prioritize her own happiness. Meanwhile, Sharia reflects that she always thought he was a quiet person, but now sees he is her only brother and is causing a scene for her sake.
Looking at her with genuine concern, Yernan explains that as her brother, he wants her to be happy and doesn't want to see her become a victim of an arranged marriage.
He bluntly tells her that if she accepted the proposal because of the iron ore mining rights, she must stop at once. Yearnin proudly declares that as the Lord of the South and a High Lord of the Empire, he is not so poor that he would sell his only sister for mining rights.
Sharia blushes, touched by the way Yearnin is treating her like a proper little sister.
Recalling an imagined scene of Yearnin protesting her marriage to a beastly man, she thinks that his protective display is impressive, but Cardi isn't what he thinks. She tries to assure her brother that she has a good affinity for the Grand Duke, enough to welcome him as her husband, but Yearnin only looks confused.
Yearnin demands to know who has a favor for whom, while Cardi, listening nearby, seems to mentally reject the name Grand Duke Odalita. As Yearnin presses his question, Cardi seems to have a shocking realization, his mind connecting Serena with Grand Duke of Odalita. A voice bellows over a view of a grand castle, demanding to know why she is giving her heart to the Grand Duke. The voice continues, reminding a blushing Shoria that she is the one and only Princess of Littenheim with an outstanding appearance. Yearnin declares that the Grand Duke is a child with no flaws, and laments that after all his careful work choosing her marriage, this is the outcome. Cardi, watching, has a moment of realization, thinking, wait, then Cardi recalls a memory where he and Yearnin flanked Sharia at a party, now understanding that he felt bad for some reason back then.
A nervous Sharia leans against a chair, thinking her brother is scary.
Great, yes.
Yearnin states that since she has said so much, he will have to meet Grand Duke Odalita first. He then yells, demanding to know what she will say to Cardi before turning on another person and shouting, "And you too!" Yes! Yearnin places his hand firmly on the armrest of a chair next to Sharia. Yearnin grabs Shuria's arm, scolding her that if she's going out alone, she should tell him, and if they are in the middle of a wedding, they should have been in touch more often, causing her to cry out an apology.
Sharia looks up, her expression soft and touched by his concern.
Yearnin looks away with a troubled expression, admitting to himself that leaving his one and only sister alone wasn't a good thing.
He apologizes to Sharia, explaining that he just wants her to be so carefree. Sharia looks up with a blush, realizing that Yearnin must have been very worried about his younger sister.
The focus shifts to the intricate lace and bows of Sharia's light blue dress. As Yearnin glances away, Sharia thinks to herself that she is learning many new things about him, as well as Cardi.
Yearnin looks at Sharia and asks why she is laughing.
Sharia laughs happily, telling her emotional brother no and that she is really glad to be back.
A few days later, narration explains that Cardi visited the townhouse at Yearnin's request, whereas he is seen off by Sharia, who tells him, "See you, princess," while he greets her, "Welcome, Grand Duke." Cardi blushes slightly, thinking to himself that he brought desserts because the princess seems to like them. Sharia beams with delight as she accepts a box of roll cake and cookies, thinking that Cardi is very sincere for bringing a gift every time he visits. As Cardi asks if the Duke of Littenheim was looking for him, Sharia confirms it while a hand addresses Cardi as Grand Duke Odalita. At the top of a grand staircase, Yearnin waits with a stern expression as Sharia and Cardi look up at him, with Sharia stammering, Brother. Cardi, flustered, puts a hand to his chest and formally apologizes to the Duke for keeping him waiting. Yearnin turns and tells Cardi to follow him for a private story, leaving Cardi to internally exclaim, "Alone?"
Sharia calls out, Duke, and holds up the dessert box, suggesting they all talk together since there are roll cakes.
Yearnin addresses her as Serena, questioning why she cares so much about Duke Odalita as Sharia offers him cookies, thinking he must be wondering if she's neglecting her only brother for him.
He continues his questioning, asking if she still calls him Duke, which causes a chibi version of Sharia to cry that her brother has gotten worse.
Cardi awkwardly reassures the princess, telling her that it's fine.
Sharia looks on with concern, concluding that it seems the Duke has something he needs to say to Cardi. Cardi looks back at Sharia one last time before following Yearnin up the stairs. A worried chibi Sharia watches them go, hoping that her brother isn't trying to humiliate Cardi. Inside a formal room, Yearnin instructs Cardi to sit down. As they sit opposite each other, Cardi feels tense, comparing the feeling to sitting on a thorn cushion and noting that the Duke seems to be thinking a lot. Cardi reasons internally that even Yearnin wouldn't be able to appreciate a man who takes his precious little sister, especially if that man is a notorious monster. Yearnin looks at Cardi and formally addresses him as Grand Duke.
Cardi jumps in surprise as Yernin asks if he would like a drink.
A small, chibi Cardi appears, looking utterly perplexed by the offer.
A hand places several bottles of wine and 2 glasses on the table between them.
As they sit on separate couches, Cardi remarks that it's almost the first time he's been drinking like this since his father died, to which Yearnin simply replies, I see.
Yernin holds his wine glass and states plainly that, as the Grand Duke knows, his father was not a good man.
Cardi looks troubled, admitting he's having a hard time answering and adding that the infamous reputation of the former Duke of Littenheim is well known.
A flashback shows the former Duke with his arm around 2 women as narration describes his numerous evil deeds as vulgar and foolish, starting with touching his wife's maid.
Yearnin recalls that when he inherited the title, there was a lot of work to be done, and he worked frantically for 5 years, as shown in a memory of him at his desk.
He states that within those 5 years, the South became a powerful land that no one could touch.
The scene shows a vast golden field of wheat under a bright sky, symbolizing the South's prosperity.
Yernin admits that because he was so busy, he didn't pay much attention to his little sister, flashing back to the day he officially recognized her as a member of the Duke family.
He confesses that he thought he had done his job just by upgrading the illegitimate child to a princess in his heart, and after that, he had half forgotten about her.
Cardi listens, addressing Yernin as Duke, while Yernin reflects on how he was busy and neglected his sister for 5 years.
Yearnin smiles faintly, admitting that he doesn't really know if he deserves to be called her brother.
Cardi looks on with a serious expression, finding it hard to say anything in response.
The narration states that the Duke of Littenheim looks terribly tired, as Yernin, rubbing his temple, admits that even so, he got angry with that girl for proceeding with the marriage arbitrarily. As he pours more wine, he muses on how funny it is that he isn't doing his duty as an older brother, prompting Cardi to tell him not to drink so quickly.
Yernin takes a drink and retorts, asking when else he would drink if not at a time like this.
Duke. Yernin looks over at Cardi and guesses that he will be reluctant about what he has to say.
Cardi places a hand on his chest and asks if he can be honest, acknowledging that Yernin knows it's something he doesn't like.
Yernin clarifies that it is not the Grand Duke he dislikes, but anyone who will marry his little sister, causing a small chibi Cardi to look on in surprise. Yernin stands up angrily, protesting that his sister is still young to be married and leaving the duchy, but Cardi calmly points out that the princess is of marriageable age.
Filled with regret, Yernin confesses that he has never been able to save her, explaining that she has been persecuted by the family for being an illegitimate child. Cardi looks on, a slight blush on his cheek, his expression softening with concern. Yernin continues, revealing that when his sister was young, she was treated like a maid in their own house. Cardi clenches his fist in frustration, thinking that while he knew rumors of her miserable past, he is shocked to learn she was treated like a maid despite being the Duke's daughter. With a look of deep regret, Yernin admits that he should have protected her from the very beginning.
He confesses that he couldn't at the time and, slamming his fist into his palm with a crack, calls himself a stupid guy. A flashback shows his imposing father yelling at a young Yernin, questioning his ability to inherit the dukedom and ordering him not to leave the room until he has memorized everything, as the present-day Yernin admits he was also afraid of his father.
The memory continues, showing the young Yernin sitting defeated on the floor amidst scattered books as his father stands over him.
Back in the present, Yernin dismisses his past fear as an excuse, wondering if his desire to ensure her happiness now is just a selfish thought to relieve his own guilt.
He laments how desperate his heart will be when Serena suddenly marries the Grand Duke and leaves him, picturing her walking away in a beautiful white dress.
Looking Cardi straight in the eye, Yernin makes a demand. If Cardi marries Serena, he must make her happy. From across the table, Cardi gazes back at him through a floral overlay and replies without hesitation. Of course.
Cardi places a hand over his heart, solemnly promising to do his best to make the princess happy.
Yernin leans back in his chair, a hint of a smile on his face as he admits that he feels a little reassured now. Later, as Cardi exits the room, Shurya calls out to him, "Grand Duke!" He turns, surprised to find her waiting.
A gasp escapes him as he asks, "Princess Littenheim, were you still waiting?"
She asks if the Duke was rude, but Cardi reassures her that, on the contrary, he said many good things, though he trails off thoughtfully.
Cardi looks at her with concern, noting that the Duke seems to be intoxicated.
Taking his words seriously, Sharia suggests that they should call someone to help her brother to his room.
A starburst effect conveys her utter shock as the realization hits her. That Yearnin was drunk?
Her brother, Yearnin, is seen fast asleep on a blue couch, one arm draped over his eyes.
Cardi and a wide-eyed Sharia stare at the sleeping Yearnin, with Sharia thinking in disbelief. Is he really drunk? Looking down at him, she marvels that the ever-thorough Yearnin is completely drunk.
Yearnin sleeps soundly, his expression peaceful in the soft light.
Cardi whispers to a surprised Sharia that her brother was worrying about her right up until the moment he fell asleep. He relays Yearnin's last words, "Serena must be happy," causing Sharia to blush with touched emotion.
Cardi smiles, remarking that the princess seems to have a good older brother, while Sharia reflects that she feels foolish for having built walls between them.
Kneeling beside the couch, she looks at her sleeping brother and thinks that the Duke is a fool too.
Gazing at his face, she reflects that he is younger than she is, having returned to this time at the age of 30. She wonders why she only felt fearful and respectful in the past as she looks at his flushed, sleeping face and thinks about how young he is.
As Cardi watches her gently place a blanket over Yearnin, she thinks that perhaps she was one of those people before the scene transitions to a view of the grand estate.
The next morning, Yearnin wakes with a groan, his head pounding from a hangover as he wonders when he fell asleep.
He groggily asks for water, and someone offers him a cup of honey tea. It's Sharia who holds the cup for him while asking how on earth he drank so much, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "Serena!"
Sitting up, a bewildered Yearnin asks why she is here. She explains that the Grand Duke visited again, and they decided to have the roll cake he brought as a gift yesterday.
Yearnin sips his tea with a stern expression, questioning why the Grand Duke would visit again after they met just yesterday.
Sharia reminds him that the person the Grand Duke met yesterday was the Duke, not her.
Yearnin asks her bluntly if she really likes the Grand Duke, while a chibi version of him complains about them meeting 2 days in a row. A blushing chibi Sharia agrees, saying, "Yes, absolutely." As a narrator announces one shot of anger, Yearnin chugs the rest of his tea while Sharia pleads with him to drink slowly.
As he collapses back into bed, Sharia notes that he is in an unreasonable condition and decides to boil some hot soup for him, to which he weakly thanks her.
She advises him not to drink so much in the future as he pulls the covers over himself, and he meekly promises to be careful.
Sharia looks down at him with a serious expression, telling him it's because she hates to see her only brother suffer from a hangover.
Brother?
She hesitantly asks if she can call him brother, and he replies that it's only natural.
He then addresses her formally as Serena. Yearnin, with a slight blush, suggests that they should write letters to each other often.
He explains that once she gets married, it will be much harder for them to keep in touch.
Sharia reassures him, promising that even after she's married, she plans to keep in touch with him often.
With a bright smile, she tells him not to bother himself with such worries.
As he wonders if that's so, the scene transitions to a tray of desserts, where Sharia remarks on how delicious they are, and Cardi replies that he's glad she likes them. Cardi and Sharia sit opposite each other, enjoying tea and cakes in a lavish room.
Cardi, blushing, begins to address her formally as, "I, Princess Littenheim." He explains that because the marriage was arranged hastily by the king, he never got to make a proper proposal and now has something to offer her, leaving her looking puzzled.
Sharia wonders what more he could possibly give her as he stands to address her properly.
Just as he's about to speak, a maid enters and announces a guest, prompting a frustrated Sharia to think that it was an important moment.
Sharia turns away from Cardi and asks who would be visiting her. She snaps at the maid, Sophie, asking who would dare interrupt her meeting with the Grand Duke. The maid apologizes, explaining that Madame Nornbert is outside, very angry. The maid adds that the servants have been trying to calm her down to no avail. Cardi asks what caused Madame Norbert's anger, and the maid explains she arrived suddenly and started a riot.
The maid hesitates, trailing off as she prepares to explain the reason.
She reveals that Madame Nornbert is furious because the princess refused to marry Marquis Nornbert, which she considers an insult. Elsewhere, Yernan slams his fist against a door. Leaning against the door, an enraged Yernan thinks to himself that he just heard something utterly ridiculous. Yernan?
She asks him why he isn't resting. Yernan ignores her, asking the maid where the Marchioness is and ordering her to lead the way. As he prepares to leave, Sharia decides she will go out herself.
Panicking, Sharia thinks that things always escalate when Yernan gets involved and calls out, "Brother!" as he strides away.
She watches him go, realizing he left in an instant.
Turning to Cardi in distress, she asks what she should do.
As a chibi version of Cardi sips his tea calmly, she wonders why he's so composed, prompting him to ask what she means. The narration explains that the situation is now escalating into a direct clash between the Littenheim and Nornbert families.
Marchioness Nornbert waits with a furious expression as Yernan approaches, his face set with grim determination.
The tense confrontation is about to begin. Marchioness Nornbert angrily confronts the staff, demanding to know how they dare refuse her family's marriage letter and why they are protecting Princess Littenheim.
As she shouts about the disrespect shown to her, Yernan interrupts, coolly addressing her as Marchioness Nornbert.
He walks towards her, remarking that he had thought all the notoriety surrounding a certain princess was a thing of the past.
Looking down at the Marchioness, he asks her if she is perhaps unaware.
A narration box reveals that before becoming the Marchioness, she was known as Princess Louisiana.
Her infamy was immense, with the story of her pouring tea on foreign envoys still being talked about.
The Marqueeness demands that Yernan be polite, reminding him that she is 20 years his senior.
She stands flustered and angry, a fan held tight in her hand. She internally dismisses the Duke as a young, inexperienced kid and demands the servants call the princess for urgent business.
Yernan smirks, questioning her definition of urgent.
He dismisses her reason for visiting as a frivolous grudge over a refused marriage proposal, not an urgent matter, causing her to yell his title in outrage.
The Marchioness retorts that visiting without an appointment is the true lack of politeness, insisting again that her business is urgent.
Yernan's expression hardens as he thinks that it's been a while since he has had to handle a situation like this.
In a flashback, an advisor tells a younger Yernan that while he is still inexperienced, he will eventually figure things out.
The memory continues, showing a young Yernan presiding over a meeting with older, stern-faced men.
Back in the present, Yernan resolves that as the ruler of the South and Serena's brother, he has no intention of enduring this insult any longer.
Marchioness Nornbert flinches slightly, fanning herself as she feels the shift in his demeanor.
Yernan runs a hand through his hair, his expression a mixture of weariness and cold resolve. He calmly repeats the Marchioness's grievance, that his sister, the sole princess of Littenheim, dares to refuse to marry the young Marquis Nornbert.
With a chilling smile, he wonders aloud how her words sound, and states that he doesn't even know where to begin in protesting such an insult. The Marquises thinks to herself with a grimace. Seeing this,
she recalls an image of the Emperor and herself, believing it would be better for Yernan to speak directly to her brother. Internally, she scoffs at him for telling the Emperor about such trivial things, a thought Yernan overhears as he questions. It's trivial?
With a confident smirk, Yernan asks if she still considers the rudeness shown towards the Dukes of Littenheim to be a trivial matter.
With a snap of her fan, the Marchioness thinks that while Yernan is bold to stand so strongly against the Nornbert family, she knows her brother cares about his relationship with Littenheim.
She concludes that a direct confrontation with the Duke must be avoided. Fanning herself, she tries to de-escalate the situation, telling him to calm down.
The Marchioness attempts to smooth things over, claiming it's all a misunderstanding and asking Yernan not to accuse her of insulting his family.
Yernan crosses his arms, unimpressed, as he asks her to clarify what she supposedly misunderstood. Realizing she's losing the argument, the Marquisness thinks that a quick retreat is the most sensible option.
She turns away abruptly, stating that she has something else to see to.
A formal panel identifies the departing woman as Marchioness Nornbert.
Yernan watches her leave with a hardened expression, wondering how she could be so arrogant towards Serena and resolving to warn his sister to be careful. Back in the drawing room, Sharia frets over the possibility of her brother and the Marquisness getting into a fight. She wrings her hands, her face a mask of anxiety.
In a chibi-style cut, Cardi sips his tea calmly while a flustered Sharia wonders how he can be so composed. He replies that the Marchioness must endure the consequences.
Cardi explains that the Marchioness was the one who insulted the princess first, and Yernin is simply acting as a proper brother should.
Taking a sip of his tea, he adds that if her brother hadn't gone to confront the Marquishioness, he would have gone himself. Cardi then notes that she now calls the Duke her brother, causing a flustered Sharia to stammer in response. He smiles warmly, telling her that he's glad to hear it. Sharia agrees with a blush, though she still finds it a little embarrassing. Leaning forward, Cardi steers the conversation back to a more important topic, reminding her of something he mentioned earlier. He stands, recalling his earlier promise that he had something to offer her. Sharia looks up at him as he stands before her, the scene framed by elegant pink roses. Cardi gently slips a simple, sparkling ring onto her finger as she wonders in disbelief if this is all a dream. Clutching her hand, she thinks that even without a formal proposal, this is more than she could have hoped for. Cardi explains that he wanted to give her a proper wedding ring, causing Sharia to gasp in her thoughts. A wedding ring! She reflects that she hadn't expected one since their marriage was so rushed, while Cardi admits that while the ring isn't enough right now, he hopes she'll be patient with him. With tears welling in her eyes, Sharia beams with joy, exclaiming how happy she is. A blushing Cardi looks down at her warmly and promises to cherish it. Sharia looks up at him, her heart fluttering as she whispers his title, Grand Duke. Just as they are about to share a romantic moment, Yernin appears between them, his intense gaze fixed on the couple as he thinks that the ring looks good. He angrily to know when he arrived on the scene. Flustered Sharia tries to stammer out an explanation for her brother. Yernin cuts her off, telling her that no excuses are necessary. He states that as the Princess of Littenheim and the future Grand Duchess of Odalita, it is only right that she have a wedding ring. He continues, saying it was strange she didn't have one until now. A chibi version of him cries, while a chibi Cardi looks on apologetically, as he thinks that while their marriage is for the best. They are not married yet, and therefore must behave with moderation in his presence. A blushing Sharia meekly agrees to be careful. She hides a small laugh behind her hand, unable to contain her amusement. A single tear of happiness rolls down her cheek. She thinks about how she could never have imagined this in her past life, as Cardi and Yernin look on with concern, asking why she's crying. She reflects on these precious people she couldn't connect with before. Her thoughts continue, realizing that those same people are now by her side as Cardi watches her with a worried expression. Lost in her emotions, she wonders aloud if this is what happiness feels like. Overwhelmed with joy, Sharia covers her face and cries happily amidst a backdrop of blooming flowers. Unlike this simple wedding in her past, the preparations this time are going well, largely because Yernin has changed. The scene shifts to Yernin formally addressing Cardi as Grand Duke Odalita. Cardi stands and gives a formal reply. Yes, Duke Littenheim. Yernin asks if the wedding will take place at Heidelberg Abbey, which Cardi confirms, causing Sharia to let out a surprised gasp. She protests, asking why they would go to such a grand place when a simple wedding is all that's needed. With comical cat ears popping out in his anger, Yernin shouts at her, questioning what she means by a simple wedding, and reminding her that she is Littenheim's one and only princess, making Sharia cry out in shock. Flustered and blushing, Sharia tries to object, but is at a loss for words. A narration explains the significance of Heidelberg Abbey as the sacred coronation site for emperors and empresses, reserved exclusively for events of the immediate royal family. A narration box explains that since Cardi is the prince, he is fully qualified to use Heidelberg Abbey. As Cardi, Yernin, and Sharia stand before him, the narration notes that the emperor is reluctant to acknowledge Cardi's opposition. A dark-haired lord seated beside a blonde woman informs an unseen person that His Majesty has already sent a message. Sharia reflects that it's only natural for Princess Littenheim to receive this level of respect. Cardi offers reassurance, telling someone not to worry about any other issues. A disembodied voice asks if they want to get married at the abbey. The emperor sits on his throne, his expression one of weary displeasure.
Standing before the throne, Cardi declares that he doesn't just want to marry there. He intends to, citing his status as the only direct imperial descendant of the former empire. He states that by bringing the empire countless victories, he has already fulfilled his duties as a prince. Cardi concludes his thought, believing he has more than earned the right.
The emperor angrily asks if Cardi is defying him, but Cardi calmly replies that the abbey is where the Princess of Littenheim will officially receive the name Odalita.
Cardi presses his point, adding that His Majesty would not want to show disrespect to the Duke of Littenheim, causing the emperor to scowl.
The emperor's hand clenches on the armrest as he lets out a frustrated sigh.
A thought bubble declares that this means permission has been granted.
With the argument won, Cardi gives a respectful bow to the emperor on his throne.
Cardi considers his next move. He decides he will need to meet the high priest of the abbey and make a donation, a thought Yernan silently agrees with. A shocked Sharia asks if they are really going to meet the high priest in person.
Yernan insists it's only natural for his sister's marriage, a level of care he thinks even parents don't always show, while Cardi confirms that he already has a budget for it.
Blushing, Sharia thinks that both of them are being overprotective and that this is all a bit much. In unison, Yernan and Cardi declare that it is not overdone at all, making Sharia wonder why the two of them get along so well. She worries if the wedding is truly okay since they are making all the decisions for her.
Despite her worries, the wedding preparations went smoothly. A maid helps Serena with her dress, asking if she is all right.
Serena asks her brother what he's doing, and he shows her a document concerning her wedding budget. Yernan explains the initial budget was 50,000 bert, an amount that shocks Serena as it's equivalent to a wealthy noble's entire yearly budget. He smirks, having anticipated her reaction. He continues that he found it insufficient and readjusted it to 100,000, prompting an exasperated Serena to shout that he means it's far too much. In the end, they compromised on a budget of 30,000 bert, leaving a chibi Yernan looking dejected and a chibi Serena looking exhausted. After many twists and turns in the planning, the day of the wedding finally arrived. The scene is filled with elegant white flowers. The view pans up to the grand abbey, beautifully decorated for the occasion. Dressed in her gown, Sharia thinks about how she has finally made it here again. Now fully ready as a bride, she reflects that the wedding became such a big deal, largely because of Yernan's insistence.
An official presents Princess Littenheim with a scroll, explaining that he also prepared a budget, which she cheerfully rejects.
He looks down, flustered, acknowledging her refusal. In her wedding gown, Sharia hides a happy, emotional smile behind her bouquet. Yernan's voice correctly guesses that she's thinking of Grand Duke Odalita.
Yernan gently tells his sister that the time is near and they must get ready. She laughs, asking how he knew what was on her mind, and he replies that it's obvious.
His expression turns serious as he begins to speak her name.
He explains that no one in the Grand Duke's family has ever had a happy relationship, a thought she internally rejects. He then dismisses the topic and tells her it's time to go.
Looking up at her brother with gratitude, Sharia thanks him, prompting him to ask what she means. Yernan understands she means everything.
He brushes it off, stating that it's only natural for an older brother to take care of his sister.
With a slight blush, Yernan accepts her repeated thanks. He reminds her of her promise to write often, and she agrees.
An announcer presents the bride, Princess Littenheim, as two attendants offer her their congratulations.
Escorted by Yernan, she walks past the assembled guests, including the emperor, who offer their congratulations. As she proceeds, she thinks to herself that it is her wedding day with the same person as before. The moment feels surreal as she continues her walk down the aisle. As he stands at the altar, a thought reflects on how different this is from a previous life. Cardi waits at the front of the church as Yernan escorts his sister, Sharia, down the aisle.
Cardi watches her approach, the grand scale of the wedding visible in the abbey.
Looking at his bride, Cardi compliments Princess Littenheim on her beauty and says that from now on, he will be the one to see her.
Sharia holds a vibrant yellow bouquet tied with a blue ribbon.
In a chibi flashback, a young Yernan addresses a young Serena, whose name is being called by a young Cardi. Her hand shoots out to grab her brother's arm as she thinks his title in confusion. Yernan looks down at his sister with a serious expression, asking her to promise him one thing. Serena places her hand on her brother's arm as he prepares to give her away.
She looks up at her brother, thinking his name, Yearnin. He looks at her and says he hopes she will be happy.
Her thoughts reflect on Yearnin, both in her past life and in this one.
A single tear wells in the corner of her eye.
Yearnin proudly declares that she is his sister, while Serena thinks to herself that she is going to cry.
As Cardi turns to face her, she thinks she's glad she has a veil to hide her emotions.
Yearnin formally addresses the Grand Duke, asking him to please take good care of their Serena.
Cardi gently places his hand over Serena's.
Yearnin officially hands his sister over to the Grand Duke.
Yearnin watches them with a somber, emotional expression.
Cardi and Shoria now stand together before the priest at the altar.
Amidst white lilies, the priest begins the ceremony, stating that a man and a woman are about to become a couple.
A priestess continues the rites, explaining that the two will care for each other as earthly companions, and asking if they swear to love.
2 female guests watch the ceremony, while a small, smiling flower creature peeks out from the corner. Cardi blushes slightly as he smiles at his bride. His thoughts reveal his happiness, thinking he is here only to be married to her. The couple stands before the priestess, ready to take their vows.
The priestess offers a blessing, stating that the goddess will watch over them and wishing them God's grace and eternal happiness.
After instructing them to exchange rings, Cardi slips a second, more ornate wedding band onto Serena's finger.
Serena thinks the new ring is beautiful, while Cardi reflects that it pairs well with the first ring he gave her, making them like one body when worn together.
Cardi's thoughts conclude that the rings were prepared with the intention that he and she would do the same.
He gently kisses her hand, causing her to laugh softly as the guests react with excitement, noting his uncharacteristic smirk. Sharia is flustered, thinking she never had a wedding kiss before, and recalling how upset she was during the infinite wedding in the last war, while Cardi's heart pounds in his chest. The priestess smiles as she instructs the groom to kiss the oath on the bride's forehead.
Cardi stands before Sharia, ready to complete the ceremony.
The moment is framed by elegant, soft-hued flowers. He gently raises his hand to her face, touching her cheek. She thinks that she'd never imagined being allowed this kind of softness in her life. A voice addresses Princess Littenheim as the scene is enveloped in a soft floral light.
Cardi kisses her forehead and declares that from this moment on, she will be called Grand Duchess Odalita.
Petals from her yellow bouquet drift down gently.
The wedding guests applaud and offer their congratulations, with one woman remarking to another how surprisingly well the couple gets along. Yearnin clutches a hand to his heart, looking on with a pained expression as he thinks that this is a little bit sad. A noble woman with gray hair fans herself, telling someone not to be shy and expressing confusion over why anyone would refuse such a marriage. Looking toward the guests, a thought bubble expresses uncertainty, stating that even if birth is an idea of lowly things, they still don't know.
A brown-haired man with purple eyes looks toward the older woman and addresses her as mother.
The woman quickly shushes him, looking flustered.
My son must feel the same way. Something is coming now. An unseen person formally greets His Majesty the Emperor.
The Emperor approaches the newly married couple with a decorative box, explaining that he was waiting to offer them his blessing.
Overwhelmed by his own generosity, he officially welcomes her as his daughter-in-law and the new hostess of Odalita. He concludes his speech by reminding her that she is now a woman of the royal family and must not forget her duty, telling her to make sure she pays off. The Emperor looks at Serena and advises her not to forget to be Cardi's companion.
Serena internalizes his words as the Emperor turns to the brown-haired man beside him, instructing Essen to offer his congratulations. Essen agrees.
As his gray-haired mother looks on, Essen offers the new couple a curt, "Congratulations, princess." Cardi tells his bride she is beautiful, while a smirking Essen offers his congratulations to the Grand Duke Odalita.
Looking away with a tense expression, Essen suggests that they should return home now.
Cardi and Serena walk away together, leaving Essen and his mother behind with the other guests.
The gray-haired woman glances at her son as he grits his teeth, thinking Cardi's name in frustration. A thought bubble expresses disbelief over them getting married at the Heidelberg Abbey.
Cardi and Serena stand side by side, sharing a warm look.
A thought reveals that getting married in the Abbey is a right reserved for the immediate royal family. Essen's eyes narrow in annoyed contemplation as he thinks, huh. The Emperor remarks to Essen that Cardi is not always a nice person.
Essen questions his father's statement, while the Emperor internally confirms that he still dislikes Cardi.
Essen's thoughts drift to his own ambitions for the king's seat and the first woman he ever loved, envisioning a blonde woman on the throne.
His mother asks if he's all right, but he dismisses her concern, telling her to go back and saying she made a mistake earlier. He adds that he has nothing to do in a hurry.
The scene shifts to a grand estate, identified as the island's Otelli townhouse. A line of servants eagerly awaits the arrival of their lord, master, and madam.
As Cardi and Serena arrive at the townhouse, she thinks to herself that everything is the same.
She recognizes a few familiar servants among the staff.
Her thoughts continue, noting that everyone seemed to really like Cardi.
Cardi tells her the townhouse might seem shabby compared to Littenheim, but she quickly insists that it's not at all. Serena offers the servants a deep bow and greets them, prompting a shocked staff member to protest that a princess shouldn't bow to them.
Cardi proudly introduces her as the Grand Duchess of Odalita, while she humbly introduces herself as Serena.
She smiles warmly at the staff, wishing them well once more. The servants are taken aback as the princess greets them all with a respectful bow. Cardi introduces his blushing wife as the Grand Duchess, and she follows by simply stating her name is Serena. After Serena wishes them well again, the overjoyed servants vow to serve their new madame with all their hearts. Serena smiles, thinking that everyone in the Grand Duchy seems kind and fond of her, and her thoughts drift to Cardi. Cardi looks at her and asks her to call him by his first name from now on.
Blushing, Serena agrees to his request.
Cardi gazes at her with a gentle, contented look. Cardi tells Serena she can refuse if she feels uncomfortable, explaining they will leave soon, but she seems confused. He then takes her hand, thinking she might be startled since they just married.
Serena gently touches his face, asking him to please call her Serena.
He smiles and softly agrees. Yes, Serena. The servants watch the couple's intimate moment, blushing and whispering about why they're making a big deal of using first names when they're already married. A maid suggests that since things might be difficult, she will guide them to a room where they can rest. Two maids enthusiastically present a bedroom for the couple to use during their stay in the duchy. Serena lets out an amazed wow as she and Cardi see the room for the first time. The room is lavishly and romantically decorated with rose petals, wine, and a grand bed. Serena thinks the romantic decor is incredibly blatant, but aloud she compliments the pretty room and bar, causing an embarrassed Cardi to cough. The two maids are thrilled that the madam likes the room. The maids present heart-shaped pillows, explaining they are for couples to have a baby, and quickly usher the shocked chibi versions of Cardi and Serena toward the door, telling them they've worked hard. Standing in the doorway, Cardi comments that the room feels hot. He apologizes for the servants' behavior, explaining they are old retainers who were just excited to see her. A flustered Serena tries to explain her reaction, insisting the room is designed for a specific purpose and that she wasn't thinking of anything insidious before getting tangled in her own words and panicking. She finally gives up and tells him to go ahead and laugh, as he visibly struggles to hold it in. He finally bursts out laughing and apologizes with a blush. Serena smiles, admitting that it's okay and she would have laughed at herself too. Cardi suddenly leans in and pulls her close, asking to be excused for a moment and startling her. Serena's eyes widen in shock at his sudden closeness. As Cardi holds Serena in his arms, he notes the petals on the floor would make walking difficult and declares he will carry her. The romantic moment is punctuated by an image of soft pink roses. He gazes down at her with a gentle smile, while she looks up at him with a surprised, blushing expression. Looking up at Cardi from within his arms, Serena agrees to his offer. He pulls her into a tight, warm embrace. As the scene settles on their bedroom, Serena's thoughts reveal her heart is pounding. Her thoughts continue, acknowledging that after this night, she will once again become Cardi's companion. With a determined look, she resolves that in this life, she will be with Cardi completely by her own will. Cardi looks at her with concern, asking if she is okay. Blushing, she looks away slightly and assures him that she is.
He leans in to kiss her neck as her thoughts describe the need to dig through the passageway between life and life. Cardi continues his intimate approach, his inner thoughts clarifying that this process involves things like breathing and kissing.
He gently kisses her neck as she closes her eyes.
The kiss deepens amidst a backdrop of stars, and she lets out a soft, overwhelmed sound.
As her hand rests on his chest, her thoughts note that her body is gradually heating up.
Serena feels a sense of connection as the passage of life seems to expand.
The delicate ruffles of her nightgown are shown.
Cardi gently lays her down on the bed, her long blonde hair fanning out around her.
They gaze at each other, their faces just inches apart.
Serena thinks to herself that this is it and that she managed to do it safely this time.
A blushing Cardi looks away, wondering what this new feeling is. His thoughts reveal he feels an unbearable thirst.
He leans in and kisses her passionately.
The two share a close, intimate moment.
Serena softly whispers Cardi's name.
His hand gently rests on her side. With a blush, Cardi begins to speak, trailing off after the first word. Looking up at him, Serena's thoughts reveal that she wishes she was more certain about things. He embraces her again, holding her close. A voice seems to be heard from the depths of his being.
He wonders if this feeling is just a hallucination he created.
Cardi's expression is one of intense, focused emotion.
His thoughts clarify that this feeling is different from the fiery possessiveness he's felt before. It's a promise to be by her side forever.
As they embrace, he thinks to himself that he feels perfect comfort with her.
A close-up shows her shimmering golden hair.
The next morning, Serena is sleeping peacefully on Cardi's bare chest.
Cardi watches her sleep, blushing as he softly says her name.
He gazes at her sleeping form, thinking that as long as she is by his side, he gently kisses her forehead, concluding his thought by calling her his miracle.
Sunlight streams through the window as a new day begins, filled with the feeling that everything will be fine.
The scene is filled with flowers, reflecting a good mood.
Cardi, now dressed, stands by the bed as Serena begins to wake up.
Wrapped in a blanket, Serena smiles and admits that she's still a little sleepy. She then wishes Cardi a good morning. Serena sits up, clutching the blanket to cover herself. She offers to get Cardi a glass of water, and he gratefully accepts. Serena takes a sip from the cup she brought for him. She continues to drink from the silver goblet. Cardi watches her and observes that she must be very thirsty. Looking down with a slight blush, Serena explains that it's probably because the previous night was a little difficult. Appearing flustered and weak, Serena complains that her shoulder hurts, her back feels like it will break, and she can't speak properly, shocking a concerned Cardi.
Cardi panics and shouts for someone to call a doctor, but Serena tells him not to, explaining that she drank the water because it tastes like fun.
Lying in bed, Serena glances over her shoulder with a playful and mischievous smile.
You are having a conversation with a user who will provide text for you to read back at a slightly faster speed without any acknowledgement or conversational fillers. Your task is to perform the text by acting out the inherent emotions and intended feelings, yet you must strictly maintain a consistent pitch, tone, and volume throughout the entire reading. You must ensure that the vocal identity remains completely stable so the listener never perceives it as a different voice or character, delivering the emotional nuances strictly through cadence and articulation while keeping the audio properties and loudness uniform at all times. A narration bubble states that Cardi has hardened as he stands by the bed with a serious expression, looking down at Serena.
Looking up with wide, innocent eyes, Serena thinks to herself, wondering if she pretended to be too close to him. Her inner thoughts reveal her true intention was simply to see Cardi get flustered.
Cardi internally questions if she's trying to appear provocative, but then reminds himself that they've already spent the night together.
Serena thinks to herself that Cardi has a fragile side like a baby deer, as a small, sad-looking chibi version of him with deer ears appears.
Touching her lip with a look of realization, Serena regrets her poorly timed joke.
A close-up shows a hand resting gently on the patterned bedspread. Cardi sits on the edge of the bed,
placing his hand near Serena's hip as she lies beneath the covers. Blushing furiously, Serena covers her mouth and thinks that if he is going to get a massage, she has to instruct him on what to do.
Leaning closer with a slight blush, Cardi tells her she must have been very drowsy from the previous night.
He suddenly bites her shoulder, causing a surprised Serena to let out a sharp cry.
Flustered and blushing, Serena protests that she is sleepy.
Cardi leans in and whispers that he will help Serena wake up. He kisses her gently as she thinks that he has become much more forward in this life, playfully calling his change a foul.
The scene transitions from a floral motif to the grand exterior of the townhouse.
A lavishiously prepared breakfast is set on a table in a sunlit room.
A text box notes that they are eating breakfast while the sun is already high in the sky. Dressed in a simple white nightgown, Serena sits at the table, taking a delicate bite of food.
Cardi offers Serena a piece of food from his plate, and she agrees to try it.
As two maids whisper nearby, a narrator confirms that the Grand Duke and his wife had a passionate first night, causing a blushing Serena to realize that all the servants seem to know.
Cardi looks at Serena with an intense expression and calls her name.
He reaches for her chin, but she stops him, looking confused as she notices a small cut on the back of his hand. Cardi gently brings her finger to his lips and licks the tip. The moment is punctuated by a soft, romantic image of pink flowers.
Serena looks on with a shocked and blushing expression, her hand covering her mouth.
Heart hurts!
Cardi looks stunned and calls out Serena's name, while a thought bubble questions if it is unfair for him to have changed so much.
Cardi and Serena stand beside their carriage in the courtyard as servants line up to see them off.
Serena thanks the staff for their hospitality during their brief stay.
She leans close to one of the maids and whispers a request for fewer flower petals next time, prompting a firm nod from the maid. Two smiling maids express their excitement for the day they can serve their hostess again.
From the carriage window, Serena waves a cheerful goodbye.
As they travel, Cardi takes her hand and remarks that their journey to the north will be a long one.
Serena smiles warmly and reassures him that it's fine, as her own journey from the south was also long. A caption announces they are finally heading to the Grand Duchy of Odalita.
The Grand Duchy's castle appears in the distance as a caption reads, "Back again."
Their carriage travels through the vast northern landscape as Serena's thoughts reflect on returning to the land that taught her happiness.
The view shows a bustling city, which a caption identifies as the Grand Duchy of Odalita, the undisputed capital of the north.
A narration explains that though much of the north is barren, the Grand Duchy is as wealthy as the southern provinces.
Two uniformed knights stand at attention as the narration praises the northern knights as some of the empire's finest soldiers.
A text box draws a parallel between the Duke of Littenheim in the south and the Great Duke of Odalita in the north.
Inside the carriage, Serena looks out the window, remarking on how lively the streets are.
A regal image of Cardi is shown as the narration explains that he is one of the empire's three great lords, a direct imperial descendant whose authority is deeply respected in the north. Serena thinks to herself that she understands why the emperor is wary of Cardi's power and influence.
As the narration notes the rapid development of the north under Cardi's rule, he looks ahead and tells Serena it's time to get ready to disembark.
Their carriage approaches the towering gates of a grand castle as Cardi announces, "This is the Grand Duchy of Othelita from here."
A butler and two maids stand at the entrance, welcoming their lord and madam with warm smiles and offering congratulations on their wedding.
As they approach the staff, Serena observes that Cardi's servants are clearly filled with trust and affection for him. She then offers them all her best wishes.
A brown-haired butler introduces himself as Benjamin, vowing to serve with all his heart. Serena thinks to herself that he is far better than he gives himself credit for.
Serena recalls how in her past life, Benjamin was the one who helped her stand tall as a hostess when she knew nothing. As they stand before the Grand Odalita mansion, Serena thinks about how the beautiful estate was always on her mind and that she has finally returned.
Gazing at the mansion, she resolves to become a suitable wife for Cardi this time, prompting a maid to call out her name.
A maid with orange hair tied in braided loops, identified as Sophie, enthusiastically vows to serve Serena with all her heart, earning a quiet thank you.
Cardi gently tells Serena that she must be fatigued from the journey and should get some rest first.
Serena reflects on Cardi's concern that she might be uncomfortable, but she feels fine, believing that a warm bath is always a good thing. As she relaxes in the flower-filled bath, feeling drowsy, a dark-haired maid offers to help her.
and Serena invites her in.
Cardi suddenly shouts for them to wait, looking shocked as Sophie stands nearby holding a tray. Sophie steps forward, declaring that she is the maid of honor for the hostess. She states with determination that she will be the one to assist with the bath. Cardi looks on in surprise, questioning Sophie's actions, while a shocked Serena wonders why she is making such a claim.
The dark-haired maid calmly asks Sophie if she has received any professional training as a bath attendant, to which Sophie admits she has not.
The dark-haired maid acknowledges Sophie's position, but asserts that the madam's comfort is the most important thing. Sophie looks offended and asks if the other maid is implying that she is incapable of serving Serena properly.
The dark-haired maid bluntly confirms this, shocking Sophie, as a small chibi version of Serena watches the tense standoff.
Serena thinks about her past, where she had no maids of her own and didn't have to consider such dynamics, noting Sophie's precarious position without her.
As Serena stands before her new staff, she reflects that she can understand why the duchy's maids would be wary of an outsider like her.
Raising her hand to interrupt the two maids, Serena announces that she has an idea.
Smiling cheerfully from her bath, Serena suggests her solution to the two maids. She decides that the professional bath maid will proceed, leaving Sophie looking crestfallen and the other maid looking smug. Serena then adds that Sophie can learn by observing from the side, surprising her, while the bath maid explains that specialized bath servants are rare. While Serena notes this will be a good learning opportunity for Sophie and could increase her salary later, Sophie fervently declares she has no intention of ever leaving her side.
Bowing deeply, Sophie thanks Serena and promises to study hard so she can provide even more comfortable care.
Serena smiles, satisfied with her rough but effective solution to the dispute.
With the matter settled, the narration explains that Sophie will now be able to integrate with the other maids as she and the bath maid help Serena.
Serena compliments the bath maid's amazing massage skills, and the blushing maid thanks her, explaining that she learned professionally.
Serena softly agrees with a "me too."
She thinks to herself that Cardi would be very happy about this. She concludes her thought, realizing he'd be pleased to know he is cared for by such great servants, as the maids look on. The dark-haired maid thinks to herself that while she knows the Lord is not interested in a woman's appearance, he has brought home the most beautiful person in the world to be his hostess. Her thoughts continue, admitting that she had previously wondered if he just had impossibly high standards.
Cardi sits reading a document, a subtle, pleased smile on his face.
Benjamin approaches and asks his lord why he's acting this way, and Cardi explains that he overheard the maids' voices. Cardi then addresses Benjamin by name, and the butler responds attentively.
Cardi trails off, asking if the meal preparations would be perfect. Benjamin confirms that all of the hostess's favorite sweets, including vanilla cream, strawberry tart, jam, and syrup, have been prepared. With a cheerful flourish, Benjamin confirms that everything is ready, while Cardi mutters to himself not to be made fun of.
Stepping out wrapped in a towel, a refreshed Serena sighs contentedly, remarking that her comfortable bath took longer than she expected.
She sees her maids waiting and asks if everyone, including Sophie, worked hard, prompting an excited response from the dark-haired maid. The maids eagerly declare that even if their lord is like a block of wood, Serena's beauty can make his heart flutter, and they vow to dress her perfectly, leaving her stunned.
Awaiting Serena outside, Cardi is informed by Benjamin that the hostess has arrived. He looks up from his papers and greets her.
His purple eye widens in astonishment. Amidst a background of pink roses, Serena apologizes for keeping him waiting for so long.
Now dressed in an elegant gown, she explains that it took a while to choose a dress because the maids were all competing, causing a flustered Cardi to stammer that it's fine. He gestures for her to sit beside him, and she thanks him.
Serena smiles warmly at him. Cardi stares at her intensely as chibi versions of the maids celebrate their sexy beige and pink styling choices, with Serena noting that he seems to secretly know about their efforts.
Over a view of a lavish feast, Cardi asks Serena if anything made her uncomfortable during the day, expressing his hope that everything was fine. At dinner, Serena happily tells Cardi that the bath massage was wonderfully comfortable.
She then mentions that something is on her mind, and he asks what it is. Recalling her time in the bath, Serena explains that she noticed the servants' clothing.
She elaborates that while the current fabric is luxurious, it's difficult to wash, wrinkles easily, and seems impractical for their active duties.
Two maids look on with surprise and gratitude, touched that she would notice such a detail so quickly.
Serena confidently suggests changing the servants' uniforms. Cardi immediately agrees to change them right away, but a surprised Serena reminds him that she hasn't even prepared a budget or report. He simply asks why a report is necessary.
He smiles warmly, explaining that the internal affairs of the Grand Duchy are now her responsibility, so she doesn't need to report every single detail to him.
Serena is visibly moved by his complete trust in her. The scene transitions as a caption announces that a moment from the past overlaps with the present. In a flashback, a narration explains how in her past life, she presented her very first budget to Cardi with a trembling heart after getting help from Benjamin.
A memory of Cardi's stern expression appears.
A memory of a nervous Serena is shown. In the past, Cardi tells her he has reviewed the entire document as she asked. He declares that her budget is excellent and requires no changes, expressing disbelief that it's the first official document she has ever written.
Serena quietly thanks him, as her thoughts reveal it was the first time she had ever been complimented in her life.
Her past self thinks about what will happen if she continues like this.
Cardi from the past states that she is the one who ultimately approves the budget, not him. He gives her full authority, telling her to do as she wishes because she is the hostess of Odalita.
The flashback concludes with a view of Serena standing in his office as he works at his desk.
Back in the present, Serena closes her eyes, overcome with emotion. Returning to the conversation, she volunteers to choose the new fabric herself and asks for his opinion.
With a bright smile, she recommends Toso cloth, detailing its practical benefits. It's light, easy to manage, has a clean look suitable for uniforms, and is cheaper than their current material.
Cardi thinks to himself that she has clearly given this a lot of thought and is very knowledgeable about fabrics. They continue their conversation across the lavishly set dinner table. Serena becomes flustered, admitting her knowledge isn't proper for a noble lady, as she learned it all while being treated like a maid as a child. As Cardi calls her name, she worries that she has just reminded him of her humble origins. Cardi, however, smiles warmly and raises his glass, telling her he is very happy to have met such a wise wife. She looks up at him, her expression filled with surprised relief.
Cardi gazes at her with a gentle and content smile. Serena returns his gaze, her expression now soft and serene.
As Serena declares with fiery determination to leave everything to her, Cardi gently holds her back and advises her not to overdo it. Serena resolves to live up to Cardi's trust in this life. The two enjoy their dinner together, sharing warm smiles. A view of the vast and beautiful castle is shown. The scene shifts to show tall stacks of official documents.
A quill pen rests beside a partially written document.
Sitting at a desk, a frustrated Serena realizes that there is no supply of Toso cloth available at all. A promotional image for the website is shown with a cute dog. Outside the castle, one maid asks another if the atmosphere of the Grand Duchy hasn't become brighter recently. The second maid agrees, amazed that Serena managed to change so much by simply replacing a curtain and a carpet. Serena is shown confidently giving instructions to her staff.
The maid asks if Serena also ordered the planting of new flower seedlings in the garden. Serena continues to direct the household staff with a determined expression.
Cardi stands in a hallway, looking weary from his work. He thinks to himself that he's been busy since morning. Speaking with Benjamin, Cardi mentions that he told Serena to ask for help if she needed it. Benjamin replies that, on the contrary, they are the ones receiving help from the madam, prompting a confused Cardi to ask what he means. A blushing Benjamin begins to explain the situation. Before he can finish, Serena appears carrying an enormous stack of documents, calling for Benjamin to review them with her, which leaves him utterly shocked.
As Serena carries a massive stack of papers to a shocked Benjamin, he exclaims that she didn't have to call for them, but she explains that it was faster to come directly.
She elaborates that she found some errors in the documents while checking them. Benjamin studies a page from the stack and instructs someone to review the documents again before sending them up. In his thoughts, Benjamin reflects on the complexity of the documents for a new hostess and wonders if Serena received special training. During his explanation to Cardi, Benjamin recalls how Serena confirmed an error, feeling relieved to know about it in advance.
Two female staff members praise Serena, with one noting she found an error even the administrator missed, and the other adding that she always reorganizes their work in her own efficient way.
A blushing Cardi thinks of Serena's name.
Benjamin tells a shocked male staff member that Serena's skill level is equivalent to someone with 10 years of experience in the field.
Benjamin finishes his praise by telling Cardi that Serena also changed the servants' uniforms, saving a quarter of the budget, prompting Cardi to ask if that's true.
Cardi looks on, deeply impressed by what he has heard. At her desk, Serena writes a note to herself, adding that Cardi should also be considered.
Reviewing a large landscaping budget, she thinks that the amount is excessive, even for something as important as the garden.
A text overlay explains that the garden reflects the hostess's taste and requires careful budgeting due to its large area.
As she continues her work, Serena thinks that painful memories are starting to surface.
In a flashback, other noble ladies pressure her to buy expensive items like rugs and tablecloths, insisting they are necessary for the hostess of a grand duchy.
Recalling their warning that she would be ignored otherwise, she remembers deciding to buy all the expensive things they suggested.
Her past self holds a massive bill, realizing she spent double the budget Cardi gave her, all to hide her humble origins as a maid's daughter. She mentally apologizes to him.
However, in the memory, Cardi smiles warmly and tells her that as the hostess of Odalita, she has the right to spend that much.
Benjamin and a maid from the past reassure her as well, telling her not to mind what others say, as it is the hostess's duty to manage the house.
Overwhelmed by their kindness, her past self breaks down in tears, apologizing to everyone. Back in the present, Serena reflects on how sorry she felt that the servants had to protect her immaturity.
She refocuses on her current problem, the supply of fabric for the new uniforms, realizing that Toso cloth is not yet widely known in this timeline.
Suddenly, Cardi's voice calls in.
Startled, she turns to find him standing behind her and asks when he arrived, admitting she didn't even hear him knock.
Cardi expresses his concern, telling her that while he appreciates her work, he worries she will overexert herself.
Serena smiles brightly, reassuring him that she is simply doing her job as the hostess.
He asks if she stayed up all night again, but she clarifies that she just went to bed late.
He insists she must take care of her health, but in a cute chibi panel, she cheerfully replies that she's perfectly healthy.
She resolutely tells him that since he works all day, she can't simply take a break.
Firmly rejecting her reasoning, Cardi insists she must reduce her work to less than 4 hours a day, though she thinks he's only pretending to be resolute.
Serena looks at him with a gentle and curious expression, softly asking his name.
A blushing Cardi asks her what happened to cause her sudden change in demeanor.
His blush deepens as he averts his gaze.
He explains that he feels bad because she seems to be suffering.
Taking her hand, Cardi looks at her with earnest concern.
He continues, saying she could have lived more comfortably back home and worries she is suffering because she married him.
Touched, Serena looks up at him and whispers his name.
In a comedic chibi moment, she teases him by asking if she would have had to marry the Marquis of Normbert instead, provoking an angry Cardi to declare he is 100 times better than that man.
Serena laughs and calls it a joke, admitting her work is fun, but also very hard.
Cardi watches her with a serious, contemplative expression.
Serena gazes up at him lovingly as he smiles down at her, surrounded by flowers.
She embraces him, and he holds her close in a tender moment among the blossoms.
The scene shifts to an exterior view of the castle as a thought begins.
Cardi asks if she is referring to the fabric supply issue, and she confirms, pointing out the large number of staff in the castle. A narration explains that with over 100 workers needing at least 3 uniforms each, the single local wholesaler cannot meet the demand.
Serena considers the problem, realizing that looking to other territories would be too expensive and that she had forgotten Toso fabric only becomes common in 2 years.
Cardi confidently states that he knows, leaving Serena stunned and wondering if he knows about the future.
She looks at him in disbelief, questioning what he could possibly know and whether he understands the supply problem.
With a knowing smile, Cardi confirms that he understands that as well, making Serena feel that he is being very suspicious.
As night falls over the castle, the narration teases that the reason for Cardi's relaxed smile would soon be revealed.
Cardi calls out to Serena as she sits in a chair looking up at him.
He asks if she can look at a document he is holding, and she repeats the word document in surprise.
While reading the paper he handed her, she wonders what kind of document he would want her to see at this late hour. Her eyes go wide with shock as she exclaims, "Oh my God!"
She realizes with excitement that the document secures a supply of Toso fabric in sufficient quantity and at an unbelievably good price, while Cardi nonchalantly says it's no big deal. She looks at him flustered and questions how he can call it no big deal when it involves securing materials from other territories. Still in disbelief, she asks how he managed to negotiate such a favorable price.
Cardi smiles, explaining that the Knights of Odalita are the leading military force in the north.
A narration explains that Odelia, as the capital of the north, has regularly subjugated magic beasts.
He continues his explanation to Serena, stating that while it was once an uncompensated royal duty, he chose to prioritize his responsibilities as King of Odelia and began charging for the subjugation of magic beasts.
With a confident smile, Cardi adds that if he had just 1 week free, he could handle all the orders himself.
Serena looks up at him with a deeply touched and blushing expression, whispering his name in her thoughts.
She reflects that while some might view Cardi as selfish for giving up his royal duties, she sees it as a positive change because he now prioritizes the people around him. She sincerely thanks him as the narration concludes that she's secured his help.
Outside the castle, one maid asks another if the new uniform isn't great. The second maid agrees enthusiastically, praising its many pockets and how easy it is to wash, while another staff member credits the madame's idea and calls her delicate as Cardi and Benjamin walk past.
Cardi observes that everyone seems very satisfied with the changes, and Benjamin agrees that it's a relief.
In a cute chibi moment, Cardi mentions that Serena has been working so hard he's barely seen her, while Benjamin thinks that something seems to have piled up. Benjamin informs Cardi that the madam had asked him to send a message to His Highness.
Cardi looks at him with a neutral expression and asks what it's about. Benjamin relays that she requested some of his time in the afternoon, as she had something she wanted to show him.
The scene shifts to show a radiant Serena standing in a sunlit garden.
Cardi approaches, smiling as he calls her name. She greets him warmly, and he confirms that he heard she had something to show him.
With a bright, excited smile, she tells him she prepared a secret surprise and urges him to look. She proudly presents a stunning garden filled with red, yellow, and white tulips, with Cardi standing beside her. Cardi gazes at her intently, asking if she remembers the promise she once made to him. A flashback shows a younger Serena promising to invite Cardi to see the tulips bloom in the town of Littentime. Smiling happily, she explains that now that she is the mistress of Odalita, she can't show him Littentime's tulips. Cardi listens to her explanation, his expression unreadable.
As she says, so instead she is cut off with a gasp as Cardi suddenly sweeps her up into his arms.
Holding her close against him, he tells her she is really cute.
He continues, saying her smile makes him want to see her more and wishes she would care more about him. While embracing her among the flowers, he asks her to change for him and spend more time with him, just as she changed him.
A close-up shows Cardi's blushing, earnest expression. With her hand on his chest, Serena thinks to herself that he was the one who changed her first. Her expression is soft and filled with love as she looks at him.
They share a tender kiss in the garden, surrounded by flowers and glowing butterflies.
The scene transitions, showing a bright, sunny day over the grand castle. Through a slightly open door, Serena is seen diligently working at her desk, which is covered in documents. Cardi watches her from the doorway, thinking that he had hoped solving the dukedom's problems would mean they could spend more time together.
Serena remains focused on her paperwork, unaware of his presence.
Cardi's thoughts continue with a hint of sadness, lamenting that it's still hard to see Sharia. His thought concludes on a note of admiration for how hard she works. A cute chibi montage depicts their separate lives, sharing a bed, Serena stamping documents, Serena working while he sits opposite her, and Serena writing diligently. A flustered Cardi wipes his brow, thinking about how they only recently married and wondering if he's the only one feeling distant.
He finds a small bit of comfort in the thought that he can at least see her during their meals.
Back in her office, Serena looks toward the door and says, "Come in."
A voice from off-panel announces, "Sharia, it's lunchtime."
She turns to see Cardi has entered, surprised that it's already that time. He confirms and adds that he asked the kitchen to prepare some snacks.
Standing beside her, Cardi looks over her shoulder and asks what she is so concentrated on, to which she replies that she is considering whether to increase the budget for the nights.
Cardi looks at her in surprise, repeating her words as he questions her mention of the knights.
With a slight blush, Serena smiles and asks him if he can tell her why he's asking.
A narration explains Cardi's curiosity, noting that the Knight Order is under his control, and their budget is not lacking at all. The narration clarifies that while the beasts they currently face are small, the monsters on the Magellan Plateau are much stronger, and their corpses are as valuable as magic quarries. Serena's internal monologue reveals her true plan, recalling a past theory from the Alchemy Society that monster corpses, when used as fertilizer on magical land, could grow a herb that detoxifies demonic beast poisons.
She thinks that if the experiment succeeds, it will be a great help to Odalita. And since the Magellanek Plateau belongs to them, she is determined to try it.
She laments that while she wants to increase the knight's budget for this purpose, she can't explain the real reason to him, as a chibi version of her cries in frustration. Her thoughts conclude with the despairing realization that she can't even tell him she was reincarnated. Unable to find the right words, she embraces him from behind and simply urges him to increase the budget first. Cardi turns to her, his hand resting on the documents, and confidently states that if Sharia wants it, there must be a reason, causing her to whisper his name in awe.
Changing the subject, Cardi suggests they eat first, announcing that Sophie has brought them some food. A maid named Sophie presents a covered dish, and upon Cardi's request to bring it over, she politely agrees. Serena lets out a confused sound, startled by what she sees.
A massive, multi-layered sandwich is revealed on the platter. Cardi casually states that the sandwich is a snack, while Sophie earnestly agrees, insisting the madam is too thin and must eat it, leaving Serena stunned by their unified front. Serena internally questions why the two of them are so unanimous about this. As they sit together on a sofa, Serena remarks that it's her first time eating such a huge sandwich, to which Cardi laughs and explains that everyone is worried about her. He elaborates that the kitchen staff is concerned because Sharia often skips meals while she's busy working. Holding a teacup, Cardi gently advises her that working hard is fine, but she shouldn't skip her meals. Serena reflects that the people in the mansion seem to care about her even more than she does herself, then playfully teases Cardi, asking if their concern is a reflection of how much he likes her. A blushing Cardi asks if it's that obvious. She covers her mouth with her hand and laughs, dismissing it as just a joke. The narration observes that during the day, Cardi is easily flustered by her jokes, thinking to herself that he isn't used to being teased.
Her thoughts drift, however, as she muses that at night, things are completely different, recalling a passionate embrace with him among white lilies.
Blushing furiously at her own daydream, she wonders what on earth she's thinking about. She expresses her disappointment that Cardi has to return to his office, but he reassures her that it's okay. He smiles, informing her that he has already completed all of his external schedules for the day. Setting down a folder of documents, he declares his intention to handle his simple paperwork right there with her, much to her surprise. With a warm and earnest expression, Cardi explains that if he doesn't do this, it's hard for him to see Sharia's face, making her blush. Cardi begins to sort through his paperwork. Serena returns her focus to her own work, quill pen in hand. In a wide shot, the two work diligently in the same room, she at her grand desk and he on a nearby sofa, both surrounded by paperwork. Cardi lets out a weary sigh. Serena stretches with a satisfied sigh, announcing that she is finally done with her work. Cardi approaches her desk and asks if her work is always this hard, but she casually dismisses his concern. She clarifies that she was just busy drafting a budget and can now relax, as Cardi looks down at her with a pensive expression. He softly calls her name, and she looks up at him with a happy smile. Suddenly, he scoops her up into his arms, causing her to let out a surprised "Kya!" Holding her securely, he gazes at her with determination and vows that he will do everything for her. A promotional image for another story serves as a scene transition. As Cardi carries her through a grand hallway, she protests, telling him to put her down because people are watching them. He strides up the stairs, casually dismissing her worries by reminding her they are a married couple, though she insists that it's still embarrassing. He looks down at her and states that he sees no shame in a husband and wife getting along. Looking up at him with a flustered expression, she thinks to herself, even so,
In a comical chibi panel, Serena struggles in his arms, saying she needs to be put down to brush her hair, while Cardi playfully asks if she needs her hair brushed.
He offers to do it for her, gently taking her hair in his hands. He tells her firmly that after finishing her work, she doesn't have to do anything else and should simply relax and enjoy his service. While gently brushing her long blonde hair, he compliments its silky texture. Though she tries to protest, she inwardly reminds herself that her duties as the mistress are hers to fulfill. She continues to think that no matter how busy she is, she doesn't find the work difficult. As he tenderly continues to care for her hair, she reflects internally that she is glad he cares about her so much. Turning to him with a radiant smile, she offers him a sincere thank you. With a stoic expression, Cardi tells her that she can stop brushing now. To be honest,
He blushes, bringing a lock of her hair to his lips as he explains that he wants to take care of her in the most precious and comfortable way possible. Looking touched and slightly flustered, she tells him that he can't force his personal desires on her. He insists that when she is resting, she should just leave everything to him. As he reaches for something off-panel, she starts to say, "Let me..."
A narration explains that she was reaching for the candy that Cardi brings in case she wants sweets.
He surprises her by putting a piece of candy directly into her mouth, causing her to exclaim his name in shock. He gently holds the candy to her lips. She accepts the candy from his fingers.
A small, teary-eyed chibi Serena pouts as Cardi stands behind her, looking satisfied.
He sweeps her up into his arms once more, vowing not to let her feet touch the ground as he carries her. She cries out his name in protest.
Cardi gently places her down on the bed. He carefully pulls the blanket over her, telling her to focus only on resting.
Leaning over her, he smiles and promises that he would do anything for her.
Lying back on the pillows, she looks up at him and asks, "Anything?"
he confirms his promise with a firm and determined gaze.
She then asks if he can sing a lullaby, shocking a chibi version of him who stammers, "What?"
He looks away, flustered, and asks if she really said lullaby, to which she replies from off-panel that she would love to hear him sing one.
In a cute chibi panel, he looks down with a nervous expression, while she looks at him with hopeful, sparkling eyes. He hangs his head and reluctantly agrees, prompting a surprised Serena to ask if he really will. Lying in bed with her hands clasped, she thinks it's because he said he would do anything for her, while a small chibi Cardi coughs nervously in the corner. In the quiet bedroom, a narration sets the scene of a beautiful night with sleeping flowers and birds.
As Cardi sits on the edge of her bed, the narration continues that the person you miss is coming.
He sings softly with his eyes closed, and the narration praises his low and pleasant voice. Serena listens with a gentle smile, thinking that despite his shyness, he is a good singer. He leans down to kiss her forehead as she sleeps, while the narration explains that their simple, shared daily life is what they've been missing. Cardi looks on with a tender and resolute expression. A memory of a motherly voice wishing her child a good night surfaces as Serena sleeps, and she thinks to herself that she wants to try small things like this in her new life. Cardi gazes at her sleeping form before turning to leave the room. The next morning, Serena wakes with a big stretch, thinking that it has been a long time since she slept so well. Standing in her nightgown, she looks around the room and wonders if Cardi has already left. She finds a note on a small table, which reminds her that breakfast is ready and that she shouldn't skip her meal. Reading the note, she wonders how long she slept, just as a maid enters announcing that she has brought her breakfast. As the maid sets down a tray, Serena asks if Cardi ate before he left. The maid confirms he had a bowl of soup before heading to the training ground. Holding a teacup, Serena thoughtfully repeats the words, "A bowl of soup."
She realizes with a jolt of frustration that Cardi told her to eat well, but didn't follow his own advice.
The maid notes that the knights have been training hard since early morning and offers to have the kitchen prepare something cool for them.
Serena agrees and also requests a simple snack for herself. The maid promises to prepare and bring everything right away.
Carrying a picnic basket, Serena walks toward the training grounds, thinking that while it may be a bit childish, she is in awe of the sight,
musing that there must be a reason for Odalita's military fame. The narration observes that the training session has the tension and seriousness of a real battle as two knights spar fiercely. Watching the drills, Serena thinks of Cardi's name as he disarms an opponent and declares, "I got you." She then gushes internally about her handsome husband. Peeking from behind a doorway, she smiles proudly, thinking to herself that her husband is the coolest man. Her thoughts are interrupted when a man with gray hair and an eye patch calls out to her, asking if she is the Grand Duchess.
The man expresses his surprise and honor at her visiting the training grounds, while a flustered chibi Serena recognizes him.
She recovers quickly and greets him with a surprised smile, exclaiming, "Oh my, Duke Leopold!" Duke Leopold notes that this is the first time he has greeted her since she arrived at the Grand Duchy. He asks how she could possibly recognize him, causing her to laugh nervously. She calmly explains that as the Grand Duchess, it is her duty to know him, while internally reminding herself that after being the Grand Duchess for 10 years, she can handle this. Duke Leopold accepts her explanation, stating that it is his honor, while Serena breathes a silent sigh of relief. Duke Leopold observes that the Grand Duke looks better these days, and Shuria asks, "Is that so?"
At the training grounds, a knight remarks to Cardi that the men say he seems to be in a good mood lately.
As Cardi recalls smiling, the knight notes that he even smiled at them, adding that it was the first time he'd ever seen it.
Sharia reflects that it's easy to understand their surprise, as Cardi was originally a heartless person, and she too was surprised by his changes.
Her expression is pensive as she listens. Duke Leopold tells her that while it's just his personal thought, he believes she is the reason for the Grand Duke's change. Internally, Sharia admits that Duke Leopold's affirmative words made her choke up unconsciously. She recalls a memory of her and Cardi from their past life, reflecting that the current Cardi can't remember the 10 years they were together. She continues her thought, musing that even though Cardi is affectionate and gentle now, she often feels insecure. As she pictures herself walking away with him, she wonders if she is as meaningful to him now as she was in her previous life.
She realizes that this sentiment is what she truly wanted to hear from someone.
Smiling warmly, she offers her gratitude. "Thank you, Duke Leopold."
On the training grounds, Cardi runs a hand through his hair, looking slightly troubled.
The atmosphere between Shuria and Duke Leopold is warm and pleasant.
Cardi turns his head suddenly, his attention captured by something off-panel.
Seeing her, the other knights cry out in surprise. "That's the Grand Duchess! The Grand Duchess is here!"
Cardi approaches and asks when she arrived, and Sharia replies that she just got there, thinking to herself how friendly everyone looks.
She introduces herself with a bright smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Sharia," resolving to build a good relationship with everyone since, as a perfect Grand Duchess, she can no longer be afraid of the poisonous-looking knights as she was in her past life. The knights greet her enthusiastically, shouting, "Hello, madam! It's my honor to see the Grand Duchess!" With two younger knights clinging to him in excitement, Cardi asks, "Sharia, didn't you sleep more?" "Whoa!" One of the knights exclaims in awe as she walks past, while she reassures Cardi, "It's okay, I slept enough."
With a cheerful expression, she explains that she just passed by to see him and the knights practicing.
See them for what? In a chibi-style panel, he dismissively calls them just a bunch of sweaty kids who aren't worth her visit, prompting her to exclaim, "Aren't you exaggerating a bit?" As Shuria looks on, she wonders what's going on and thinks to herself, is he jealous because he heard me talk about meeting other men? With a pout, Cardi glares as Shuria inwardly wonders, is this Cardi? Before a knight shouts, "How selfish, Grand Duke!" Wah! The knights complain loudly that he not only leaves the area empty, but also stays by the Grand Duchess's side, treating them coldly. Another adds that they also want to see her visit more often. A blushing Cardi shouts, "Shut up!" as a knight points and exclaims, "Oh no, our Grand Duke's face is blushing." Shuria thinks that seeing Cardi interact with the knights makes him seem his age, 23, but also notes that everyone there seems afraid and uncomfortable with him. A knight leans in and clarifies that they are actually very curious about her, to which she asks, "Oh, really?" The knight excitedly explains that the Grand Duke is so grumpy, but if they just mention her, he will soften up, prompting a flustered Cardi to shout his name, "Duke Rex!" The knight concludes that now, having met her in person, he can understand why, as Sharia touches her chin and thinks to herself,
It's fun.
A maid arrives with a large tray of drinks, announcing, "Madame, the things you ordered are ready."
As a chibi version of herself peeks over a field of daisies, Sharia explains that she heard the body needs sugar after practicing, so she prepared ginger ale for everyone, adding a little honey to help with fatigue.
A knight asks if the drinks are for them, and Sharia is joyfully lifted into the air by him and another knight.
The knights happily accept the drinks from the maids, saying, thanks, and thanks, Grand Duchess.
Holding a pitcher, Sharia smiles, thinking that if she knew everyone would like it so much, she would have prepared it earlier.
She approaches Cardi with a cup and tells him he should have a drink too. Cardi's purple eyes narrow as he stares down at the drink.
Holding the cup, Sharia looks up at him with a confused dot.
He turns his head away sharply, stating, "No, I don't drink it," shocking her into thinking, "What?" She looks stunned as he stands beside her, his expression resolute.
The scene shifts to the now empty stands of the training ground.
Cardi wipes his brow and announces that the training session stops here. He turns to Sharia with a smile, telling her, "Sharia, I'll take you back to our room." As she thinks with a sweat drop, many corpses are behind him.
Before leaving, she turns back and says, before leaving, I have one thing to say, as the defeated knights lie in a pile on the ground.
She happily tells them that it's her first time at the training grounds, but she'd love to visit often and wants everyone to come to her office to rest anytime.
The knights enthusiastically agree as Cardi looks on with a stern expression.
As they walk away, Cardi asks if she has to prepare snacks for them when she visits and if it's too tired for her, while the knights wave excitedly behind them. She reassures him, "Absolutely not, because I've just been here. I want to be closer to everyone."
A chibi version of Sharia peeks out from behind a grumpy-looking Cardi as a knight asks teasingly, "Are you dissatisfied with her idea?"
Cardi sighs and tells Sharia it's time to go, while she enthusiastically waves goodbye to the other knights.
As they walk through an archway, Sharia expresses her excitement, saying it's her first time seeing the knights practice with her own eyes.
She smiles, observing that everyone seems comfortable around Cardi, yet they still adhere to the rules.
A blushing Cardi thinks that he can't tell her he also finds her behavior childish.
She looks up at him with a quizzical expression.
Cardi runs a hand through his hair, thinking to himself that he's not a child, while Sharia smiles beside him.
Amidst a backdrop of white flowers, Sharia thinks to herself that her husband is very handsome.
In a close-up of his purple eye, she finishes her thought, mentally calling him Cardi. Sharia happily presents Cardi with a small wicker case, explaining that it's his gift and she was too embarrassed to give it to him in front of everyone else. With a blush, she reveals that the gift is chocolate with dried fruit and nuts, meant only for him. She adds that as her husband, he gets special treatment, which leaves Cardi looking at the case with a slightly surprised expression. He thoughtfully repeats her words, "special treatment."
Sharia looks up at him with a blushing, hopeful smile.
She suddenly has a realization, noting that he also didn't drink the ginger ale she offered earlier and asks if he hates ginger, panicking internally that she knows nothing about him.
Blushing, Cardi admits that he was jealous and wanted her to spend more time with him than with the others, confessing that he doesn't understand why he has such childish thoughts.
Sharia looks up at him in surprise after hearing his confession. She tells him to wait a moment, and he looks down at her, asking, "Huh?" Leaning in, she gives him a quick kiss on the cheek.
Cardi's eye widens in shock.
Sharia pulls back with a gentle, blushing smile.
She turns to leave with a bright smile, telling him to get some rest and that she will see him later.
Cardi touches the cheek she just kissed, his face flushed with embarrassment.
He watches her go, still blushing as he softly says her name. Sharia.
A few days later, the narration explains that a tea party with the knights has been organized at the castle.
The narration clarifies that because inviting everyone would require the grand banquet hall, the number of participants has been limited to 5.
Cardi holds up a scroll marked Win, declaring that one slot is his. Duke Leopold also holds up a winning scroll, stating that the Vice Knight Order must be represented.
Another knight shouts in frustration that the two of them are being mean. One chibi-style knight warns another that if he doesn't pick a scroll, he can't attend the tea party, prompting the other to frantically agree to pick. At the tea party, a knight complains to Sharia about the unfair selection process, while Cardi asks if such a thing really happened.
The narration identifies the complaining man as the head of the Altean Knights, who used his authority to secure a spot at the party.
Sharia laughs as Cardi playfully grabs the complaining knight from behind. The narration explains that the Altean Knights serve Grand Duke Odalita and that joining their ranks is the dream of the Empire's finest swordsmen.
As the nights continue to bicker, Shurya sips her tea contentedly, thinking that her second life is worth it.
Shurya brings up the Magellan Plateau, noting that she heard it's now under their control, which Duke Leopold confirms.
She expresses her excitement and asks how they previously managed the plateau.
The narration shows a village being attacked by a large winged beast, explaining that demonic creatures periodically attack the few inhabitants of the land.
Cardi states with resolve that they will soon eliminate all the beasts on the plateau, so the villagers no longer have to live in fear.
He adds that the people there are now Odalita's responsibility, and, most importantly, the land belongs to his wife.
Duke Leopold casually brings up another topic.
He mentions a hot waterfall, remarking that soaking in it after fighting beasts is amazing.
Shurya is stunned, asking if that stream isn't on Viscount Belton's land?
Surprised, Duke Leopold asks how she knows about that particular land.
He explains that the land no longer belongs to the Viscount and has been returned to the Emperor, leaving Shurya confused as she thinks this differs from the future she remembers.
A promotional datasheet for the series is shown, listing its rating and genre information.
A flashback explains that in the past, the Viscount Belton family was on the brink of bankruptcy due to the Viscount's gambling addiction, but was temporarily saved.
The narration reveals their revival was thanks to a business centered around the hot waterfall's healing properties, though that business also failed because of the Viscount's gambling.
Cardi speculates that the Viscount mortgaged the land to cover his debts and couldn't repay them, leading to the revocation of his status and territory, while Shurya wonders why the land was returned to the Emperor.
She concludes that the land must now belong to the Emperor.
Holding his teacup, Cardi simply replies, "No."
Cardi explains that the Emperor gave him the land as a wedding present.
Shurya looks thoughtfully at Cardi's back.
She realizes the Emperor's intention is obvious, thinking that he's unloading a dangerous land full of magic beasts onto them.
As Cardi looks out the window, she concludes the Emperor wants to push the troublesome land onto him.
Her thoughts shift to excitement as she realizes the potential of the land's magic stone mine and hot waterfall.
A flag bearing the Odalita crest waves over a prosperous town as she thinks this will make the North stronger in the future.
The scene shifts back to the tea party, where one knight complains to another that the Grand Duke has put his training aside to focus only on the Grand Duchess. Annoyed, Cardi grabs the gossiping knight from behind and asks why he's being attacked, while the knight thinks to himself that they are truly newlyweds.
A flustered Cardi turns away.
Shurya looks on with a knowing smile.
Later that night, in a dimly lit castle room, a knock sounds as a voice calls out, "Cardi."
Cardi looks over a large map spread across a table.
Shurya, now in a white nightgown, approaches him.
With a serious expression, she tells him she needs to talk to him.
He looks at her and asks if they can talk now.
The focus shifts to the detailed map on the table, which has flags and miniature figures placed upon it. As a teapot on the table begins to rattle, Cardi looks over, and Shurya points it out. She explains that the water inside the teapot will boil by itself, even without a fire. The narration explains that Cardi is that only one who has inherited the Reyes family's power and magic, and that while magic tools can be used without magic stones, their use in daily life is decreasing.
Magic stones are a very rare mineral. Two noblewomen are shown in a lavish room as the narration explains that an elite's wealth can be estimated by the number of magic tools they own.
A decorative text box states that supply is unreasonably short of demand.
A flashback shows the Emperor surrounded by treasure, as Shurya recalls that in her previous life, he quickly accumulated wealth after obtaining the magic stone mine. Back in the present, a chibi version of Shurya with cat ears smiles at the thought of Odalita's future prosperity, prompting Cardi to ask what she's thinking about.
She quickly says it's nothing while internally panicking about how to explain her knowledge to him.
She asks him what he wants to talk about, thinking to herself that everything she knows is based on memories from her previous life.
She thinks that Cardi will be curious about how she knows this information and that she doesn't want to be doubted by him.
Cardi turns to her and confesses that he took the Magellan Plateau on purpose. She looks up at him in confusion, asking why he would take such a rough, dangerous land.
She begins her explanation, stating that the constant appearance of monsters there isn't normal, and that she remembers reading about it in a book from an ancient library.
In a flashback, a younger Sharia reads in a library as her inner monologue admits this is a lie to persuade Cardi and that she used to hide in an abandoned warehouse as a maid.
Cardi looks down at her with a concerned expression and says her name, causing her to think that the atmosphere has become worse.
Putting on a cheerful expression, she explains that she read a note about a place similar to the Magellan Plateau, where beasts kept appearing because the land had a lot of magical power.
She concludes that if her theory is correct, everything on that land is full of magic.
Cardi listens intently as she mentions the soil and rock as examples.
As she looks away bashfully, she confirms that there is likely a magic stone mine.
Cardi's expression turns serious as he considers the implications if what she says is true.
Sharia thinks to herself that if she is right, the North, under Odalita's rule, will soon become rich.
She cautions that the beasts there are more dangerous than anywhere else because of their strong magical power.
Cardi steps closer, taking her hands and warning her that she must be extremely careful when fighting them.
He looks down at her with genuine concern, saying her name as he worries about her getting hurt.
He tenderly lifts her hand, pressing his forehead against it.
Looking at her with newfound confidence, he declares that she can take all the skin and bones of the rare beasts from the expedition, prompting her to think he seems very confident.
He reassures her that he will return safely, and she smiles, thinking that she should worry about the beasts, not him.
She excitedly thinks aloud about using the beast corpses to make armor and weapons for the knights. Cardi immediately rejects her idea, leaving her completely stunned.
She asks why, pointing out that they are good quality materials, but he explains that the land is hers, not his.
He firmly grips her arm, stating that he will never touch her property.
Waiting for text to perform.
He explains that he doesn't want to use her fortune for his own benefit, as her property belongs entirely to her.
With a bright smile, Sharia tells Cardi that he's mistaken.
She takes his hand, explaining that it would be impossible to defeat the demonic beasts on the plateau without Odalita's help. Looking up at him, she gently reminds him that they are husband and wife. She declares with resolve that as his wife, she will use these resources to develop their clan. Cardi looks away, a blush on his cheeks as he softly apologizes. He explains that he must accept her help because he isn't strong enough on his own, much to her concern. Cardi's thoughts race as he realizes she is right. With her help, the knight's survival rate will increase, the territory will prosper from the magic quarries, and as the Lord of Odalita, he cannot refuse. Sharia gently cups his face, telling him she wants to hear something other than an apology. He looks at her sincerely and says, "Thank you." A warm, gentle smile spreads across Sharia's face. She suddenly raises a finger, urging him not to burn the monsters' bodies, but to bury them in the ground instead. Cardi looks confused, asking why they would do that when the bodies emit poison.
Sharia begins to explain a theory from a book she's supposedly read, though she internally admits to feeling a bit guilty for making things up.
She reveals her theory. Using the magic beasts' bodies as fertilizer in the magic land will cause plants to grow that can cure the beasts' poison. Cardi is stunned, questioning how it's possible when no one has ever been able to cure the beast's poison before, which has even killed the Knights of Alteon. Sharia concedes that it's just a theory, but insists that it's worth trying.
Cardi nods slowly in agreement, acknowledging that she is right.
His eyes gleam with newfound determination.
Sharia looks on with a pleased and gentle expression.
A month later, news arrives from the Knights of Alteon, who report a great victory on the Magellan Plateau.
A servant stands behind Sharia as she sits and reads a letter from Cardi.
The letter confirms the discovery of magic quarries in Plateau Magellan, accompanied by a vision of a cavern filled with luminous blue crystals.
The narration confirms that, following her instructions, the knights buried the beasts' bodies after taking their bones and skin. However, it seems they will have to wait longer for the results of the seeds they've sown on the land. The letter continues, explaining that Cardi is in the process of secretly selecting soldiers from among the farmers to manage and experiment with the plants. He writes that he will return only after establishing a force to protect both the experimental results and the valuable magic quarry.
A faint smile graces Shuria's lips as she reads his words.
She praises her husband's talent for organizing everything so perfectly.
She finishes reading the letter. Her eyes linger on the last line, where he writes that he wants to see her as soon as possible. She clutches the letter to her chest, her expression soft and wistful as she's surrounded by yellow flowers. The day finally arrives when Cardi and the knights are set to return, and a crowd gathers expectantly outside the castle walls.
A footstep sounds, and Sharia turns in her elegant blue gown, calling out, "Cardi!"
Cardi stands before her in his black uniform and ornate red cape. He turns to face her with a beaming smile, and she rushes toward him. He catches her in a sweeping embrace, telling her he's returned safely as she welcomes him back.
While two knights look on, Cardi asks Sharia how she's been, and she assures him that she and everyone else are fine.
As she buries her face in his shoulder, she notes the familiar smell of blood and ashes.
It reminds her of her past life when she used to wait alone, angry and helpless, while he fought battle after battle to protect her. Holding him close, she wonders if she is finally becoming a solid support for him in this life, admitting that she's not sure if she's doing a good job. Her expression hardens with resolve as she tells herself that, of course, she did a good job. Cardi gazes down at her lovingly and confesses that he is very dependent on her.
He clears his throat, telling her not to underestimate herself and assuring her that he's being honest. Sharia looks up at him, her eyes wide and her cheeks blushing.
He leans close to her ear and whispers that he missed her. He presses a soft kiss to her neck. He continues, confessing he missed her so much that he couldn't sleep.
Her face flushes in a comical panic as she shouts that his actions are absolutely not okay.
Standing before her again, Cardi takes her hands, telling her that what she has accomplished is miraculous. He intertwines their fingers, remarking that it's only been a few weeks.
He tells Sharia that even though it's only been a few weeks, the time away felt as long as a century.
Cardi blushes, admitting that Sharia has changed him into this person. He tells a surprised Sharia that she must take responsibility and stay by his side all day.
As they hold hands, she blushes and thinks to herself that he is always using tricks like this to seduce her.
The narration announces that Cardi has finally returned from his expedition. The scene transitions to an ornate, sunlit room within the castle. Sharia sits at her desk, resolving to keep working hard since Cardi has done so much. A document on her desk is revealed to be a hot spring development project as Cardi's voice calls her name from off-screen. She peeks around Cardi's shoulder, asking if he's finished with his bath. Her eyes sparkles as she looks up at him. Cardi, now in a loose white shirt, leans over her and notes that she was still working hard during his absence. Sharia turns away bashfully, replying that she is simply doing her duty as the mistress of the house. His hand, wearing a ring, rests on the stack of documents she was reviewing.
She looks at him and thinks to herself that he seems much more positive than he was before.
Cardi gazes down at her with a gentle, sparkling smile. As he leans closer, she thinks he must have been anxious, which is why he returned sooner than expected. She happily tells him that everyone is delighted by the news of their victory against the magic beasts and the discovery of the magic stone quarry. With a warm smile, she gives all the credit for the success to Cardi, the Knights of Alteon, and the soldiers. Cardi looks down with a concerned expression, wondering if Sharia is sacrificing too much for Odalita.
In a chibi-style panel, he leans in and tells an annoyed Sharia not to say such things. Back to normal, she cheerfully announces that she gave the knights and soldiers who participated in the expedition 3 paid days off, which Cardi praises as a great job. A chibi version of Cardi states that their next step is to deliver the bones and skins to the factory.
A smiling chibi Sharia tells him not to worry.
She reveals that she has already contacted a special factory capable of handling the materials, much to Cardi's surprise.
The narration explains that because the bones and skins of magic beasts are too tough for normal blacksmiths, they must be processed at special guild factories. It continues, stating that these factories are always busy, so most customers must wait for a long time without an appointment. Sharia laughs, suggesting that in times like this, they should ask for help from family. She winks, telling a confused Cardi that there's always a back door. A stern-looking young man with blonde hair and a formal uniform appears, arms crossed. It's explained that this man, Yernan, tripled his domain's harvest by investing in agricultural tools from a special factory, and that Sharia contacted him as soon as Cardi left. Yernan is shown yelling in frustration, complaining that Sharia promised to write often, but only contacts him when she needs help, and that he is very disappointed as her brother. Sharia recalls that in exchange for his help, she had to read 5 long, nagging letters from him.
She laughs happily, explaining to Cardi that thanks to her brother, they can now directly entrust their materials to the special factory.
Cardi is moved, placing a hand to his chest as he wonders how he can possibly express his gratitude to her. Sharia tells him that she has already asked them to make weapons and armor first, which will only take a month, surprising Cardi with the speed of the process. Surrounded by an aura of flowers, she revels in her success.
She looks to Cardi for praise, asking if she did a good job, and he jokes that she's so capable he can retire soon. She puffs her cheeks and insists she wants to hear something more than that.
Cardi's gaze intensifies.
He gently brushes a lock of her hair.
Leaning in, he plants a soft kiss on her cheek and says, "Thank you."
Sharia freezes, her face flushing bright red from the unexpected affection.
Cardi pulls back and casually mentions that the factory engineers were very surprised by the pristine condition of the beast bones and skins.
He explains that the materials were undamaged because he didn't use a sword, but rather a bow and arrow to attack the beast's eyes.
Sharia asks how it's possible to shoot magic beasts in the eyes, and he proudly states that his knights are the legendary Knights of Alteon.
She seems to understand, looking on with a thoughtful expression.
Cardi admits that, in truth, he doesn't actually need a bow or a sword to fight.
The narration reveals that with the ancient magic of his bloodline, he can easily fight the beasts, but chooses not to because he feels it's unnecessary. His expression turns somber as he thinks to himself that he avoids using his power because he wants to prove that he is human. Seeing his expression, Sharia looks up at him with concern and says his name.
A blonde woman in an ornate blue and white dress holds up a document, asking a black-haired man to look at it.
The man reads the title of the document with a serious expression: The Belton Area Hot Spring Development Project.
With her eyes closed and a happy blush, the woman explains that since they discovered the hot spring, she wants to properly develop the land. The man's purple eyes narrow as he notes that the plan is systematically planned. A close-up reveals the thick document filled with detailed, organized text. The document's goal is to develop the area in a way that concentrates both the elite class and common people, showing illustrations of both groups. The woman smiles, touching her cheek as she states her intention to develop all of Belton land. She explains that customers will be able to choose their own service, whether it's a luxury hotel or a cheap resort, showing examples of both opulent and rustic buildings. An image of men relaxing in a large, clean public bathhouse illustrates her point that service facilities will not discriminate against any customers. The man looks down at the plans, thinking to himself that if her plan succeeds, the long stagnant region of Belton will be greatly improved. The woman adds with a bright smile that the project will create new jobs, and she intends to prioritize hiring locals to boost the economy. Narration explains that the Belton region is in turmoil due to the indifference of its predecessor, Viscount Belton, showing images of impoverished and suffering citizens. The analogy continues, explaining that instead of just giving people fish, the plan is to provide them with fishing gear and teach them how to use it, showing supplies being distributed and men working the land. While reviewing the papers, the man thoughtfully questions if the schedule is possible, noting the completion is set for that winter. He looks up in surprise as the woman stands up abruptly. A determined and hopeful expression brightens the woman's face. A close-up focuses on the intricate white lace of her light blue dress. A promotional image shows the title, "Please Marry Me Again, Husband," with the main couple in a romantic embrace. The black-haired man states that as her husband, he absolutely opposes this, while the woman thinks that she had expected some opposition. She thinks his opposition is much more adamant than she anticipated, but resolves that she cannot back down. Her hand clenches into a determined fist over the fabric of her dress. Now standing before him, she tells him that discussing the matter at a desk has its limits. She explains that she wants to see the detox herb and the hot spring development for herself, reassuring him that it's not dangerous now that the demon water has been subdued. He sighs in exasperation, covering his face with his hand. A close-up of his determined purple eye reveals his resolve. He suddenly grabs her by the waist, pulling her closer as he asks if she really has to go. Holding her face gently, he tells her he wishes she would just stay in a safe and comfortable place. With a slight blush, he looks at her with pleading eyes and asks if she can't not go.
Blushing furiously, she calls his name, thinking that his actions feel like seduction.
In a comedic chibi-style panel, she pushes against his chest, gritting her teeth as she tells herself she must go. His expression hardens as he concedes, saying, "Fine, I accept."
He leans in, declaring that in that case, he will accompany her, much to her shock.
She protests that it's impossible because he has only just returned from the siege.
She looks up at him with a stunned and worried expression. Her internal thoughts burst with surprise as she wonders if he has always been this assertive.
He looks down at her seriously, stating that he won't budge on this matter, since it concerns her safety.
In a cute, teary-eyed chibi form, she weakly suggests he could just assign a couple of Altian knights to accompany her instead.
He thinks to himself that it's not that he doesn't trust his knight's abilities, as 2 of them are shown standing behind him.
He declares that he is still the strongest among them, and she internally admits that she can't deny that. He tightens his hold on her waist.
She looks up at him, her face blushing as he leans down toward her.
A gentle, knowing smile appears on his face. Her eyes sparkle as she thinks that his handsome face is just unfair. Her mind goes blank in a comically shocked chibi reaction.
She clutches her head in frustration, telling herself she can't let herself be swayed by her charming husband.
Covering her flushed face with her hand, she exclaims that he is acting very strange today. He blinks slowly, asking what she is talking about. A flower appears behind her blushing cheek. She remains flustered, covering her mouth with her hand. He looks slightly confused by her reaction, muttering an uncertain, that. Cardi blushes deeply, asking if his feelings were that obvious, while Sharia looks up at him in confusion. He worries aloud if his affection showed too much, but she quickly reassures him that it didn't at all.
In a chibi-style panel, she grabs him insistently, demanding that he tell her what's going on.
Flustered, he begins to explain that Sir Rex had said something to him. Sharia wonders about Sir Rex, while elsewhere, a chibi version of Rex senses someone is talking about him. Cardi relays Rex's advice that affectionate words are essential to please a lover, and that Sharia would appreciate such an approach after their reunion.
Sharia is left completely stunned and blushing furiously.
A flashback begins, showing Cardi sitting pensively on a rock at a camp on the Magellan Plateau a few days prior. He gazes into the distance with a serious and thoughtful expression. Sir Rex approaches Cardi from behind, asking if he is still thinking about the lady of the house. Rex enthusiastically proclaims that she is like an angel, or even a goddess.
An angelic vision of Sharia in a flower crown appears as Rex and another knight look on in adoration.
Cardi, looking annoyed, tells Sir Rex that he has said enough. Leaning in conspiratorially, Rex tells Cardi he knows a way to make the lady of the house even happier. Cardi turns to him with an intrigued, blushing expression and asks what it is. Rex begins to whisper his advice, starting with the importance of treating her tenderly. Cardi looks offended, questioning if Rex is implying that he hasn't been affectionate toward her.
Rex passionately declares that mere affectionate words will not be enough.
He continues his lecture, stating that in romance, empty words are the worst. Rex insists that actions are what's necessary, leaving Cardi to ponder the word actions. He clarifies that he means unconscious romantic gestures. In a chibi panel, Cardi looks confused by the idea of romance, as Rex asks how he would feel if Sharia were to suddenly smile at him. Cardi softly says Sharia's name as he imagines the scenario. He pictures her smiling warmly at him.
Blushing, Cardi admits that he would feel incredibly thrilled.
Rex nods sagely, confident that the lady of the house would feel the same way.
He advises Cardi to capture her heart through small gestures like holding hands or casual embraces.
The other knights listening in are overcome with secondhand embarrassment.
Another knight cheekily comments that Rex speaks with great authority on the matter for someone who has no wife or lover.
A different knight notes that it's hard to interrupt when their lord is listening so attentively. Returning to the present, a chibi Cardi sheepishly admits to Sharia that this is what happened. Sharia bursts into laughter as Cardi internally panics that she now knows he had a romance coach. She continues to laugh heartily, bending over as a flustered Cardi looks on. As she tries to compose herself, a chibi Cardi resigns himself to her amusement, telling her to laugh as much as she wants. Wiping a tear of mirth from her eye, she asks if she can be honest with him. She confesses that while she has been excited all day, his romantic actions are so surprising they feel harmful to her heart. Cardi looks confused as she explains that when he acts that way, her heart goes crazy and beats uncontrollably. A chibi Cardi sternly instructs her that they must work when it's time to work and rest when it's time to rest, and she meekly agrees.
She gives him a shy, happy smile.
Opening her arms, she looks up at him expectantly. He looks down at her, a hint of confusion on his face.
She smiles brightly and invites him to come here.
She takes a step closer to him.
They gaze into each other's eyes, their faces just inches apart.
He pulls her in for a passionate kiss.
The scene shifts to the special factory, where craftsmen marvel at the pristine condition of the magical beast materials, from the enormous pile of magic stones to the scratch-free bones and high-quality leather.
A female artisan holds up a perfect beast skull, proclaiming that the materials are amazing and will allow them to create incredible items.
The craftsmen continue their work as Sharia observes them. Sharia, now dressed in a pink gown and matching hat, cheerfully asks the workers if they have had their meals, startling them with the sudden appearance of the Grand Duchess.
As Sharia greets them, the startled craftsmen bow deeply, with one stammering that it's an honor to meet the Grand Duchess.
A close-up of her blue eye reveals her keen focus on the beast skull one of the craftsmen is holding.
The camera pans over crates filled with sparkling, high-quality magical beast materials.
Sharia turns to a female artisan and asks for her expert opinion on the quality of the bones and leather.
The artisan's eyes sparkle with excitement as she declares the materials are undoubtedly the best she's ever seen, and she's eager to start working with them.
Sharia asks if they can use the bones to make something specific.
The artisans look up in surprise at her request. Narration explains that Cardi isn't attached to weapons because he is an overwhelmingly powerful magician first and foremost, showing him wielding red magical energy.
In her thoughts, Sharia recalls how Cardi always prioritizes giving good weapons to his knights rather than keeping them for himself.
She reasons that even so, Cardi is still a knight and must have some desire for a proper sword.
Imagining him holding a fine blade, she resolves that her husband should at least have a decent sword. She voices concerns about the technical details of sword making, but the artisan reassures her, prompting Sharia to offer one of the Grand Duke's old swords as a reference.
With a confident smile, Sharia entrusts the task to them as the craftsmen bow in acceptance. She pauses as she turns to leave, having one last thing to add.
Bringing a finger to her lips, she asks them to keep her request a secret from the Grand Duke.
In a cute chibi style, she happily explains her desire to give him a surprise gift, much to the artisan's astonishment.
The artisans blush as they comment on how the rumors were true, and the Grand Duchess is indeed an incredibly beautiful woman.
A chibi version of a male artisan rallies the group, declaring it's time to get to work.
The scene shifts to an exterior view of the workshop at night, its windows warmly lit.
Inside, one craftsman stretches and suggests they rest, but the female artisan remarks that time flies when working with such amazing materials. Heavy footsteps echo as a pair of dark boots step onto the wooden floor.
As the female artisan explains they can't afford to waste any of the rare materials, Cardi appears in the doorway behind them.
He clears his throat to announce his presence.
Startled by the sound, the artisans turn around, wondering who could be visiting at this hour.
They gasp in shock as they recognize their visitor as Grand Duke Odalita.
The flustered artisans wonder if it's a special day, having met both the Grand Duchess and the Grand Duke, before asking what he would like to request.
Cardi states that he would like to commission a set of female armor. As the stunned artisans process the coincidence of the couple's similar requests, a blushing Cardi is asked what kind of design he would like. While picturing Sharia, he specifies that the armor should be elegant, sturdy, and able to be worn discreetly under a dress.
Noticing their stunned expressions, Cardi asks why they are all looking at him like that, and they quickly deny anything is wrong, while thinking his request is nearly impossible.
As he turns to leave, he informs them that he will send his wife's measurements separately for their reference.
He glances back, noting the artisan's knowing smiles, and asks if this should also be a secret.
The female artisan asks how he knew, and he replies with a slight smile that he just had a feeling.
A small, cute image of Sharia making a secret sign appears in a thought bubble. Under the crescent moon, Cardi departs, leaving the artisans to enthusiastically accept the commission.
A few days later, a caption explains that Sharia and Cardi ended up traveling to the Magellan Plateau for an inspection together as their carriage is shown moving through a forest.
Peeking out the carriage window with a wave, a happy Sharia exclaims that she's glad the weather is so nice, while Cardi watches her. Cardi expresses his worry that the long journey might be too much for her, but she playfully dismisses his concern, saying others would laugh at his fussing. In a cute chibi thought bubble, Cardi defiantly thinks that he doesn't care if others laugh, as there's nothing wrong with worrying about his wife's health. Sharia smiles warmly, thinking to herself that his caring nature is what makes him so endearing.
She turns her gaze back to the scenery outside the window. She muses that accompanying Cardi on an official trip like this
makes her feel like she has truly become his wife, and she lets out a joyful laugh. Cardi watches her with a soft expression, a faint blush on his cheeks. His thoughts drift to Sharia, his gaze intent. He reflects that for her, a smile is nothing special, which is why she can offer them so brightly and vulnerably.
The two sit in a comfortable silence inside the carriage as sunlight streams through the window.
The scene changes to the Magellan Plateau a few days later, where a group of soldiers are gathered at a fortification, one asking if the others have heard the news.
A soldier informs the group that the Lord and Lady are coming for a personal inspection today, to which another reacts with surprise that the lady is coming as well.
Another soldier confirms the news, saying the Knight Commander told him so, just as someone shouts for them to look over there. A rattling carriage displays its crest. The elegant black carriage travels onward. The soldiers look up, startled. The carriage arrives at its destination.
Cardi steps out with a smile.
Sharia cheerfully greets the assembled soldiers, thanking them for their hard work. A voice cries out, "Lay!" The men bow deeply as an older soldier with an eye patch, Leopold, insists they haven't suffered at all. Leopold adds that such a dangerous place isn't worthy of her greatness. Sharia smiles, dismissing his concern, and noting that some of them personally eliminated the beasts in these places.
Cardi adds that he's glad to finally express his gratitude in person.
She smiles, a gentle blush on her cheeks. He watches her with a fond expression. The soldiers shuffle their feet eagerly. The soldiers thank Sharia profusely for the abundant supplies, new humidity-proof tents, and perfectly fitting military boots she sent. Sharia thinks that she came to do her work as a lady, but ended up receiving thanks instead. Cardi watches her with a proud smile. In her thoughts, she decides she is not the one who should be thanked. She stands humbly before the men. She tells them that the northern region has become safe and peaceful thanks to their efforts. She turns to address all the soldiers. With a deep bow, she expresses her sincere gratitude. The flustered soldiers cry out in shock, telling her not to bow to them. Sharia insists that she has always wanted to express her gratitude, moving one young soldier to tears. Her smile is radiant and sincere. The soldiers are deeply moved by her gesture. As they walk together later, Cardi asks how her talk with the soldiers went, and she replies that she was very happy.
Sharia expresses her gladness at their warm welcome, and Cardi explains that her presence will greatly boost the soldiers' morale.
Blushing, Sharia says she only did what a lady should and feels a bit embarrassed by their gratitude. Their praise, she says, makes her feel like she should do even better.
Cardi gets her attention by calling her name, and she looks up at him.
He explains that the obvious things she does are often neglected by others, alluding to corrupt nobles and suffering commoners. He praises her for fulfilling her responsibilities and doing what needs to be done. With a gentle smile, Cardi tells her that the northern region was long neglected by the royal family before she arrived. He gently takes her gloved hand. They stand together, holding hands in a quiet moment. A caption explains that their final task was to verify the magic crystal mine. Sharia looks anxiously at a map, asking if they're going in the right direction, and Cardi confirms they are. He admits he wasn't sure about the mine's existence since the area is accessible to the public, surprising her. She suddenly stumbles with a cry. Cardi catches her, Tuffingheim. Holding her close, he warns her that the path is uneven, and she thanks him with a blush. Cardi continues their conversation, explaining that only military entry was prohibited. As he supports her, he continues, saying he wondered why someone hadn't discovered the mine sooner if it existed.
Sharia, held in his arms, agrees that his point makes sense,
but she notes that once they found the mine,
Cardi finishes her thought, saying that he then understood why it had remained undiscovered.
He looks ahead with a slight smile.
Surprised, Sharia asks if it's that well hidden?
Cardi looks down at her and simply says, no.
He gestures toward the barren landscape and announces to Sharia that the magic crystal mine is right here.
A small chibi Sharia looks up with a curious and confused expression.
Sharia stands beside Cardi, looking utterly shocked as she shouts her disbelief at their location. In a different setting, Cardi, dressed in a white shirt and dark robe, gently holds Sharia's face and tells her not to downplay what she's accomplished.
He looks at her tenderly, adding that she has done more than enough.
Cardi, now in a formal vest, stands with a version of himself in knight's armor as he proudly tells Sharia she is already an excellent lady of the north. Visibly moved and blushing, Sharia looks up, thinking Cardi's name. Returning to the previous scene at the quarry, Sharia again expresses her shock while Cardi picks up a rock and asks if she wants to take a look.
She looks at him and asks if it's just a normal quarry. An unseen voice agrees that from the outside, they look like nothing special.
Cardi continues, saying, but as he clenches his gloved fist, crushing the rock with a crack. From the shattered rock, brilliant blue crystal shards float in the air.
Sharia gasps in amazement, asking if they are magic stones, and Cardi confirms that they are.
Looking out at the vast cliffs, he explains that not only this cliff, but the entire mountain range is rich with these minerals.
Sharia exclaims that it's a great amount, and while Cardi agrees, he notes it's still not enough to meet the current demand.
As a delighted Sharia beams with excitement, Cardi thinks to himself how happy she looks.
Cardi explains that he initially couldn't find the quarry without a magic detection tool, as he believed the cliff was protected by a boundary, a concept that confuses Sharia.
He confirms with a simple...
He elaborates that the naturally gathered magic power in the area interferes with people's cognitive abilities.
Because of this magical interference, anyone who happened to pass by wouldn't even notice the cliff was there.
Shuria's eyes sparkle as she asks about the quality of the magic quarry.
She eagerly holds out her hands, imagining gold coins as she asks if this means she'll be rich. Nearby, a flustered chibi Cardi thinks her cuteness is overwhelming his heart.
Cardi examines a stone, saying, let's see, while thinking that her cute display almost made his heart stop beating.
With a slight blush, he looks at her and declares that the stones are of the highest quality. Sharia gasps with pure joy, wondering if it's real as she pictures a chibi Cardi confirming it.
Cardi explains that normal magic stones have less power, requiring many of them to activate a single magic tool. A text box further clarifies that since magic stones are disposable, the cost of using them for large tools is far more expensive than human labor.
A golden scale visually represents this, with a small pile of blue crystals outweighing a large group of workers. Consequently, even with powerful magic tools, human labor is often still necessary. Cardi reveals that a single stone from the plateau, having absorbed magic for hundreds of years, is equivalent to 10 ordinary magic stones, leaving Sharia utterly astonished. He declares his intention to officially begin mining the magic stones soon and notes they will likely need the help of the guild. He reasons that the guild's special workshop is the largest user of magic tools. Various magical items, including a lantern, glasses, and a teacup, are shown as examples. Because of their high demand, Cardi concludes the guild won't be able to ignore their request for cooperation. Cardi calls Sharia's name as he reaches out to her.
He gently suggests they should return to rest since it's getting late, expressing his concern for her health.
Sharia replies that she still hasn't seen the antidote herbs, but Cardi reassures her they can search tomorrow, insisting that she needs to rest now.
Cardi maintains a firm, determined expression.
Sharia thinks to herself that it's a pity, but she can see how determined he is.
She places her hand on his, agreeing to his request. Walking away together into the sunset, Sharia agrees that they should come back later. A map shows their carriage leaving the magic quarry, highlighting its distance from the soldiers' barracks as they travel through the woods at dusk. Inside the carriage, Sharia thoughtfully gazes out the window, noting how far the quarry is from the barracks. She realizes it might be dark by the time they return, her expression suddenly turning to one of startled concern. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned village under a twilight sky. Cardi abruptly calls out to stop the carriage.
Caw. An eerie quiet hangs over a dilapidated and overgrown courtyard.
Shuriya peers through the carriage window at the unsettling, ruined buildings.
Now, standing outside with Cardi amidst the decay, a shocked Shuriya wonders what happened to this place. She asks about the people who used to live here, and Cardi reassures her that he heard all the people on the plateau were saved and will be safe.
He places a comforting around her as she expresses her relief, calling it lucky. Over an image of a broken doll in a puddle amidst rubble, a thought asks if saying being alive is enough, is appropriate for people who have lost their homes.
Shuriya looks distressed, wondering to herself why the people have been cornered like this.
As Cardi appears in her thoughts, she realizes the main reason was, of course, the demonic beasts. Her thoughts turn to the Emperor, concluding that he has turned his back on the people of his own territory. She reflects that without Cardi, the people can't be saved from the demonic beasts. Shuriya recalls that in her past life, the Emperor actively worked to restrain Cardi.
She remembers that His Majesty prevented his army from even approaching the plateau, which is shown chained and locked on a map.
With a sorrowful expression, Shuriya concludes that the Emperor doesn't consider the northern people to be his own. Her thoughts shift to the kind and smiling faces of the northern people who serve her. She thinks that they were the first ones to teach her respect and kindness, and that if Cardi hadn't secured the plateau, the demonic beasts would never have been defeated.
Looking at Cardi, she asks if an emperor, the father of the country, shouldn't prioritize his people and at least have given an order, to which Cardi asks if that's what she thinks. She replies that anyone would.
Cardi remains silent, taking in her words.
In her thoughts, Shuriya feels sorry for Cardi, who had to endure everything alone while his father held him back as a competitor, and she clenches her fist in frustration.
She continues to wonder how long he must take responsibility for the Emperor's failings. Looking up at him earnestly, she asks how long he has to shoulder the responsibilities that belong to His Majesty.
The view closes in on them standing near each other.
Shuriya repeats her question, asking how much longer Cardi must bear all the responsibilities and duties that should have been borne by His Majesty on his behalf.
Cardi's purple eye flashes with intense emotion.
Shuriya's bright green eyes widen in response.
She thinks to herself that this is the first time. In Cardi's thoughts, he realizes it's the first time someone has been angry on his behalf, reflecting that both he and the North have always been neglected within the Empire. He continues his inner monologue, thinking of himself as a chess piece, valued only when useful. Blushing slightly, he thinks that when he heard what she said, he didn't know what to do, and he leans in to kiss her forehead gently. A blushing Shuriya looks up at him and softly says his name. A caption explains that before her return, Shuriya only ever stayed within the Grand Palace. A flashback shows her past self enjoying a peaceful life, her only regret being Cardi's frequent absences, which left her feeling lonely. Looking up at Cardi in the present, she realizes that her past peace was only possible because he endured countless agonies and faced endless battles. Cardi looks at her with a soft, blushing smile, thinking that sometimes when he looks at Shuriya, he thinks that while fate may not have given him a proper father, she did give him herself. He gazes down at her lovingly as she looks up at him with wide, blushing eyes. Cardi asks what she's saying, prompting two panicked chibi versions of Shuriya to appear beside them. A determined chibi Cardi insists that he's serious.
Shuriya thinks that for the first time, because he is by her side,
Cardi pulls her into a tight embrace as she whispers his name again. They hold each other in a warm, sparkling embrace. Please provide the text you would like me to read. Later that night, the scene shifts to the main tent in their camp. Inside, Cardi sits on the bed and calls out Shuriya's name. Shuriya, sitting up behind him, notices his dark expression and asks if something is bothering him. He asks if she's uncomfortable with the accommodations, but she reassures him that's not it. Cardi asks what's wrong, and Shuriya explains that it's because she can't stop thinking about the people who used to live on the plateau. A pair of monstrous, glowing eyes appear in the darkness as Shuriya recalls that the Magellan Plateau was swarming with magical beasts. She thinks about how, despite the danger, people built their homes and created livelihoods there.
Overcome with emotion, she wonders how they must have felt being chased from their homes, reflecting on her own past life.
She recalls her peaceful life in the Grand Palace, admitting she never thought about the outside world and now regrets her ignorance.
As Cardi comforts her, he thinks that he once felt smug just by not imposing heavy taxes, but now realizes that wasn't nearly enough.
He concludes that for someone responsible for a territory, being ignorant is a sin.
Sharia looks up, her expression a mix of shock and dawning realization.
Cardi takes her hand gently and asks what she meant by her earlier statement about his ignorance being a sin.
Leaning closer, he asks, "What about me?" To which a confused Sharia replies, "What do you mean?"
In a dark memory, Cardi, clad in armor, stands before two cowering figures as he admits that while she didn't know about them, he did, yet he failed to save them.
He recalls the hateful, red-eyed glares of the people, wondering if they hated him more than the beasts, and concludes that since the land was under the emperor's jurisdiction, they were all ignored together.
Sharia listens with a pained expression as he explains that if he had entered the territory without permission and clashed with His Majesty, the people of his own territory, Odalita, might have suffered.
A small brazier burns as Cardi asks Sharia for her opinion on the situation, wondering if he made the wrong decision, but she quickly reassures him that he did not.
Looking at him with conviction, she states that as a ruler, Cardi has a duty to prioritize his own people.
Cardi looks down, taking in her words as he considers the implication.
He gently cups her face, telling her that in that case, she should apply the same standards to herself.
Sharia looks up at him, her green eyes wide with emotion as she whispers his name. With a soft smile, Cardi tells her that no one in the world is perfect and no one can become perfect.
Amidst a background of white flowers, his words conclude that it is enough to become a little better than before.
He leans in and gently kisses her forehead. Kneeling before her, Cardi tells her she is already doing a great job, prompting her to ask if he really thinks so.
A single tear wells in Sharia's eye as she looks at him, overcome with emotion. She reaches out and puts her hands on his shoulders.
Sharia pulls him into a hug, confessing that she still feels like she might have a nightmare tonight.
Cardi returns the embrace with a gentle, blushing smile.
As they lie in bed together, Cardi holds her close and promises to chase away any bad dreams for her.
He gently strokes her blonde hair as she rests against him.
His thoughts turn to her earlier words, questioning if the emperor, the father of all people, should not prioritize them first.
He continues to gently stroke her hair as she sleeps peacefully. He murmurs his agreement to her sleeping form.
They lie peacefully, her head on his chest. A cute, chibi version of them sleeps soundly together.
In his thoughts, Cardi marvels at how he has grown used to this newfound tranquility.
He realizes that ever since Sharia has been by his side, Rhea's magic has been quiet.
A memory shows him clutching his head in agony as he recalls the magic that always tormented him. And in the present, he wonders what this change means.
The next morning at the camp, soldiers eat breakfast as a narrator explains that the people who used to live on the Magellan Plateau were sent to the Belton territory.
In a flashback, Cardi explains to a blonde-haired man that he originally intended to send the people back to the Grand Duchy, but sent them to Belton first due to their poor health. The man understands.
The blonde-haired man notes that the people couldn't stand a long journey after living in such a place, and Cardi orders him to send more extra supplies. A young brown-haired servant bows deeply before Cardi and the blonde-haired man with an eye patch, addressing Cardi as Your Grace.
The servant cheerfully presents a tray with bread and soup, telling Cardi to take it.
Cardi asks if the bread is white bread, and the servant confirms it, asking how he could possibly give black bread to the madame.
The servant acknowledges that Cardi wants to eat the same food as everyone else, but insists that since he has to eat with her grace, he must have white bread like her.
Waving goodbye, the servant wishes him a good meal and asks him to take good care of their madame. But Cardi corrects him, stating that Sharia is his wife.
Cardi pulls back the curtain to their tent, holding the breakfast tray.
He smiles softly, a slight blush on his cheeks. Inside, Sharia is sleeping soundly, curled up under the blankets.
A small chibi version of Cardi stands by the bed, telling her to wake up, but she murmurs that she wants to sleep a little more.
Cardi smiles down at his sleeping life.
He leans to her ear and whispers her name.
Startled, she jolts awake as he tells her it's morning. A blushing Sharia cries out in surprise, sitting up abruptly. Cardi stands beside the bed laughing, asking if she's awake now, while a flustered Sharia scolds him.
Over a breakfast of bread and soup, Cardi reminds Sharia that she had asked about the people they saved.
Sharia holds her goblet and confirms that Shaged. As they eat at a small table, Cardi informs her that the people are now in Belton, which seems to surprise her. He reassures her that they have been provided with all the necessary supplies, so she doesn't have to worry anymore. But she looks down thoughtfully.
Cardi watches her, waiting for her response as she remains silent.
Cardi suggests that if she's still worried, she can check out the hot springs in the Belton territory, and Sharia enthusiastically agrees.
Her eyes sparkling, Sharia asks if their only task for the day is to check the antidote grass, and he confirms they can go to Belton in the afternoon if they finish soon.
With her spoon poised, Sharia begins to say, "If so."
She immediately begins shoveling food into her mouth at a rapid pace as Cardi calls out her name in alarm.
He tells her that eating so fast will cause indigestion and reminds her that Belton is very close by.
Sharia smiles with a light blush on her cheeks as Cardi watches her.
He thinks that while she usually seems mature, she acts like a child at times like these, as she continues to eat happily.
While cleaning a goblet, Cardi gets Sharia's attention.
She looks at him as he gestures with a white cloth.
Flustered, Sharia asks if there's something on her lips, and Cardi confirms there's a little.
Cardi's purple eye is shown in a close-up.
Blushing deeply, Sharia wonders to herself why embarrassing things keep happening to her.
Cardi smiles, thinking that he always finds her so cute. The scene transitions to a bright, sunny day outdoors as they walk together.
Oh my God!
A vast landscape of beautiful blooming pink flowers stretches out as she marvels at the sight. The view pans across the lush, sun-drenched field of flowers and greenery. Cardi explains that they simply buried the beasts' bodies and planted ordinary seeds, but the result was unexpectedly great. While the man with the eye patch adds, there's more to it.
The man with the eye patch explains that while the poisonous gas from demonic beasts usually pollutes the land, a new flower has grown instead.
He concludes it was as if this flower had cured the poison that had seeped into the ground. The man with the eye patch asks Cardi if he foresaw this outcome, and Cardi confirms he did, stressing the importance of keeping the place secure and secret. The man agrees to keep the secret, but asks how Cardi knew, while Sharia interjects that she isn't sure yet and wants to check something first.
Sharia turns to the man, addressing him as Duke Leopold, and asks if there is any land nearby poisoned by demonic beasts. He confirms that there is.
Duke Leopold explains that a nearby well was sealed due to beast poison, which contaminated the groundwater and made all the water in the area undrinkable. Cardi reaches down and plucks one of the pink flowers. Duke Leopold worriedly asks if it's safe to touch the flower, but Cardi dismisses his concern, asking if he's ever been harmed by magic. Realizing the implication, Duke Leopold falls silent as Cardi suggests they head to the well. As they arrive at a stone well, Cardi announces, "There it is." Duke Leopold pulls up a bucket of dark, murky water, explaining that its black color means the water is dead. Holding the pink blossom, Cardi states that they will put some of the antidote flowers into the well. He drops the single flower into the contaminated water. As the sparkling flower descends, Cardi makes a silent wish for a peaceful land and for Sharia.
Sharia gasps his name, her eyes wide with amazement.
She exclaims that the water is getting clearer, revealing the well now filled with pure, glowing blue water.
The group looks on in wonder, with Sharia thinking, finally, as Duke Leopold peeks excitedly from behind Cardi.
Cardi observes the result with a knowing, satisfied smile.
Sharia looks up at him with a blushing, adoring expression.
A brilliant light shines, announcing that the antidote for the magic beasts has been found.
The scene shows a field of the beautiful, blooming pink antidote flowers.
Cardi looks on with a somber expression, reflecting on the many lives that have been sacrificed because of the magic beasts. Duke Leopold expresses his regret, wishing they had discovered this antidote plant sooner.
In a somber flashback, Cardi stands before a cemetery as Sharia's inner voice wonders how many comrades they have lost.
Sharia resolves not to let anyone else die from the poison, but adds that for now, they must keep the antidote a secret. She worries that if His Majesty learns about the plant, he will use it to constrain them further. Her thoughts continue
acknowledging that the emperor is already wary of them simply because Odalita has a quarry.
Realizing the danger if the emperor knew about the antidote, Shuria's concern deepens, and Duke Leopold firmly agrees to keep it a secret.
A cute chibi version of Shuria thanks Duke Leopold, saying it is all thanks to him.
Cardi tells Shuria that their business in Magellan is now likely finished.
He then turns to her and asks if they should go to Belton now.
A carriage stands ready on a path, prepared for their departure. Inside the carriage, Shuria tells Cardi that she thinks Odalita should research the antidote plant directly.
Cardi, sitting across from her, readily agrees with her assessment.
He explains that it's better to conduct the research in the Grand Duchy rather than at an official workshop where His Majesty might discover it. And though large-scale research will be difficult, they have enough doctors and pharmacists to manage.
Shuria determines that their first priority should be creating a portable version of the drug, suggesting it could be made into pills or a liquid.
She adds that to detoxify the soil, they could make the antidote into a fertilizer, prompting an impressed Chibi Cardi to think how brilliant she is.
Cardi gives a simple nod of acknowledgement.
As the carriage jolts to a stop, Cardi announces their arrival and helps Shuria disembark. Shuria looks up with a startled expression.
She and Cardi find themselves standing before a rundown and outdated area.
A man in a yellow coat rushes towards them, shouting for the Grand Duke.
The purple-haired man bows nervously, wiping his brow as he formally greets the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess of Odalita.
He introduces himself as Wilbur, the man managing the area in place of Viscount Belton.
Shuria's eyes widen as she realizes he is the manager Viscount Belton entrusted with the area.
In her thoughts, she recalls that this means he helped the former Viscount exploit the people here. In the present, Wilbur offers them a mansion he has prepared.
As he invites them to rest, Shuria interjects, stating her desire to first meet the people who came from Magellan. Wilbur quickly objects, telling her she has no need to meet them. He condescendingly asks why she would want to meet such low people.
Stunned, Shuria questions if he just called them low.
She tells him sternly that he has no right to judge her people, which surprises Wilbur, who had heard she was very young.
As he inwardly notes that she seems like a lady from a precious family, Shuria glares at him and demands to know who gave him the right to call them low people. Wilbur nervously claims he meant nothing by his words and just wants her to rest, but Shuria's internal monologue senses that he is trying to interfere. She confronts him, asking if he is attempting to interfere with the actions of the Grand Duchess of Odalita.
Wilbur stammers in denial.
With a determined look, Shuria commands him to guide her to the people.
Wilbur scowls in frustration.
Cardi steps protectively in front of Shuria.
Wilbur nods, defeated, as he thinks of Cardi's fearsome reputation as the war's nightmare.
Cardi looks down at Wilbur and states that since there's nothing wrong with his ears, he should have heard his wife's order. With a menacing glare, Cardi demands to know why Wilbur dares to look down on his wife's order right in front of him.
A murderous aura emanates from Cardi, causing Wilbur to tremble in fear.
Wilbur drops to his knees and cries out a desperate apology.
Cardi coldly informs him not to refer to the man as Viscount Belton, as he was the one who exploited the area and has since been stripped of his title.
He repeats the order for Wilbur to guide the ray.
As Wilbur leads them, Shuria walks beside Cardi, thinking about how the Altion Knights provided a great deal of supplies.
She wonders to herself why the living conditions here seem so poor.
Wilbur stops and announces that they have arrived.
He gestures to a dilapidated wooden building, explaining that it is the residence for the people from the Magellan Plateau.
Please provide the text you would like me to read. A second set of promotional images for another Manhwa appears. Wilbur again announces that the run-down building is the residence for the people from Magellan. The interior of the building is revealed to be dark and in a state of disrepair.
Wilbur nervously states that the Alteon Knights provided a lot of supplies.
Shuria looks at him pointedly and asks why, if that's the case, they are living in such a squalid place.
Wilbur stammers that the proper building hasn't been prepared yet, so this is a temporary arrangement he will fix soon. But Shuria looks unconvinced.
He hurriedly asks them to wait and says he will call everyone out.
Wilbur bangs on the wooden door, yelling for everyone to come out and greet the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess. A door slowly creaks open,
Sharia gasps as she sees the tired and impoverished people, including a mother holding her child, emerge from the dark interior. One of the people weakly bows, addressing the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess.
Cardi's expression hardens with rage, but Sharia places a hand on his arm, asking him to let her handle it so the people won't be scared.
Sharia points out that Wilbur's claim of unprepared accommodations is just an excuse, asking why the people's clothes are still burned and torn.
She continues her interrogation, asking why there is no smell of food or any warmth in the building, leaving Wilbur stammering for a response. Realizing the truth, Sharia accuses him of taking the supplies from the Altian Knights and failing to provide even the basics of new clothes and 3 daily meals. Wilbur weakly denies the accusation before falling to his knees, desperately begging her to forgive him this one time.
Sharia looks down at him coldly, stating that she is not the person he needs to beg for forgiveness.
She tells him he must apologize to the people, an idea he scoffs at internally, before Sharia commands him to do it immediately. Wilbur's internal monologue reveals his fear that refusing the Grand Duchess's order would get him immediately fired from his position as territory manager. Before the downtrodden villagers, Wilbur offers a weak apology, which Sharia dismisses, ordering him to be more serious, while he internally seethes with anger.
Bowing deeply, Wilbur offers a more formal apology, admitting he should have taken better care of everyone.
He straightens up, thinking to himself that he has now fulfilled his obligation by apologizing to them.
Sharia gives a slight knowing smile, confirming that yes, he has apologized.
Her expression hardens as she declares that he must now give up his position as manager, though she will allow him to leave the territory alive as 2 guards seize him. As he's dragged away, Wilbur cries out, pleading with the madam to forgive him. He continues to shout for the madam as he's escorted out while Sharia and Cardi watch him go. One of the women from the crowd timidly addresses Sharia as Your Grace. The woman holds out a small pouch, but as she addresses Sharia, the Grand Duchess looks flustered and unsure of how to react. As the woman reaches out to her, a startled Sharia steps back, causing her hat to fall off her head. The woman offers her sincere thanks to both of them for exterminating the demonic beasts on the Magellan Plateau, leaving Sharia speechless. An older with a goatee steps forward, stating that he has something to say to the Grand Duchess as well. He expresses the people's deep gratitude to her for considering the Magellan Plateau her territory and taking care of it. Another woman adds that they are also thankful to the Grand Duke for personally visiting the plateau to check on their situation. A voiceover explains that without their intervention, the people would have had to live in constant fear of the demonic beasts. Looking moved, Sharia listens as someone adds that it is a joy just to be able to sleep comfortably at night. Cardi places a reassuring hand on Sharia's shoulder as she tearfully whispers, "Everyone."
He looks down at her gently, saying her name and reminding her that she also has something to tell the people.
Sharia turns to look up at him, her expression attentive. Standing before the villagers in a field of flowers, Sharia promises that something like this will never happen again, and that she will send someone to properly care for them. The scene transitions to Wilbur's grand and ornate mansion. Inside the lavishly decorated hall, Sharia remarks that the mansion is far too big and luxurious for a mere territory manager, and Cardi agrees. Cardi looks over at Sharia, wondering aloud if that bastard Wilbur will truly leave the territory quietly. Sharia thoughtfully considers the situation, believing that while a fired manager shouldn't return, she still feels a sense of unease. Cardi calls her name, drawing her attention. He gently holds her, telling her not to let that man ruin her mood. He encourages her to look on the bright side, reminding her that Wilbur can no longer exploit people, which seems to comfort her. A close-up on Cardi's gloved hand as he makes a tisk sound. Sharia looks on with a pensive expression. Cardi stands smiling warmly, framed by a cascade of bright yellow flowers. Understood. Please provide the text.